We have 11 items of business on today's agenda, 3 presentations, 4 reports, and 1 report and 1 member's motion referred from yesterday's council meeting. Plan is we will recess at noon for lunch and then reconvene at 3 p.m. after the in-camera meeting. Should the business not be completed prior to 5 p.m. today, we will recess for dinner at 5 and reconvene at 6. Should the business not be completed by this evening, the meeting will reconvene on January 19th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. Finally, I would like to remind council members that if amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to the city clerk in final written form before the council member introduces them. Please ensure the clerk has received your amendment by using the council meetings amendment DL mailing list. As chair for this meeting, I'm suggesting that for the reports with no speakers and no presentations, that we adopt the recommendations collectively in a single motion. Reports 5 and 6 have no speakers. Does any member wish to hold reports 5 and 6 for debate or questions to team members? Councillor Boyle.
Yes, I'd like to hold report 5. I have questions to staff.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Kirby-Young, I missed you there. Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Boyle, report 5, just to confirm. Okay, great. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on the consent items? We need a motion to adopt the recommendations in report 6. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So all those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries. And report 6, contract award for supply of used mattress recycling services has been approved on consent. Okay. Our first item on the agenda is a presentation.
Chair, I'm on the queue for a point of procedure.
Apologies. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'd like to make a move to vary the agenda based on schedule's availability today to move item 4, the Granville Street Planning Program, to the top of the agenda. I understand that this is, staff are amenable to this based on conversation, are prepared to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. So we have a motion on the floor to vary the agenda by Councillor Kirby-Young. This does require a 2/3 vote to pass. All those in favor say, pardon? No? Oh, apologies. Just a moment. Councillor Kirby-Young, could you specify which motion you're referring to?
Yes, I did. The motion was to vary the agenda to move report 4, Granville Street Planning Program, and to start with that item today.
Thank you. Yeah, okay. So we are going to suggest that we vary the agenda to tackle Granville Street Planning Program first. Yeah, sir. Sorry, one sec. Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, do we have the ability to inform speakers in time for that? Just a verification?
Okay. One moment. They've been informed, Councillor Carr.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It's not debatable or amendable. Pardon me. Okay, so we do have this motion on the floor to vary the agenda by Councillor Kirby-Young. This is the Granville Street Planning Program. We will suggest that we tackle that first. So all those in favor say yay. And all those opposed say nay. Okay, thank you, Council. We will now consider item 4 as the first item and then proceed with the remainder of the agenda.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Thomas Daly, and I work for the Community Planning Group within Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability, and will be leading the Granville Street Planning Program. So with today's presentation, I'll provide an overview of the Granville Street Planning Program, including background on the area and the project, outline the project scope, highlight key objectives and deliverables, and outline next steps as we look to advance this process. So just a bit of history here. We all know that Granville Street is located in the heart of downtown, is one of the founding streets in Vancouver, and has always been a popular destination. Early on, Granville Street gained significance as the center of business activity shortly after the development of the city's streetcar system, where the street catered to the local population in the surrounding neighborhoods with retail and a large number of restaurants. Many of the current buildings that line Granville Street today were built shortly after the Vancouver's incorporation, including a number of hotels designed by the notable architecture duo of the time, Parr and Fee. However, Granville Street would quickly evolve to establish itself as the home of Vancouver's entertainment district. Many of the theaters that were built at this time provided vaudeville entertainment, but would later host opera, film, live performance, music, and eventually nightclubs. The city-owned Orpheum Theatre, one of Vancouver's oldest landmarks, has long been an anchor of Granville Street itself. Granville is also known for its large iconic neon signs that line the street. At one time, it was known as the Street of Lights, and in the 1950s, Vancouver had approximately 19,000 neon signs, more than Las Vegas. More recently, in the 1990s, in an effort to revive the corridor, nightclub and downtown liquor licenses were consolidated in the area, and it was formally established as the Granville Entertainment District. However, the design of the street provides, However, today, Granville Street remains Vancouver's entertainment hub with countless restaurants, bars, nightclubs that make it a popular destination, especially during the weekends. The street also played host to major celebrations and gatherings, most notably during the 2010 Winter Olympics. Granville also boasts one of the largest clusters of historically significant buildings in the city, which contributes to its uniquely human-scale, high street experience with a densely populated downtown. While a number of hotels still operate in the area, several now perform a critical component of our housing continuum as single-room occupancy hotels, or SROs, as well as social and supportive housing. Granville Street is also one of the region's busiest transit corridors, where citywide routes converge with direct connections to the downtown's employment and retail centers. The introduction of the Canada Line and corresponding public realm improvements ahead of the Olympics were the most recent city-led interventions along this section of Granville Street. However, the design of the street provides limited sidewalk space, and there's a desire for expanded patios and enhancements to the public realm design. Today, Granville Street is also challenged by a lack of daytime activity, banked storefronts, safety and public disorder concerns, violence related to public intoxication, acts of discrimination, and rising concerns about people experiencing homelessness. The COVID-19 pandemic has only exacerbated many of these issues, creating a significant strain on local businesses and nearby residents. This has contributed to an overall negative perception of Granville Street, as highlighted in local media and public feedback from recent city-led engagement. But more recently, there has been a groundswell of support from the community and stakeholders to bring forward new ideas to reinvigorate Granville Street. The policies and bylaws that inform development along the Granville Street cap the height and density in the area compared to other parts of the downtown. These were adopted by previous councils and were last updated in the 1990s with the clear objective to preserve the unique historic high street experience, as well as providing access to sunlight on the street. And it has been incredibly effective in maintaining this form of development. However, activity along Granville Street has stagnated, and the current mix of uses does not lend itself to the level of vibrancy, public life, and economic activity that we would all aspire to see on Granville Street. Nor does it inform an approach to urbanism and development that inspires Vancouverites while building on its history. This presents an opportunity to bring these policies into alignment with current council and city objectives, while forging a new, bold vision for the area to direct development opportunities and reinvestment on the street. Council has recognized that the time is right for a new approach. Oh, did we lose it?
Yes, Councillor Dominato.
Lost the, thank you.
Lost the presentation.
Excellent. Take a breather. Council has recognized that the time is right for a new approach, directing staff through 2 previous motions to report back with a work program to advance a comprehensive review of this area. A new vision for Granville Street and the necessary policies, with a new vision for Granville Street and the necessary policies and bylaw updates to implement this direction. With that, today's staff are bringing forward a terms of reference that is outlined in the report and being presented to you today to initiate this work. The planning program will focus on Granville Street between Drake and Robson Street up to the laneways, also identified as areas K1, K2, and K3 in the Downtown Official Development Plan, or DODP. It will also consider limited opportunities in the shoulder areas located on Seymour and Howe Streets, as well as consideration of Granville Street's connection to the Central Business District, Granville Loops, and Downtown South neighborhoods, as well as the Granville Bridge and the Granville Connector projects. The key deliverables for the planning program will include a new vision for the area, updated zoning, including necessary amendments to the DODP, design guidelines, heritage conservation approaches, and new rezoning regulation with directions on public benefits priorities. Planning program will also identify opportunities for public realm improvements and outline actions to support the retention and improvement to existing legacy arts and cultural spaces and uses while fostering a vibrant nighttime economy. Lastly, the planning program will consider and build upon other recent and ongoing city-led projects in the area, as well as the work led by Downtown Van, including the BIA's Reimagine Granville Street economic strategy. The results of the planning program will guide growth and change along Granville Street into the future to deliver expanded daytime and nighttime activities that broadens the invitation to Granville Street to a greater variety of people, including all ages, and makes Granville Street more vibrant while stimulating the nighttime economy. This involves expanding the area's economic role by intensifying uses such as hotel and office space and supporting new development that builds upon the heritage context of the area. We will also explore new affordable housing opportunities in appropriate locations within the neighborhood, including ongoing work with senior levels of government to address the replacement of SRO housing and other long-term solutions. Further, we will explore the development of new and enhanced arts and cultural experiences in order to strengthen Granville Street's important role as an entertainment, music, and live performance hub in our city, while retaining, improving, and expanding existing spaces. Staff will also explore opportunities to address reconciliation and celebrate the culture of local MST nations. The planning program will lastly also seek to establish Granville Street as a premier public space that is on par, similar to successful civic spaces around the world, and a space that can host outdoor performances, celebration, gathering, patios, and outdoor dining. The planning program will play a crucial first step by the city towards reestablishing Granville Street as a world-class destination for locals and visitors, a destination for all, including a place to grab a coffee in the morning on your way to work, a place to meet for lunch with colleagues, and a place to get out with friends for an evening concert, and also a place to host international celebrations like the upcoming FIFA World Cup in 2026. To help expedite the planning process and address potential conflicts between this project and speculative rezoning applications, staff proposed an interim rezoning policy to limit new rezoning inquiries, policy inquiries, or rezoning applications within the planning study area. An exception will be made for active rezoning applications, which will be considered concurrently with the planning program, providing an opportunity for these landowners to respond to the vision and objectives of this project and seek public feedback through this process. With council endorsement of the terms of reference, staff would begin public engagement in Q1 2023. Work will be completed over an approximately 18-month-long period with an initial visioning phase and policy review. This will be followed by confirmation of strategic directions and preparation of policy options, testing and refining, and then finalizing policy before bringing this back to council. Each phase will include stakeholder and public engagement, as well as technical studies led by staff and consultants. Again, the project will also coordinate with the qualifying enhanced rezonings, providing an expedited path to council. We will be working with teams across city departments to carry out the planning program, including engineering, arts, culture, and community services, and development, buildings, and licensing. Staff from these teams are present with me today and will be able to answer your questions. We look forward to the launch of this incredibly exciting planning program for Granville Street, an important city building exercise. With that, we'd like to open up to questions and comments.
Thanks, Thomas, for the presentation. I don't think I gave you a chance to introduce yourself at the beginning. So do you mind just saying what you do, your title?
Yes, absolutely. Thomas Daly, a planner with the Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability Group and in Community Planning, and we'll be leading this project.
Thank you. And also just a reminder, we have Teresa O'Donnell, a GM of Planning and Urban Design and Sustainability here in the chamber to answer questions. Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members, and I see there's a few people in the queue, so I will go first to Councillor Montague. Please go ahead.
Did not realize I was on the queue. I have no questions at this time.
Chair, are you sure you didn't hit an amendment queue? Because I thought Kirby Young was on the queue first. Okay, all right. Because I put myself on right after you. Yeah, all right. All good. Right.
Okay, we're going to actually clear the queue and just have people add themselves again. Yep, apologies about that. Okay, let me turn your mic on. There you go.
Thanks. A softball question. In the last term, we had a lot of conversations around neon signs and the sign bylaws on Granville Street, and we talked about updating that to something a little bit more kind of contemporary. Is that going to be contemplated in this? Do we have any quick starts?
Thank you for the question. I love that idea. I think we should have a neon sign regulation for Granville, and that's absolutely something that we'll be looking at.
Okay, and not just neon, but big audiovisual or whatever, those kind of newfangled signs.
Yes, if there were ever a place for New York Times, for the Times Square in the metro region, it's Granville Street.
Hey, fantastic. All right, now, not a softball question. On to the housing conversation, in particular around the K3. I wonder if you can discuss, because I think that's a bit of a challenge for some of us to wrap our heads around, certainly for, full disclosure, have spent way too much time on Granville Street as a young person, and so very familiar with the K3 area and what it has been in the past, and that kind of, we went from a vernacular where a lot of those SROs were overtop beer halls and cheap beer downtown, and then they became strip bars, but the housing's remained. And I'd like to just sort of get staff's read on the compatibility between an entertainment district and targeting affordable housing on those two blocks.
That's one of the big pieces, I think one of the big lifts on this project, to understand that. There are certainly groups of folks who like to live with the energy and the dynamism that goes with an entertainment district. There are also a lot of conflicts with that, because it is a 24-hour a day street. And we need to look both at the types of housing and the range of incomes there to make sure that we get a good balance and a good mix.
So are staff concerned there may be an equity concern here where we're targeting affordable housing in a very busy, loud area where there's more potential for conflict with people who are drinking or,
Yes,
so,
that will be a very important part of the study.
okay, and how do we better incentivize the creation? Because we all know that we've lost a lot of tourist hotels. We've seen sort of, an emergence of more short-term rentals, but we've lost those purpose-built hotels. How do we incentivize hotels? And is this a place where we could actually really put forward a cogent policy around increasing our hotel beds?
Yes, absolutely. All types of hotels also, not just full-service hotels, but maybe other type of hotel accommodations. We'd like to look at all of that
So,
through this study.
and how does land economics work between hotels? I know we had these conversations in the Central Business District around hotels versus residential. My recollection was that residential was more lucrative than hotel, and it potentially could undermine.
It absolutely is. And that's one of the big challenges of this and will be a very important part. As you could see in Thomas's presentation, we'll come out with some early directions by the end of the spring, and then we'll start some economic and financial testing. This will have a major public benefits ticket, particularly if we're looking for a really engaging public venue and transitioning those streets away from pedestrian. Those come with a high price. Office and hotels usually don't have the land lift that, of course, Strata has. So we will be, the financial testing of this is critically important. As you know, as your planning director, I always strive to bring you a plan that I know we can pay for. But that's going to be a challenge because some of the land uses we'll introduce will not have a significant lift because strata is really where we get the big, as you saw in the case last night, we had a $58 million CAC. That's strata. If we're not including a lot of strata here, those kind of dollars will not be on the table.
But then, I'm a little confused then. I guess, to be clear then, Appendix C, we're being asked in K to
initiate a study so we can answer some of these very important questions.
not to prioritize job space and rental housing? Am I misreading that?
You're not misreading it, but it will also be balanced with the financial testing.
Okay, I'm going to jump off because I think I'm almost out of time anyway.
Thanks, Councillor Fry and Teresa. Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young, over to you.
Yeah, can I move for a second round?
Yes. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. So I want to pick up on Councillor Fry's kind of train of thought, and I want to be really clear about this in terms of understanding the plan and the implications. So you're suggesting it's a study, but we are not embedding the principles that this is the future direction, that we are prioritizing a vibrant, predominantly commercial and entertainment district, as well as rental housing versus developing new social, for example, in this neighborhood. I want to be really clear.
Well, as on Thomas's slide, our staff's objectives, but we will bring the council some early directions. We will bring you some principles, right? That's all part of our planning process and our public engagement
So
process.
those principles you're suggesting, let me ask the question a different way, because it's important. You're suggesting some of those principles articulated in the report around the goals could be subject to change?
I can try to clarify. No, I think those are very much foundational principles that will guide this work moving forward. And just to clarify even the point on housing, we would not introduce any new housing if it were to compromise the economic or the cultural role of Granville Street. And the idea is that why we say we would prioritize rental if we were to consider additional housing in the area in zones that are already currently allowed. That's the K2 and K3 areas, and there is residential in those areas, market residential. We would focus it in those areas, and that's where we've recently intensified housing in the Granville Loops area, but really at the heart of the Granville Entertainment District. In fact, we would like to see housing slowly relocated out of those districts, and that housing is primarily SRO housing.
Recognizing kind of the uses are not necessarily fully compatible with a very vibrant
Absolutely.
commercial and.
Absolutely. So it's finding that right balance, and then finding, new locations potentially within the neighborhood to relocate that housing would be our objective.
Okay, let me move on to my next question, and that's really, I don't think that this is dissimilar to the Chinatown conversation yesterday in the sense that we have a neighborhood that is really struggling. Huge vacancy rates during the pandemic, the hardest hit, downtown's the hardest, and within downtown, this one was, and Granville's having a lot of problems. How do we keep moving, particularly on things like concurrently, when we have potentially projects that fit that goal, the vision and the goal? So I think new hotels, we have FIFA coming up. We have a huge shortage of hotel rooms in the city. When we hosted the 2010 Olympics, we moved heaven and earth to make sure the Canada Line got built, hotels opened, literally turned the key 2 days before the Olympics started. How do we keep projects like welcoming new hotels moving, that's only a few years away while this planning process is happening, or proposals for other projects that might have great, might bring that daytime commercial use or have great cultural benefits? How do we do that?
I think we've struck a balance with the interim rezoning policy that staff has introduced. It's not unsimilar to what we did on Broadway. Remember, we had a 3-year planning study on Broadway. We also had an IRP. But we did understand the urgency of some business needs, and we did advance a couple of applications. Abcellera was one. Abcellera had government funding and a government mandate. It was a leading biotech. They needed to get their lab up and underway.
So council
And,
could give.
and so we can bring those issues reports, and council can greenlight that.
But council could
those.
also give explicit, just keeping going for time, could also give explicit direction to advance meritorious predominantly hotel proposals, for example, to keep that moving, because you couldn't get a new hotel built if you waited 18 months for planning program, if that planning program was on time.
Yes, and the IRP that we've put forward suggests that those active applications, and we have been in active conversation with 2 or 3 property owners who have hotels, and of course the bonus that spurred this study, those applications are okay to proceed concurrently under the policy that we put forward to council.
But there's a lot of nuance there potentially in the impact on timeline around that. Let me switch gears to another question. I'll cede it and I can come back. And that is really around how bold we want to be. Well, let me start with this one. It's really around the nature of transit, pedestrian friendly versus car free versus relocation of TransLink. I know TransLink indicates some early interest in having these conversations. Could council give more explicit direction with respect to having conversations around the ability to relocate buses and what the pros and cons might be? Not predetermining the outcome, but
I'll ask Paul to address that.
Councilor Kirby-Young, you have about 10 seconds, so I just,
I'll take the answer when I come back on.
okay, great. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Councilor Boyle.
I actually was also curious about the transit conversation, so I'm happy to take that on and hear. I'm interested to hear how it's worked moving the buses during the Granville Promenade, what we've learned from that, and any thoughts we have going into the planning process about how transit might shift there.
Great, thank you for the question. Paul Storer, Director of Transportation in Engineering. So transit has been rerouted off of Granville Street for events and things like that, and that tends to work out kind of okay during those events when there's a real opportunity to use the street differently. Often those are on weekends and kind of have different levels of impact on transit passengers. We kind of have looked at transit on the streets, like whether it stays in Granville or looking at alternatives to that several times in the past. The most recently 5 years or so ago with the downtown bus service review. And, Granville is the busiest transit corridor in the city. It has so many overlapping services, and service on Granville provides this high level of service for the buses, but also is very easily understood by passengers. But we expect we would be looking at, the long-term street design through this and looking again at what opportunities there might be and trade-offs might be if we were looking at the bus service being on, say, Howe and Seymour or something instead.
Okay. I'm also curious, I see a lot of scooters and bike couriers along Granville. Have we looked at how it looks terrifying watching them weave among buses? Are there ways we can make that safer? How does Granville fit into the active transportation network?
Yeah, so right now, bikes are allowed on the even the transit mall part. The big thing that we've identified as a real issue is the lack of sidewalk space in the blocks, south of, well, Robson in particular. And, when the street was redesigned and rebuilt with the Canada Line, at that point, there were 3 lanes in either direction, and part of the design was kind of increasing the theoretical sidewalk width, but allowing parking on the sidewalks. So one of the key things we want to do is really look at how we use that street space. There aren't that many vehicles on the street, and whether there's a good way to reclaim more space for pedestrians and patios and things like that, and reduce the number of travel lanes beyond that.
Okay, that was my other transportation question, that it feels right now like the sidewalk kind of blends into the road in a way that doesn't, feels like we could do better maybe for safety. That's part of the plan?
Yeah, that's something that we've been kind of looking at for several years. We started talking to the DVBA and TransLink about it pre-pandemic, and that kind of didn't advance through the pandemic, but it's a real issue in terms of the current street design and the bollards that are out there and where the trees are. And there's some real benefits to getting good patio spaces in for the restaurants and other businesses that are there. So, the street is pretty newly built, so we're not kind of expecting that we would be doing kind of a whole reconstruction, but really looking at how we could better use that street space that's out there.
Great. Those are my transportation questions. I don't know if Sarah has more, but I have one other question, probably for Teresa, around Good Night Out. I know, we consistently hear safety concerns in the Granville Entertainment District, and the work that Good Night Out does, the stats, the numbers they show, or the impact is really valuable. And I know they really struggle with funding to maintain that work and the support they provide. Are they part of this conversation?
Thanks for the question. Lisa Parker, Director of Public Space and Street Use and Engineering. Good Night Out is an incredible partner for us as far as just really looking at how we can have supportive measures to support our public using the entertainment district, especially women. I can report back with more information on the specific stats that they've been gathering. A lot has changed during the pandemic, and so I could, rather than trying to talk kind of pre-pandemic statistics that I have, we can do some reporting back on current statistics from them.
Okay, and are they part of the planning in some way? I see a nod. That's great. Great.
Yes,
Okay.
definitely.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks for all those answers.
Thank you both. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the presentation this morning. I'm going to start with transit since we were there. One is with respect to, it's a well-served area in terms of transit, but one of the areas that emerged when I was working on the night economy strategy proposal was the issue of nighttime transit. And it's been an ongoing conversation with TransLink around extending SkyTrain service. And so as we talk about a planning exercise of increasing potentially more nighttime exercises, we have to think about transit home for people who are enjoying activities in the downtown GED area, but also for workers to get home safely. And I recently had an experience with my family coming home late from a show, and there was no public transit to get home. And so not from where we were, part of the city. So I think is that part of the conversation? Will we be furthering that as part of this work?
Yeah, we will definitely continue to talk to TransLink about how this area can be better served, kind of both during the day and in the nights. The night buses provide a pretty good level of service to a lot of parts of the region, and we worked with them a few years ago on how to bring more visibility to that nice night bus service. But yeah, we can definitely continue to talk to them about how to serve this area better.
Okay, that's great. My other question actually dovetails similar to Councillor Boyle. I was reviewing the policy considerations in Appendix A, and what stood out for me was that community safety, public safety isn't actually identified as a policy consideration. So in the report, we identify there's been concerns over the years around violence, around sexual assaults, the issue of Good Night Out, fantastic organization. I think that actually needs to be named, and I'm happy to move an amendment at the appropriate time around that. But I think it's part of the lens that everyone's applying, but it's actually not named and articulated as a policy consideration. I think it's an important one. So I was curious if that was just maybe an oversight, or it's considered but just wasn't articulated.
Yeah, and yeah, really good question. Definitely not an omission. It's a serious concern along the street. Well, this project, and I kind of mentioned in the presentation, this is very much kind of the first step towards revitalizing Granville Street. We'll be working with other stakeholders throughout the city, including engineering staff on Good Night Out and other partners, including VPD, to address some of the other issues. That'll be kind of longer term programming as we move forward. But it definitely will be a consideration as it gets implemented into things like the public realm considerations itself, and even activating the street with new activities, new uses, I think is very much a part of the catalyst for rethinking the street as well too. But yeah, it's something we could definitely highlight more through the process itself.
We could talk offline if it needs to be a direction, or whether that can be just taken verbally as it being an addition. I appreciate that. Thank you. The other question I had is, Councillor Fry touched on signage, going back to just the conversation we had around the history of the neon signs. We've also had questions around outdoor advertising and street furniture and the potential of upgrading that to more sort of digital models. And I'm curious if that is going to be considered. I know there is some work underway around our bylaws, and whether that's considered as part of this planning exercise.
Thank you. There's a few different ways that could be explored. One in particular is the work on our street furniture contract. So we are approaching and will be in the next couple of years doing a whole new contract. And I think that's where we can really start to touch in some of the additional considerations, both for advertising as an avenue for revenue generation, but also how we use technology in a more modern way around the digital pieces around that. So that's an upcoming piece that will be applicable citywide, but could also really unlock some opportunities along Granville in particular.
Okay, fantastic. I'm glad to hear that. Am I at time? I haven't looked. I have a minute. Oh, wow. Could staff then, just with my last minute, expand a little bit on the interim rezoning policy framework and what that looks like in terms of receiving new applications or applications in stream with respect to whether it be housing or hotels? Could you expand on what that looks like?
Yeah, so the interim rezoning that we're asking to be put in place would still allow for active rezoning applications to advance while the process is underway, preferably as an enhanced rezoning. And that allows the applicant team or the landowners to respond to updated policy directions, directions from council today in real time. It's a very iterative process, but it also allows them to expedite their process and also informs our process as well. It's a bit of a win-win, and allows them to essentially develop an updated application and submit the day after the council would update the policy for the area. We do not currently have rezoning policy in place for this part of the downtown. That's just the history of the area. So to update or amend the current policy in the area, it's an official development plan. It is a bylaw in place, so it gets much more complicated. So this, in fact, allows the two to work together, kind of streamline, and it's probably the most fast-tracked route for both parties. And then in terms of...
Sorry to interrupt, but we are at time.
Okay.
Thank you both. Appreciate it. Thanks for the overview.
Okay, the floor is yours, Councillor Carr. As we're in the first round of questions, I've moved you up.
Appreciate that.
Please go ahead.
And you're lucky, many of my questions have been asked. I'm going to be short. The one question that hasn't been asked, but has been raised, especially at previous council meetings, is around the cost of policing in this area, and the fact that this is a regional destination, that people come, we know, from suburbs downtown. So where are we at in terms of conversations around why is Vancouver covering such a high cost of policing in an area that serves the region?
Yes, a really good question. Unfortunately, we don't have anyone from VPD with us here today, so we'll follow up with an answer to that question if that's okay.
Okay, that would be great.
Sorry, I can provide a bit of extra comment as well, and certainly we can follow up with VPD. This is an ongoing kind of debate in the region. Absolutely, Granville is a destination, and people do come there, and it has a policing impact for sure. I think in this conversation about regionalization of policing and policing costs, there's a lot of complexity. What other municipalities will argue is Vancouver has the commercial tax base to pay for the policing. So that's the benefit that Vancouver gets, being the hub of the region. We have a much bigger commercial tax base, and that's what comes as the downside is as the hub, then there are costs that come with that. So it's not a straightforward answer, and there's a kind of range of perspectives around the region on is that fair or unfair. It's not as simple as saying our costs are higher, therefore the rest of the region should pay. So I think it does though raise the much bigger question around regional services like policing and whether the current model is the right one. Those are big questions, obviously. So we've certainly, we can advance that. We can provide more detail from VPD, but I would just say there's quite a lot of complexity to the question and the answer there.
Maybe a report or an incorporation in the more information that you're going to supply that gives us an estimate of really the ROI of us investing in the GED, the Granville Entertainment District, and that it does return a great deal to our economy and thus to the coffers of the city. And so therefore, the issue around increased costs of policing should not be as high a concern as maybe it is in some people's minds now. I would appreciate that kind of analysis.
Absolutely.
Right. And the final question that I want to ask too is really around the safety of women. I've been on ride-alongs with the VPD in that area. There's been honestly some assaults while I've been in a ride-along, and a real concern around lack of transportation home when those bars close. So that's already been raised by Councillor Boyle in terms of the shutting down of our transit system or our SkyTrain. But we were going to do some postings of alternative, like some signage that said people can call. I go for some kind of transportation service. Whatever happened to that? I don't remember seeing those down in the Granville Entertainment District.
So with Good Night Out at the beginning of the pandemic, we were working together to just really express in the public realm a number of very gender-specific safety issues and how we could have some resourcing. So we have been working together just really kind of the notion around consent in general, how women, when drinking, what kind of role that plays in decision-making, as well as how people do seek safe transportation home, especially if they're not able to afford, let's say, that personal Uber ride home and things like that. So we have been working on different ways of having decals out in the public realm, as well as in the plazas as part of the alcohol consumption pilot.
Oh, good. I haven't seen them, but that's good to know that that's happening.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you both. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, apropos of some of the comments from Councillor Carr and Councillor Boyle, especially around Good Night Out and MVPD and the amount of work that happens in District 1. Am I correct that there was a program that was sort of a user pay model where the GED businesses were paying an additional fee to support some of these things? Because I know Good Night Out really is reliant on that kind of funding, and I don't think it's happening right now.
Are you aware? Sorry. Lisa, come back here.
I will admit I have some homework to do to refresh my memory on exactly how Good Night Out in particular is funded. I do know that there's multiple ways that the city, as well as other partners, are feeding into their funding. As you are suggesting, I do believe there is a finances that are coming into Good Night Out from the DVBI or kind of that core as well as the city. But if you're comfortable, I'll take that away and do more specific research and give an update.
Sure,
to council.
and specifically as well with regard to impacts on VPD operations, because they deploy a lot of resources, and do we have cabarets on Granville Street pay an extra sort of surcharge through DBL or whatever? But that could be a takeaway.
Yeah, we can look into that. Thank you.
So next question, maybe this is you as well, as anybody who's kind of walked by an alley on Granville Street on a Saturday night, washrooms, public washrooms, what does this contemplate kind of any delivery of, because we're encouraging folks to drink and it's got to go somewhere.
So public washrooms are complex. There is different ways that we can support those access points to the washrooms. It can be out in the street right of way as a part of the street furniture contract. We do have the automated public toilets. The ones that are in the downtown core, they tend to be, we have to close them or kind of lock them up at night so that they're not damaged and they can be actually maintained and usable. And working with different partners, Gathering Place is another great partner that has opened their washrooms to be publicly available during certain hours. So really how we start to take a holistic approach to the washrooms as part of the citywide washroom strategy.
So I'm going to suggest that the weekend binge drinking public washroom crowd is not the same crowd that will be going to Gathering Place. And are we looking at other nighttime economies for best practices around, I know the Europeans have done a lot of stuff around like public urinals that are kind of open air concept and different ideas like that?
So as a part of the citywide washroom strategy, we are looking at different ways of offering washroom access for different genders as well as different times of day and the uses that people are doing. So for the example of the drinking, there is something very specific there that we'll be working creatively to address.
But to be clear, right now, there's no 24-hour washrooms on Granville Street for folks who are out partying.
I believe one of the APTs is functioning 24-hour, but I could confirm that as well.
Okay. SRAs. I know they mentioned there are 500 and something single room accommodations. Do we have a sense, I know that some of those include like the Slate Hotel that hasn't been occupied in 50 years. I know many of those are backpacker hostels. Do we have a sense of who is in the SRAs? Are they all single room accommodations, or are they backpacker hostels? Are they low income folks? What's the population look like in
Yeah, so the SRAs are operating as SRAs, so as low income housing, not backpacker hostels. They're all protected by the SRA bylaw. And about half of those are privately owned and half of those are owned by the city or BC Housing. And so the tenant population in those buildings is primarily low income. And a lot of those buildings have shelter rate housing.
So now the Slate Hotel, which has been empty for 50 years, is that included in this count?
The State, yeah.
Slate. Is it State or Slate?
The Bonas brother?
Yeah.
Yeah, the State Hotel.
Okay.
Yeah. It is included, but it is closed. So that's about 71 rooms.
But the backpacker hostel just down the street on, I forget what it's called, but that's no longer in the SRA stock.
I will get back to you about that. I don't think it's included in our count.
Okay. Lastly, and this is, I know I'm running out of time again, but K3 doesn't contemplate, the edge of K3, we have the Yale on the other side. How does the historic Yale Hotel and Bar factor into this? It's on the other side.
It is just outside of our boundary, but we'll consider kind of that dashed area around it as well too, and how those will be essentially work together. I mentioned the Granville Loops as well too, so that was a recently approved rezoning by council and with significant height and density increases. So, you know, while we've increased the amount of housing opportunities in that area, you know, how will that be considered potentially on K3? And potentially, I kind of mentioned earlier as well too.
Sorry, we are at time. Apologies. Just a reminder to council to keep an eye on your time, so I don't have to awkwardly cut you off. Be much appreciated.
I wasn't the one awkwardly cut off. Just.
Thanks a lot. Don't take it personally. Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I wanted to sort of switch into discussion around public space. And I know there's some language in the report around enhanced public realm and patios, wider sidewalks, all of that. I guess my question is, do we have an opportunity to be much bolder? And I had referenced, for example, the opportunity to potentially take cars off the street, and then what could that be? So framing the question that when we did the Granville Promenade, which is run as a pilot, it's run for 2 summers now, and it was like a different street. And it was amazing to see everybody from all walks of life. You saw people in wheelchairs and people on their scooter and families and with dogs and listening to entertainment. And it just kind of reminded us of what Granville could be. So my question is, and framing that there's a lot of conversation too around the accolades that the shipyards and that are getting, is can we take an even bolder vision around this and potentially work towards a consideration in the next capital plan to do something more bold and more significant?
Yeah, you know, I think just generally speaking, it is a unique opportunity because we're not only talking about the street itself, but development in the area, and just by the nature of the Granville Street, everything's quite congested. The neon signs, the buildings, adding new uses. You mentioned patios. It's everything is contributing to what could be a very exciting and vibrant public realm. So really, this is the time to think about that and strike that bold vision. And then specifically about the street itself, I'll let Lisa talk about some of the specific opportunities.
I do see this as the time, just to echo what Thomas was saying, I think this is the time for us to really to go as bold as possible for our considerations, looking at how these uses fit together. Really, how do we start to create and embody the principles in the Places for People, the downtown public realm strategy? This is where we start to look at activation as a core piece for economic vibrancy, community safety, equity to be realized and really brought forward in a meaningful way, and really having those intentions where we are layering our uses from a people-centered place as a way of supporting more people in the space, looking at seasonality, daytime, nighttime, all of those pieces coming together and asking a lot more of that street as a public realm infrastructure for us. And so we can start to look at that, as you referenced Granville Promenade with DVBIA, such a positive, wonderful opportunity to look at that. Those learnings are really profound. And I think how we come to the table, looking at how we trial spaces, how we use them, how we activate and lift the efforts of our partners. DVA is one of many examples that we can really continue to support how that's used. And then we can do our part for shifting those other uses around that get people in and out of the kind of downtown core efficiently, but without it being an either or.
So building on that and supporting our arts and culture sector, one of the things that we learned and I heard from the DVBIA was it's the challenge when the buses are up and then they're down, this day one, day two, or you don't have so much space, and just the challenges and cost of activation. So could that provide much more of a platform, for example, if you had permanent infrastructure around staging or space, et cetera? Because one of the things that they said is we're happy to host and be there and provide a platform and have takeover days. So Vancouver Mural Fest came in and did a takeover day, but without having to recreate the wheel. The sort of same philosophy with building the amphitheater, that we could build some infrastructure in there that you could go down and you always knew that there were buskers and performers and things happening on Granville Street.
Yeah, and I think this is the time for us to be asking those questions and really to create a vision as a whole. And what are the pieces that are needed to permanently make those changes while understanding kind of the system of the corridor as a whole, rerouting in a permanent way, what Paul Storer was talking about, really understanding what infrastructure is there that we can use differently compared to permanent infrastructure changes that would need to be considered in addition.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's great for now. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you both. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be really brief. I'm going to build on a little bit on what Councillor Fry was talking about, and I think we sort of have a little bit of shared history with regard to having Granville Street as a stomping grounds when we were younger. I recollect there was a shift, and I believe it started in kind of late 80s, early 90s, where we started to concentrate more bar ownership in the Granville Strip, and that's where we sort of saw a turn in the tide. And I recollect the excitement of being down there during the 2010 games, but I also remember coming out. We were at a venue one evening, and we were with our then very young daughter, and getting very uncomfortable about the mix of what was happening on the street as it got late. So I guess what I'm looking at is asking is, do we have an eye on how we sort of can encourage or incentivize a mix of uses on that strip? I remember we used to go down there to go to the cinema all the time. So we'd go see movies at the Granville 7, at the Capitol 6, and places like that. So that attracted more of a younger kind of teenager crowd. And so just not kind of handing it all over. As much as I enjoyed places to have some revelry, I feel like that's the concern, is that we're going to make this prettier, more dynamic in some ways, and have more dense development potentially, but we're not going to be looking at the social mix of the types of uses, and maybe putting a little more emphasis on different types of uses for that space to attract different kinds of groups of people.
Yeah, no, that's a really good question, and it builds off of even this idea of a really exciting, vibrant public realm, but you can't have that without people. And how do we get a wider variety of people down onto Granville Street, throughout the day, throughout the evening. I think we'd all agree a lot of the activity right there is concentrated on Friday and Saturday night. It caters to a very specific demographic. When those businesses close down for the week, it becomes a bit stale on the street, with the exception of buses going through, some of the businesses there. I mentioned the pandemic earlier, and it really took a hard hit on the street. So we're really relying on those retail businesses to do all the heavy lifting. But that makes us think about other streets, what's been successful, whether that's in the region, other places in North America. It's things like hotels. Hotels are running 24/7, people in and out. I think office, that's a fantastic daytime use. Office workers go for lunch, they go for coffee. People are moving through the street, they have to get to and from. And I think even expanding the nighttime economy or the cultural amenity in the space to beyond just nightclubs. That's not to say that we would let those go. It's a fantastic element of the street, and it's one of the reasons why people go down. But I think, providing that mix and creating more invitations for the public to come down into the street is really the main goal here, is when we're thinking about new land uses and new development in the area, and intensifying those uses and how we incentivize them. So that's really at the heart of it, and we'll explore what the kind of different scenarios are, again, through best practice and studies of other cities and also economic testing.
Typically, if we had a process for that where we can talk to community, I remember going down to Granville Books and again, sort of the cultural pieces of Granville. It's such an important street, but it's struggled, and it's struggled through its various adaptations over the decades. So we have a chance here to get it right. So I'd be interested to know, maybe later on, I'm not going to put you on the spot right here, but on what that process might look like for engagement, talking to the different kinds of potential business opportunities that we can have there. Obviously, having office space and hotels would make a big difference. But also, it's that retail level, that street level that we really need to look at as well.
Absolutely, and it's about protecting what is great about the street and really adding to it, I think, is really important, and making sure we're not pushing anyone out. And I think also, just for the longer term kind of success of the street, is building resiliency into the street. I think, like any kind of entertainment district, they're very cyclical. They're cool, they're not, and then it's somewhere else. And so how do we build other uses, other activities into the street that future-proof it? So that's something we'll be considering.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anybody else on the queue, so I wonder if we can, if you're going to move to a new queue and I can make comments, make a recommendation.
Sorry, I didn't quite hear you.
I'd like to, are you starting a new queue now that we're finished questions?
Starting a new question queue?
Yes.
You're in the
We're
queue.
moving to debate and decision now, is that correct?
No, we still need to hear from speakers.
Oh, right, sorry. That's what.
No worries. Did you have additional questions or?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay, seeing no one else in the queue for questions, we'll move on to speakers. Before we start with speakers, I'd like to remind the speakers that they have up to 5 minutes to make their comments. They should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations, and they may only speak once. After each speaker, council may or may not have questions for the speakers. Council members have up to 3 minutes to ask clarifying questions to speakers. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. And I will also ask speakers if they're residents of Vancouver, if it's not indicated on our speakers list. Following the last speaker on the speakers list for each item, we will go back through the list for those who are not present when their name was initially called. Speakers should follow along on Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so they don't miss their turn to speak. And any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. And the link to that form will also be tweeted out on Van City Clerk. So we will now hear from speakers on this report. And our first registered speaker is Gavin Doofus. Gavin, can you hear us okay? Oh.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, perfect. Please go ahead.
Good morning, councillors. My name is Gavin Duffus. I'm the Economic Development Manager with the Downtown Vancouver BIA. I'm speaking in support of the Granville Street Planning Program. 2 years ago, Downtown Van produced a Granville Street Reimagined visioning report. We believe this vision will be a valuable resource for our planning staff as they undertake this work. We are grateful to see city staff and resources dedicated to Granville Street, as this has been limited over the past couple of years. Our vision for Granville Street includes more hotels, restaurants, job spaces, arts and culture spaces, and patios and rooftops. Our hope is that this planning program will create the framework to allow for exciting revitalization and development projects to proceed. It is important that active rezoning applications in the area be exempt from this new planning program so that they may be able to proceed. And we're pleased to see that noted in the staff report and noted again during the discussion this morning. We look forward to participating as a stakeholder in this work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gavin, and apologies for mangling your name there, but thank you for your comments. Okay, speaker 2 is withdrawn, and we'll now go to speaker 3, Mark Whitehead. Good morning, Mark.
Council. My name is Mark Whitehead. I'm a partner with Austin Cattell Mackey Partnership Architects. I'm here on behalf of our client, D Corp. We're longtime property owners in Vancouver, over 30 years. They're family-owned who develop and hold high-quality commercial and residential projects in Vancouver and the United States. 3 brief points for council on the staff report for the Granville Street Planning Program. As I said, D Corp are long-term landowners on Granville Street and very pleased to support the staff report on Granville Street Planning Program. They own properties on the northwest corner of Granville and Davie Streets and another at Granville and Pender Street. They have owned these properties since 1999 and 2003, respectively, and have been longtime believers and advocates for Granville Street, that what Granville was and will become once again Vancouver's great street. Revitalization of Granville Street will complete the amazing downtown loop of Robson, Denman, Davie, and Granville Street that very much act as the living room for downtown residents, visitors, and workers. We are proposing to build a large hotel on Granville Street. As noted in the staff report, hotels are key contributors to the area's revitalization. The proposal is for a 350-room hotel, 2 brands, 2 hotels, and 1 building, with street-level retail, restaurant, and service use. As I say, the site is located at Granville and Davie Street, which is at the intersection of the Downtown Entertainment District, Yaletown, and the Davie Village. We agree with staff strongly that hotel use would work synergistically with nearby high-tech office space, retail, restaurants, and tourism to revitalize Granville Street. We understand the city's policy objective to balance new development with heritage rehabilitation and the protection of SROs. Our proposed hotel does not have an SRO unit on site or designated heritage assets. We request that council prioritize hotel applications on Granville Street to immediately begin area revitalization and to inform the Granville Street planning process. As currently drafted, the interim rezoning policy would not allow us to apply to develop a hotel on Granville Street during the Granville Street planning program. This would allow us to work with staff to expedite a rezoning application, which would help alleviate the current hotel shortage. Our ask is that council prioritize hotel development applications on Granville Street and to amend the interim rezoning policy to allow hotel rezonings now, applications now, before the window of viability for development closes. Thank you, Chair, Mayor, and Council, and City staff, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Mark, and great to hear about that potential proposal. Councillor Kirby-Young, over to you.
Yeah, thank you for coming to speak to council. I appreciate you raising hotel. I know that in 2019, Destination Vancouver commissioned an economic analysis of hotel supply and projected demand and found there was a significant shortage of hotel rooms, and it was constraining our tourism industry. This is prior to COVID, and I understand that they're going to be updating it. The results are going to be similar and hold. In your consideration of doing a project like a hotel, are you seeing huge demand for it? I know, are you talking about operating a typical service type of hotel, like 350 dedicated hotel rooms?
Approximately half would be short-term stay, typical hotel, and the other half would be long-term stay is what we're projecting now. In the current status of Granville Street and with a 90-foot height limit and the density limitations wouldn't allow us to reach the critical mass to attract a brand hotel to this site.
Okay, can you talk a bit about challenges in building hotel? For example, we hear it's not dissimilar to, is it similar in your mind to, it's more difficult to build rental housing than strata because of costs, say to build hotel than commercial office, for example, because of the cost to build land and running those hotels?
Yeah, hotel is not a high-value land use like residential. So the reaching a critical mass of hotel rooms is very important on the site, like I say, to attract a brand that will be able to run that. As part of our rezoning application, we'd be happy to work with staff to find the appropriate height and density for this site to alleviate those concerns.
If council were to endorse a path to consider hotel uses and keep that moving during the planning process, what does your timeline look like to get a hotel up and running? Do you have any sense? I know that's difficult to say sometimes with city processes, but can you comment?
Sure. It's, the process for planning and rezoning is going to take, at least 3 to 4 months for us to get a rezoning in, and typically a rezoning is going to take at least a year through the process. And another 6 months through a DP process if we have a DP ready to apply at that point. A hotel of scale is going to take a minimum of 3 years to build. So all in, following a consecutive line process, we're probably 5 years away. If the process can be collapsed to layer on applications, then that could be reduced.
But if you had to wait till after a planning process, which takes 1.5 to 2 years, you could be 7 years before you get a new hotel in your mind?
Minimum of 5, could be 7.
Wow, that's a long time. Thank you.
Thank you both. Seeing no more questions, we'll move on to the next speaker. Thanks again, Mark. Next speaker is speaker number 4. That is Nathan Didowitz, who's on the phone. Nathan, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair and members of the committee. The last time this was discussed, or part of it, was in June of 2019 by the former council, and Councilor Dominato put in a motion. And of course, nothing has been done since then. There was a 33-page report in January of 2021 by the Downtown Vancouver BIA, but the BIA and the Greater Vancouver Board of Trade do not understand transit. They don't have any expertise like the Toronto Board of Trade that puts on reports on transit. And unless they do that, they are not able to help us. On June 24, 2022, I walked the street from Drake to Cordova together with TransLink Vice President of Customer Services, Steve Vangas. And we saw all the problems that there are. However, Coast Mountain Bus Company does not have to listen to Steve Vangas, and that's part of the problem. I can do a similar too with the city staff or
sorry,
any councillors.
Nathan, sorry to interrupt you. Are you talking about the buses on Granville Street? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, please continue.
Yeah. So I took a tour, as I said, in June of the whole street from one end to the other to see all the problems that there are, the staff do not enforce the Granville Mall bylaw, which I sent copies to the city manager and city engineer. It is free for all on Granville. Nobody obeys any of the rules, and nobody gets any tickets for violations or anything. Some of the things that could be done is returning the bus service, the cutbacks that have been done over the last 3 years. Having electronic display signs at every bus stop on Granville, change to the 4 on, 3 off nighttime bus service to either 7 days a week or move the buses to Howe and Seymour 7 days a week with proper bus stops, locations, and shelters. We can't have that kind of, as I said, 4 on, 3 off service. And we need to expand the night buses at least to the 2016 level of returning the N16 West End bus and the N16 Renfrew bus so Councillor Dominato can get home late at night. However, we could return to even the pre-1976 night service, which was way more extensive, as Vancouver is way behind Seattle, Toronto, and other cities in the number of night bus routes. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you for your comments, Nathan. Seeing no questions, that is the end of our speakers list. Thanks everybody for speaking to council today. Would someone like to move a motion? I see Councillor Kirby-Young in the queue.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Meisner. I'd actually like to move to refer debate and decision on this item until the January 31st council meeting. And if I could speak briefly as to why I'm suggesting that. And that is the fact that I think that this report is really significant in terms of the impact, because we have a neighborhood that is desperately in need of life and injection, but we do need a planning framework. But I think we're hearing, I'm really pleased and excited that staff have brought this report forward. And I think we're hearing a lot of alignment around the objectives of a revitalized street, of the importance of daytime and nighttime uses, commercial, prioritizing hotel, et cetera, public space. But I think we've heard questions around the council table from a number of councillors, Councillor Boyle asking also about TransLink, considerations for an exciting public realm and others, that I think we could be a bit bolder with this process and perhaps give some enhanced direction to staff. Even just on the tourism piece alone, and I'll just reference quickly here when it says on the study conducted by Destination Vancouver, from 2020 to 2030, the annual hotel room night demand in Metro Van was projected to increase from 7.5 million room nights to 8.8 million room nights. That's going up 1 million room nights that we would have to forego because we actually do not have enough hotel rooms. We would have foregone by 2030, if we not start building hotels, for example, 580,000 foregone room nights in downtown Vancouver, with a visitor spending and a loss every year of moving from $80 million in downtown Vancouver up to a loss of $267 million in visitor spending. So I feel like it's really important that we get this right and give very clear balance and direction to staff. And I think that there's a number of important conversations. What I have heard here reflecting back is around prioritizing hotels, projects that fit that vision to keep it moving forward and inject some life in the street, balancing that with sort of planning, a good planning policy and opportunity for input, but I think also potentially a vision for a much bolder public realm. And I referenced the shipyards early, and I'd like to give council the opportunity to delve into some of those considerations and implications and just take till the next meeting to do that. So I'd like to refer debate and decision to January 31st, and that's the motion I'm putting on the table.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Just bear with me for a moment here. Okay, I'm going to ask for a vote. Apologies for that. Councillor Carr, let's go to you.
Thank you. Yes, I just have a couple of questions about that. I heard Councillor Kirby-Young talk about one of the reasons to refer to debate and decision is to, quote, give enhanced direction to staff. I don't understand what that might mean, if it happens now or if it's intended to happen at that time. And my second question is, we've asked some questions today that staff have responded to say, we will give more detailed answers back. So I'm wondering if this process would include, this delay would include receiving back answers from staff to the questions we've raised. And I also wonder if staff would appreciate us sending those questions that we have said verbally in written form to them. Oh, I'm seeing head nods at that. But anyway, I'd appreciate more clarity on what we're supposed to be doing and staff are supposed to be doing in this interim period leading up to debate and decision.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Apologies, I'm just not clear on the procedure, so I just need a moment. Okay. Councillor Carr, are you asking for staff to provide this information for you? Okay. I understand. Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Yes, thank you for the question. We will strive to provide the best answers we can in the next 2 weeks. Some of these are pretty complicated questions and they will be answered through the planning process, but we'll do our best to get your answers. And yes, any kind of written direction or feedback would be awesome. That would be fantastic. It'd help us organize our thoughts and make sure we get you a fulsome response.
Thank you both. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I also heard, and I'm happy to ask as a point of information through you, Chair, a question to the mover of the referral motion about what type of enhanced direction is this? Is this just, I guess, time to write up amendments that would be enhanced direction to staff at that next meeting, or what's because I hear we're going into a planning process. I guess I'm trying to clarify what the intention for council is in that additional time.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Christine. And yeah, I think it would be helpful I do have a number of draft amendments, but they do have a number of considerations, I think, for council. And I think in the spirit of good decision making, it'd be good to give council time to consider them, as well as get answers to some of the other questions here, because I am hearing that there's a lot of implications in terms of advancing hotel, but desire to do that. And so I just want to make sure that we have a chance to walk through policy in a thoughtful way. So that's my intention around it.
Okay, I really appreciate hearing that. And as a comment on the motion to refer, would just say, of course, we all know that we're not to be making decisions ahead of these meetings and outside of these meetings. I think I would just request amendments be circulated ahead of the very last minute, so all of us can be involved in considering that information. If we need more time to do that, well, that's fine with me.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you both. Councillor Carr, you did take yourself off the queue there. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Just wanted to double check. Okay, so we will do a verbal vote on referring the debate and decision to January 31st, 2023. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. It carries. Thank you. Okay, so we will go back to the beginning of the agenda because we had varied it. Okay, and actually, we're just going to take a short break for a couple minutes to allow the presenters to enter the chambers. So just a moment. Okay, thanks, everybody. Our next item up on the agenda is a presentation from BC Assessment on the 2023 assessment role. And we have Patrice Impey, General Manager of Finance, Risk, and Supply Chain Management, here in the chamber to introduce the item. Please go ahead.
Council, yes, I'm pleased to. I'll just do a very quick introduction. For those of you who are returning councillors, you know that annually BC Assessment has been coming to council to review for you the assessment role for the upcoming year. And as we've discussed, this is sort of the key part of our property tax process. A key element is, of course, the assessment. So I will just pass it right on to Nico Paputsakis, who is the Deputy Assessor at BC Assessment, and he's going to do a presentation for you, and then we have folks here for questions. Thank you.
All right, good morning. My name is Nico Paputsakis. I'm Acting Deputy Assessor with BC Assessment. With me I have Michael Law, who is also a Deputy Assessor, and Edward Shum, who's the Assessor for Specialized IC&I Properties. Thank you again for giving us this opportunity once again. I will be providing an overview of the assessment function and also updating City Council and the City of Vancouver on the 2023 assessment role. Today's presentation will take about 30 minutes and there will be some time for questions at the end. The topics that I will be covering are overview of BC assessment, how valuation and classification is determined, and how they relate to assessments and taxes, specific Vancouver assessment role information, as well as the appeal process and BC Assessment's relationship with stakeholders. Our service commitment to all British Columbians is to be open and transparent, ensure that our customers completely understand the assessment process, fair and accurate, to provide adequate information so that all our customers can determine if their assessments are fair and accurate, timely and accessible, make sure our information is easily available, and that BC Assessment staff are also available, knowledgeable and respectful, to be able to provide answers in a professional manner, and innovative and collaborative. Work together with our key stakeholders to ensure we provide products that are advanced and dates data that services. Our commitment to British Columbia, our vision to be, we are the trusted go-to provider of property information in BC. Our mission is we create uniform assessments and trusted property information, and our values, customer satisfaction, accountability, balance, coaching, and continuous improvement. BC Assessment was established in 1974. Prior to that, each BC municipality had created their own assessments using individual and often varied criteria. As you can imagine, due to no standard assessment method, assessments were constantly challenged and were difficult to defend. So by 1973, there were approximately 140 assessment organizations in the province. That year, the BC government struck an all-party committee, which in 1974 unanimously recommended that legislation be passed to create an assessment authority that completely was independent of both provincial and municipal taxing authorities. Back when we were created in 1974, in 1975, there were 879,000 properties that were assessed in the province. This year, the current year of 2023, we have just over 2.1 million properties that we assess. BC Assessment's Board of Directors is appointed by the Lieutenant Governor in Council and are stewards of the corporation, which with a general duty to guide BC Assessment's strategic direction and oversee management in the conduct of the business of the corporation. As the most senior executive position within our organization, reporting to the Board of Directors, the President and CEO provide strategic leadership for BC Assessment. There are approximately 640 staff that are spread over 5 regions in 13 offices. BC Assessment's job is to provide a stable and predictable tax base for property taxation in British Columbia. We're mandated by the Assessment Act to maintain property assessments with a valuation date of July 1st of every year. We determine values, tax liability, and classification for each property. Today, we value over 2.1 million properties that have a total value of $2.7 trillion. Our assessments allow municipalities to raise over $8 billion in property taxes annually for very important services. So how do we determine what the assessments are? For the majority of the properties in the province, we use a market value system. The definition of market value is the most probable price which a property should bring in a competitive market under all conditions requisite to a fair sale. The buyer and seller each acting prudently, knowledgeably, and assuming the price is not affected by undue stimulus. We review all sales transactions and apply the typical values on a mass basis to similar properties. There's a range of sale prices that may be paid for similar property, but we need to reflect the typical market price. There are outliers, and what I mean by outliers, there will be sales that are higher and lower than the typical for various reasons. For example, a distressed sale, foreclosure, special interests, motivated parties. Those property sales are reviewed, but we look at what is typically happening in the marketplace. So what are the factors that affect market value? Location, not only within the city, but how close is it to amenities, transit, employment, land use controls, for example, neighborhood or community plans, zoning, are there any restricted covenants on title? Land characteristics, the size of the lot, the shape, the topography, the access to utilities. Building characteristics, the size, quality, age and condition, and the income potential. How much can the property be rented for? How much are the expenses? How risky of an investment is it? These are factors that affect market values. Highest and best use. The premise of property assessment is that BC Assessment needs to determine the market value of each property. That is, what is the most that someone would pay for it. In determining market value, appraisers carefully determine the highest and best use, since that's the use that will generally support the price paid for the property on the open market. Highest and best use analysis is the foundation of market value estimate. Fee appraisers, industry experts, realtors, purchasers, and vendors base their valuations on the highest and best use. It is synonymous with market value. So how does our land use affect market value? Well, municipalities affect highest and best use through land use controls and development approvals, since market value, as we saw, is impacted by the legal approved uses of a property. When land use controls change, for example, to permit a higher density use, the highest and best use of the site can change, which may lead to significant change in market value, assuming there is market evidence to support those changes, which BC Assessment reflects the sales that are transacted. In the past, we've seen that changes in community plans can impact the property values because the market sees potential for redevelopment, which will impact the market value. BC Assessment is responsible for identifying the classification of properties based on their use or uses as of October 31st of every year. Property classes allow the various taxing authorities to apply different tax rates by property type. This slide shows all of the 9 classes. The vast majority of Vancouver's assessment roll is made up of Class 1 residential and Class 6 business and other. Since we put out assessments every year, we go through an annual cycle. Currently, we're in the inquiry period. Property owners have received their assessments and hopefully reviewing them, and if they have any questions, we're always available to answer any other concerns or questions. The appeal deadline to the first level of appeal, which is the Property Assessment Review Panel, or PARP, is January 31st, so in the next couple weeks. PARP hearings are held between February 15th, or February 1st and March 15th, and are virtual or over the phone. Once those are concluded, the revised roll with PARP changes is produced by the end of March. If owners are still unsatisfied with the PARP decision, they have the opportunity to appeal their property to the next level, second level of appeal, which is the Property Assessment Appeal Board, or PAB, and their deadline for filing an appeal is April 30th. April to September, we complete various reassessment programs where we pick up new construction, new inventory, we add it to the assessment roll, we request for financial information or rent rolls from property owners so we can set the assessments for the upcoming assessment period. July 1st is our valuation date and falls between in the middle of that period that we do reassessments. In October is when we really ramp up roll production. By then, sales of property around July 1st have come through land titles, and we're able to review and determine what the market is doing and creating a new assessment roll. The second level of appeal, where PAB is a continuous function that we continue throughout the whole entire year, is looking and reviewing any appeals through the PAB process. The relationship between assessment and taxation, as mentioned, BC assessment functions completely independent of taxing authorities and does not set tax rates. An individual's property assessment determines their share of property taxes for the property class they fall within. BC assessment's function is to ensure that municipalities have the information they need to decide how to distribute the tax burden amongst all taxpayers. A common misconception is that a significant change in assessed value will result in a proportionally significant change in the property taxes payable. The most important factor is how much an assessed value has changed. The most important factor is not how much the assessed value has changed, but how that assessed value has changed relative to the average change within the municipality or taxing jurisdiction. And again, any changes are dependent on the local government budget. I will be going over specific 2023 assessment roll information for the City of Vancouver. On the 2023 provincial roll, there were just over 2.1 million folios or properties, and this was an increase of just under 1%. The actual total value on the 2023 provincial roll was $2.72 trillion, and this was an increase of just under 12%. The total amount of new construction or non-market change was $33.5 billion. This was new construction, any newly created lots through a subdivision or rezoning. Total value for the City of Vancouver. This slide shows you the total value change between 2013 and 2023. 2023 roll was the highest ever recorded for the City of Vancouver. That was just over $526 billion, which was a 5% increase from the year prior. The distribution of roll value by property class. Over 72% of the roll value is made up of Class 1 residential, which includes single-family dwellings, strata apartments, and other residential properties like multifamily buildings. About 22% is made up of business and other, things like retail stores, restaurants, offices, and 4.5% is made up of Class 8 recreational nonprofit uses. This chart shows the Vancouver total roll value versus the taxable roll value. Some properties have statutory and permissive exemptions from taxation. So examples are schools, churches, hospitals, government buildings. The value of these exemptions is netted out to the total roll to give us the taxable roll. So the taxable roll for the City of Vancouver is about 89% of the total roll value, which works out to about $467 billion of taxable value. This slide shows the typical assessment percent change for the single family, for residential strata and commercial industrial. The majority or the typical percent change for single family and strata was 0 to 10%. And for commercial and industrial, the typical percentage change was 0 to 20%. Now, looking at each category specifically, this slide shows you the single-family dwelling and the percentage where the most of the properties fell in terms of percentage change. Out of the 81,000 folios or properties, 75% of the folios moved between 0 and 10%, but the majority fell in the 5 to 9% range. For strata res, 75% of the total strata residential properties, which are approximately just over 118,000 properties or folios, they increased between 0 and 10%, but the majority of them changed 0 to 4%. Now, the distribution of value changed for non-residential, which includes multifamily. 75% of the total non-residential properties, or just over 22,000 properties in the city, increased between 0 and 20%. The majority of the properties moved in the range of 0 to 4%. Non-market change, NMC, is an integral part of BC Assessment's business function that has been designed to meet both the needs of BC Assessment and government. NMC is the change in taxable assessed value triggered by changes to BC Assessment's property information. For example, inventory, new construction, zoning changes that are not related to market movement. Some municipalities refer to NMC as growth. Why is NMC important? Well, it's a potential source of new revenue from the tax base without having to increase the property tax rate. In this slide, I've included the top 5 neighborhoods that saw the greatest change in non-market change and the top 5 neighborhood market movement changes. And as you can see here, for non-market change, the top neighborhood was Oak Ridge at 4.75%. And the top neighborhood that saw the greatest market movement change was Marine Drive at just over 18%. After we go through setting the role, we get to the appeal process. Currently, we are in the inquiry period. So owners are reviewing their assessments, going online, visiting our website. They're contacting us if they have any questions. And BC Assessment is always available to discuss any questions that property owners may have regarding their assessment or other related matters. If they still disagree with their assessment, they file an appeal to the first level, which is PARP, or Property Assessment Review Panel. And that deadline is January 31st. And when PARP does come out with their decisions, they have the next level, which is PAB, Property Assessment Appeal Board, and that deadline is April 30th. PAB is all ongoing throughout the year, and both PARP and PAB are appointed by the provincial governments and are independent of BC Assessment and taxing jurisdictions. Here's some specific Vancouver appeal statistics. Under 2% of the total Vancouver properties get appealed to PARP, which is the first level of appeal. And out of the 2% that appeal at the first level, 1/3 of those go to the second level of appeal, or just over 0.5%. The majority of the appeals that do go to the second level of appeal are non-residential. And tracking the historic changes through the second level of appeal through PAB, we currently, on average, the reduction of assessed value at the second level of appeal is 0.5% reduction. And we provide risk to rolls to the municipalities throughout the year to ensure that they are well informed of any potential changes that may occur through the appeal process. If there's any specific appeals that we need to keep the cities informed about, we will contact the city to make sure that they are aware of any potential risks that could occur. BC Assessment's website at bcassessment.ca includes more details about the 2023 assessments, property information, and trends. The website also provides self-service access to free online property assessment searches. It allows anyone to search, check, and compare their 2023 property assessments for anywhere in the province. Within our website, there's also an interactive map that allows access to local markets and trends for various communities. It also indicates the average market movement for different property classes and the top 500 valued residential properties. You can also go in and click by neighborhood and see what the neighborhood change has been. So for the city of Vancouver, the average change from last year for single family was 3.7%. For strata, residential was 4.6%. For business and other was 4.7%. And light industrial was 13.5%. City of Vancouver staff have continued to support BC Assessment by providing information like building plans, zoning bylaws, and as a result assists BC Assessment to provide an accurate and stable assessment role each year. Having strong working relations with staff across multiple departments in the city of Vancouver allows for good information flow and for us to get ahead of any emergent issues. That concludes my presentation, and we're here available for any questions that you may have.
Thanks, Nico. We've got questions for you, and I'll need to cede my chair to Councillor Klassen as vice chair, so I can ask some questions. Councillor Klassen, do you agree to that? I don't need to. Oh. Okay, actually, I don't need to do that, but thanks for your eagerness. I appreciate that, and thanks, Councillor Bly, for the procedural reminder. Okay, so first question. Sometimes we hear from residents about often like empty land or commercial property, and they are taking issue with a low assessment of that property. They're saying, you know, this is obviously worth quite a bit more, like this person's getting a break, that sort of thing. So what is the process? Is there a process for a member of the public to appeal someone else's assessment or complain about it?
That's correct, yes. So, appeals are open to members of the public. So it is possible for a member of the public, even if they do not own the property, the ability to appeal that property's assessed value.
Okay, and what does that process look like?
It would be similar to as if an owner were to appeal a property as well. So they would submit through various ways a form to intend that they appeal the assessed value. So included in that is their name, property information, and there's a form to fill out, either in person, online.
Okay, and do you have an idea of what percentage of appeals consist of those types of appeals? Like what percentage of overall appeals? Do you know offhand?
We don't have that number with us, but from our experience, it is very, very rare to see that.
Okay, thank you. It's good to know that there's a process for that, so we could direct people. And my other question was, actually two more questions. You know, given the decline in the real estate market, do you anticipate the roll value next year to decline?
So BC assessment, when we assessed value, or we assess values, they're based on a July 1st valuation date of the previous year. With our mandate is purely to assess and report what has happened during the time frame. So we don't predict what will happen in the future. It's more when assessed values come out, they represent this is what has happened and the valuation date as of July. So for instance, for 2023, what has happened in July, the values as of July 1st, 2022. The assessed values that will come out for 2024 will reflect the typical market values for 2023 July.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And am I correct in understanding that you base, like the assessed value is partially based on improvements that have been made to the property, inside the property? Like inside a unit, for example, or inside a home?
Assessed values represent the total value of the property.
Okay, but if somebody did like a major reno, would you take that into consideration?
That's correct, we would, yes.
How would you know about that?
There are different forms of information that we gather. Primarily, our communication with the city, for example, we receive permits that are taken out by individuals. There are different other ways as well that we gather information, being through questionnaires that we send out to property owners. We also look at communication with different property owners as well. There are really a lot of different forms of avenues that we gather information for the assessed value.
Okay, so you have a line of sight into who is getting permits in Vancouver for renovations, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, that's good to know. I didn't know that. I thought maybe you'd be staking out Home Depots. So thanks for clarifying that. And that's all my questions. And I'll move to Councillor Fry for questions.
Thanks. And similar in the line of questioning to the chair, anecdotally, there seems to be the notion that properties that are left deliberately moribund and undermaintained are assessed less on the building value than a well-maintained building, and perversely almost incentivizes land hoarding. Can you speak to that? Is that the case, that properties that are deliberately left ramshackle or empty are incentivized by that?
Okay, well, going back to what Mr. Papisakis presented, the assessed values are based on market value. So we reflect in our assessed values what the typical market would pay for a certain property. So if the market reflects that in these situations, the condition of the property warrants a lower value, then that's reflected in the assessed value.
So, I mean, surely you can see how this could potentially be a problem, and especially in dense cities like ours, where there are properties deliberately being left vacant. Because has there been any conversation around how we could better address those sort of land holdings?
Well, BC Assessment's, again, mandate is to assess properties based on market value. In terms of policy, I guess is maybe what you're referring to, that is outside of our mandate to develop or determine policy for that.
Okay. I had another question, but it's totally escaped my mind, so I'm going to jump off for a second. Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Joe.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. It's really informative. So I got a couple of questions. So first one is, I think there's some voice from the community saying, if we build social housing in my neighborhood, my housing value will be decreased. Is that right? If it is not right, what is the best way for us to respond to those concerns?
So that is, I guess, related to the previous question of BC Assessment predicting values in the future or in certain scenarios. Again, our core mandate is to reflect a market value as a certain date. We don't have a position on what may happen in certain situations if what is developed. That is really outside of what our mandate to do. Ours is purely a reflection of market value as of a certain date.
Okay,
so it would be difficult. We wouldn't be in the position to answer that question.
Okay, so I guess the answer to this question is we don't know.
Really, it's what the market reflects at a certain time. We don't predict what the market will view.
Okay.
Due to certain
We only
situations.
reflect what the market does.
Has done.
If the market has taken those in consideration, we only reflect the transactions that are occurring after the fact. We don't create them.
Oh, I see.
We only come in after, and we only report them. We're like a mirror. We only reflect.
Okay, so I guess my second question is related. So have we done any analysis to compare the real market value versus the assessed value? How close those comparison is?
What was the second part, the access or excess?
The assessed value versus the real market value. Is very close or?
Well, our valuation date is July 1st of every year.
Yeah.
So our snapshot is every year is the middle of the year, July 1st. So what happens in the marketplace, for example, today, could be way different than what our assessments were mailed out, because markets do change. And my experience with residential is they historically have changed per month. So already we're 6 months past our valuation date. So markets could be way different. So in terms of, that's why there could be a difference between assessed values and market values.
Are you referring to current market values as of today versus the assessed values?
Well-
Or are you referring to a reflection of assessed values with reflection to the market at that time?
So I'm just thinking about if we can take a snapshot on July 1st, for instance, compare the market value versus the value we accessed. So what will be the difference?
So I can speak to that. So again, BC assessment is legislated to reflect market value in the assessed value. So in our legislation, we assess values at what's called actual value, which is synonymous with market value. We do have in terms of statistical measures to measure the differences between assessed values and, say, for example, sales values.
Yeah.
So we have a statistical measure called assessment to sales ratio, or ASR. This is a internationally recognized form to determine if assessed values are in line with sales. So, for example, the international governing body for assessment organizations is called the IAAO, which is the International Association of Assessing Officers. Their standard for assessment to sales ratios is 90% to 110%.
Okay.
So the assessed value falls within 90% to 110% of, say, commercial properties.
What is our value here?
So BC assessment actually has a stricter range. So for example, for commercial properties, our range is 95% to 100%.
Okay, that's pretty good. That means we're pretty accurate in terms of that. Okay, so my last question is, so in terms of the appeal, people normally go through the appeal process was because of they think their property value is too high or too low? Just curious to.
They do have the opportunity to contact BC Assessment first. And if there's information that's brought forward that's not up to date or accurate, we will correct it without going to the appeal process.
Yes.
But in terms of
Yeah, so I'll just jump in. We do see a lot of cases of value, but both ways, so either too high or too low. There are other reasons as well to appeal a value in terms of, say, property classification.
Okay.
But typically, value does make up a large percentage of appeals.
So they think their value is underestimated or overestimated?
the majority in my experience has been that they think that their value is too high.
Too high, okay.
But I have had instances where they thought it was too low, but the majority are they thinking it's too high.
Okay, that's all my question. Thank you.
Moment. Thank you, Councillor Joe, and Councillor Klassen, you have the floor.
Chair, I was going to direct my question to PDS staff, and I see Teresa just stepped out. I know Dan's here, but I think, is she coming back? She's not. I'm wondering if maybe you could move further down the queue, because I wanted to direct my question.
We can do that.
To
Just a moment here.
PDS staff. Thank you.
No problem. Okay. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. And sorry, I now remember what I forgot. I was asking me. So a number of years ago, we had a bit of a concern around split assessments on artist live work studios, where the residential portion was being class 1 and the art studio portion was being class 6, and it was a very sudden introduction, and it spooked a lot of folks because it was, and I think it was reversed at the time, but it meant significant assessment increases and obviously new taxation on artist live work studios, of which we have many in, say, the Mount Pleasant Slope area. Has that been, where's that policy at?
In one of my slides, I did talk about classification. So just maybe to reiterate, what our mandate is first to value and then classify. Classify is what is the property used for. And in some cases, that use within a property could have 2 or 3 different uses that we have to separate and split. I'm assuming your question is regarding the classification.
Specifically the split classification.
Split classification, it does happen.
Yeah.
It's dependent on the use of the property.
So I'll give a more sort of deliberate sort of framing to this. So we had many years ago incentivized artist live work studios where artists could live and do their practice, not necessarily a money-making business practice, but painting or whatever, as an art practice.
Okay.
And they were able to legally do that within that and it was built to accommodate painting or whatever. And then rather unexpectedly, it was introduced as a split classification where suddenly their formerly residential abode, where they did art, was now being recognized as a split classification as residential and commercial, and obviously commercial taxation is significantly higher. And it was an issue at the time, and I believe there was a reversal from BC assessment of that.
So our current policy on that is really when we have to look at each space individually. If it is considered to be de minimis in use for a certain class, then we would consider it, for example, a split with a class 1. If it's de minimis, then it would be typically class 1. If there's a substantial use of that, then that's when we would look at the split class.
And so I'm just trying to get what's defining a substantial use, because I know folks who use their space primarily for making art and lived on a cot because they care about their art, were suddenly finding themselves treated as a commercial.
Yeah, again, when we look at it, we would have to look at it individually to see, because there's a lot of different aspects and variables, but we really look at primary use as the main function of the space.
In my experience, if there's signage for an accountant, let's say, and they're using there's parking available for that space, it would probably most likely be in class 6 fully. But there's a lot of areas that Mr. Law was explaining that, there could still be a split, but we have to determine it as a case-by-case scenario.
Councillor, if there is a specific property that you're inquiring about, feel free to direct through city staff. We definitely will can report more back onto you.
Okay, and I'm out of time anyway. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you both. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. Typically in previous years, I've really seen the impact and changes according to planning programs that we've introduced, whether it's being the Canby plan, which you indicated, but even changes in some of our light industrial uses. I remember seeing some, like anyway, so big impacts. So in something that is a planning process that is changes zoning, but it's very broad citywide. For example, increasing the height allowed for housing. Now, if it's market housing, that must be different than if it's social housing, for example. So how do you assess or relay back to us what you think the impacts are of those kinds of changes in land use designation?
Again, I would have to refer back to other responses in terms of we monitor what has happened. So our assessed values are a reflection of what has happened. So in certain situations, that you're referring to that may be planning wise, that would be out of the scope of our mandate. That being said, if there are areas that have made changes to plans, we provide, the assessed values that would really show how the market reacts in that situation for that time period.
No, I understand it's out of your scope in terms of what your assessment. But what's interesting to me is when you report to us is that you highlight those things, and so we have a direct understanding of the impacts on assessments of the decisions we make at the council table. So apropos of that, can you see in our changed assessment roles any specific changes that we've made as council, policy decisions that relate to changing in zoning that you can highlight? I mean, you had some of the information was a bit more historic, like the Canby area or the Marpole area. Is there anything more recent that you have assessed as, gee, this is something that, City Council has done. These are the areas, and you have made changes in them, like anything that comes to mind?
So, again, Mr. Papisakis' one of the slides shows the increase in NMC or non-market change and highlighted Oak Ridge as the number one change. That is an example of changes that were made. And again, that's a reflection of market activity in relation to that area, that plan.
Right. Okay, and your assessments are done only more recently, so we're not going to see any impacts yet of the Broadway plan, for example, or, okay.
Yeah, it's when the market decides to react to the changes and it'll be reflected.
Okay. Another question. There's been a great deal of discussion in a broader community around things like potentially increasing farm food production, potentially even farm designation in parts of Vancouver, because climate change is really impacting the supply of food globally. So apropos of that discussion, I've been asked, what impact would that have on assessment of properties if there was farm designation? Like, how much less do farms get assessed at?
Go ahead. Do you?
Yeah, farms is one of those uses and values that are not market-based, they're legislated. And they, in my experience, I see that farm, when they're designated and they're on farm class, that their assessed value is significantly lower than what the market would pay.
Yeah, like lower by.
I don't have that figure, but it's a value that's probably one of the greatest classes that you would want to have. Approximately 90% lower.
Oh, wow.
And it is
Sorry,
legislated.
sorry, apologies to you both, but we are at time.
I am. Okay,
Okay,
interesting.
you can put yourself back on the queue if you like.
Okay. They got there.
Okay, Councillor Klassen, go ahead.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just noting that you, thank you very much for your presentation, and I know that you're arguably the most popular website in the province in that first week or so of January. I actually want to direct my question to PDS staff, and it's only in the sense that I'd like to maybe ask a question about how we use some of this information. Seeing the presentation today, I noticed that there is they highlighted the spike actually of land values that are happening in the southeast of the city, the Killarney area, the East River Lands being a driver in that, of course. But I'm wondering if that is used as because land values play such a significant role, whether we are using this kind of information and data potentially to try and shape policy, shape direction, and set priorities within the city. For example, just to kind of get ahead of what's clearly a trend happening here with people seeing more value in those properties.
We absolutely do. We rely on this data both with the finance department and our own financing growth division. Chris and his group, we look at this, we monitor it for CACs, DCLs, any development cost expectations that we put in place in planning areas, because we want to be in tune with the market. Right, yep. Does that satisfy your?
You're saying that, I'm sorry, can you give me just an example? I'm sort of thinking of the Champlain area right now, which has had some changes, but it's the very modest ones, just in terms of commercial changes around the old Champlain Mall. But do we foresee, any additional effort to look at those areas as potential areas for perhaps some new types of housing?
Yes, absolutely. That's a beautiful area. It's very low density. I think it's ripe for to increase density in a more equitable way, and particularly southeast Vancouver. I think that's an area we want to take a look at for sure.
Very good. I grew up there, so thank you.
Thanks very much for your presentation and for coming in today and for answering all of our questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I am going to suggest that we break now. The next item will take us past noon, and I know we are going in camera at 1 o'clock, so would suggest that we break now. Okay. Thank you.
Hi, Cassia. Can you hear us? Hello.
Hey, I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Great. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for bearing with us. Had a small technical issue there for a moment, but welcome back. So our next item on the agenda is, oh, do we still have quorum? Yeah, we do. 3, 5, 6, we've got quorum. We don't. Now we do. Perfect. No worries. No worries. Okay. So our next item on the agenda is a presentation on adding missing middle housing. That's going to be hard for me to say, and simplifying regulations in low density neighborhoods. And we have Teresa O'Donnell, General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here in the chamber, although that is not Teresa standing up there.
Thank you, Chairman Meisner. Paula Hubner will be giving our presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you. So please feel free to start.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Paula Huber, and I'm a senior planner on the Complete Neighborhoods team in community planning. And so I'm here today to provide an update on our initiative to add missing middle housing and simplify our regulations in low-density areas across the city. The update is to keep you informed. We're not asking you for any decisions today. The presentation also provides us an opportunity to raise awareness about the launch of the public engagement beginning in February, and I'm going to give a few details on that towards the end of the presentation. So the outline for the presentation starts with background and context, and then we get into the 3 categories of work that we're exploring and advancing, including adding missing middle, aligning our existing housing options, and simplifying the regulations. So starting off with the background and context. The goal of this initiative is to provide more missing middle housing in neighborhoods across the city. Missing middle housing describes a range of options that fall between detached houses and taller apartment buildings. In Vancouver, we have lots of houses, and we have many towers in limited areas within the city, and not much in between. Many types of housing are actually missing from most of our neighborhoods. The challenge to land more missing middle housing is one that many cities in North America are facing. Places like Portland and Edmonton and Victoria are all working to evolve their low-density areas to include more missing options that more households can afford. The initiative to land more missing middle housing is supported by the Housing Vancouver strategy. That strategy identified 4 core principles, including creating the right supply of housing, and identified a number of specific housing targets as part of the shift to the right supply, including a target for 10,000 ground-oriented ownership and rental units. So you see on the slide, this is the target in the red dashed area. That's the target that this particular work program is after. We're still doing the other things. This is just one part of the pie. The recently approved Vancouver Plan also provides policy support for this initiative. Vancouver Plan provides a long-term vision for the city and identifies different scales of growth and change in neighborhoods across the city. There's a land use strategy as part of Vancouver Plan. Adding multiplexes in low-density areas is specifically identified as an implementation action, along with the need to simplify our regulations. So we've had a lot of direction from Council on this work over a number of years. And you can see on the right-hand side of the slide, the darker tones show the older sort of motions and actions, including that Housing Vancouver strategy. And more recently, Council passed a motion in January 2022 asking staff to explore up to 6 units on a lot. So a bit of detail on that Council motion. The key drivers for the motion were to add or improve housing affordability, the need to add some more missing middle housing in most neighborhoods, and to actually respond to the climate emergency. And on the right-hand side, just a few, there were actually 20 considerations that were included in that very long motion that was approved. And so some of the highlights from that motion were things like adding more height and density, testing the financial feasibility of this opportunity, including whether or not there was enough land left to produce a density bonus or provide an affordable unit. Looking at livability and accessibility through the building types we're testing. Making sure that we're providing for family-size units because we want families in neighborhoods. Exploring the possibility of reducing the size of new single detached homes, and reporting back also on how to monitor on this initiative. So this map, all that area in pink, shows all of the areas that are zoned RS in the city. Detached homes constitute 15% of the dwelling units in the city, and properties with detached homes make up 52% of the city's land area. We're not using our land base effectively. Through this initiative, we have the opportunity to evolve our low-density areas to change what is being built and provide more homes and that more households can afford. So just a bit of citywide context with this slide. On the left-hand side, the colored pie shows the makeup of all the residential floor area in the city up to the end of 2022. And you can see that single-family housing makes up more than half of all that stock up to that point, with smaller portions of the other types of housing. And on the right-hand side, you can see that we're slowly shifting to what is built across the city. Initiatives like the secured rental policy, which is incentivizing new rental projects along arterials throughout the city, the build out of the Canby Corridor Plan, which is adding townhouses and apartments, and changes like the addition of duplex to low density areas are all starting to shift the supply. However, we're still seeing a lot of houses replaced with new large homes. And the price point for those new homes is beyond the reach of almost all households in the city. If we continue to do this, we are not aligning, our outcomes are not aligned with our stated objectives around affordability, diversity, sustainability, and equity. So that's the context, and I'm going to move on to our concept for missing middle. The objectives for this work include creating more complete neighborhoods with more missing middle housing, providing new options that cost less so more people can build a future here and live in those neighborhoods, support diverse household sizes and types, including families with children, improve livability, accessibility, and sustainability through our housing choices, and then we critically need to make it easier to build new housing with simple rules and processes. So this is a really important slide in this presentation. It just explains all the things at play here. We're taking a really important systems approach. There's so many things the city does and controls that influence what we can do. We want to make sure that the product that we're creating through any zoning changes will get built. And there is significant complexity in trade-offs. The wheel on the right-hand side shows all of the things we are trying to juggle and balance through this work, including things like aligning our regulatory and permit system, testing financials, looking at all the design objectives, a range of sustainability factors that need to be included. Is it meeting the housing need, and what impacts will it have? And then critically on the infrastructure piece, those low density neighborhoods were not designed they were designed for houses, and so there's capacity limits in them. So we've got challenges on how to mitigate risk around the capacity limits. If we want to encourage a shift to building new missing middle housing, the new options need to be attractive to the people who will build them. It is the local small home builders and designers that we believe will move up in scale from duplexes and character projects to the new multiplex option. Over the past year, we've had 4 workshops with small home builders and designers to learn from their experiences, investigate a range of topics, such as the ones that I've got listed on the slide here, things like what does the customer want? What are you facing in terms of infrastructure costs and issues, and more. Those discussions have really helped to shape our concept for new options. At our most recent workshop in December, we heard industry supporting advancing the 3 pieces of work that I'm sharing with you today. So this is the slide with a lot of detail, some juicy details about what you can do today and what we're looking at as a change. On the left-hand side, just to take you through it, just so everybody has a base understanding of what you can do in RS zones today. You can build a house with a suite, and you can have a laneway. That's 3 units, 1 is owned, and that FSR, the floor space ratio, is 0.86. You can also build a duplex, and each duplex half can have a suite, and that's a 4 units and a floor space ratio of 0.7. The bottom image on the left-hand side is labeled MCD. That would be a project built out under our character incentives program, which is allowed in all of the RS zones. There's about 10,000 pre-1940s homes that are eligible for that option. And so with that program, you have an old home and you considerably rebuild it and add to it and build an infill at the back. And you can have up to 6 units on a single lot, and you have a floor space ratio of 0.85. We've seen about close to 175 of those character projects, what we call MCD, since 2018 when that option was added in all of the RS zones. And we feel that it is a very effective pilot for the new multiplex option that we're creating as a new build. So on the right-hand side of the slide, you can see some illustrations there. Those are just examples of the range of things that people could do under our new multiplex concept. We have options that are single building and 2 building, and options that are all above grade, and options with the partial basement. So the concept is very much, as I said, the pilot for character is very much influencing this. 3 to 6 units, 1 FSR, which would be the next step up in terms of scale in those low density areas. 3 stories, a focus on family size units and improving accessibility. There will be low or no on-site car parking. There will be spaces secured to store bicycles. And there will be a set rate density bonus charge. No negotiation, no confused, it'd be very clear what you'd be expected to pay to take advantage of this opportunity. And possibly a below market unit, which I'll get into some more detail on a coming slide. So we are proposing that we allow this new option in all of the RS zones across the city, which is shown on the map. And the reasons for that is because we want to have a very simple process. We do not want a situation where the permitting group is having to vet sites and decide this one's in, that one's in. It would be very complex and confusing for staff and residents alike. So we want to do it like laneway houses were added and like duplexes today, where it's allowed in all the zones. We also want to spread out the impact of this additional option across all those low density areas so that we can manage the utility impact. That's the impact on the sewers and our electrical systems. In addition to spreading it out across those RS areas, we will also need to potentially require on-site stormwater measures so that we can limit the risk to our sewers. For the last reason for wanting to do it across all of those areas is to distribute the opportunity equally across the city. Just to point on the color differentiation on the map, the gold tone shows what we're calling standard lots, which are lots up to 50 feet. And on those lots, we are proposing 4 units would be possible. And the larger lots, which are the teal, predominantly on the west side of the city, would have an opportunity for up to 6 units. You can put more units on a lot that's bigger. An important objective with this work is to provide homes that cost less than a new house or a duplex. So this slide provides an illustrative comparison for a standard lot on the east side of the city. And you can see there, I'm not sure if these prices are current with the presentation you had this morning, but 2.8 for a new house, $1.5 million, let's say, for a duplex on the east side, and then a 4-plex would be less than that, probably still over $1 million, right? And so the point about all this exercise of adding more units on a lot is that the income required to support the purchase of those units falls as you add more units on the lot. Homes are still expensive, but this is an important part of the overall housing strategy. It's a little gap.
You frozen? Or?
Oh, there we go.
Right.
So just this slide drills down into this idea about below market home ownership, and I think there's a lot of talk about what this could be. So just to clarify, we're looking at providing a new unit that would be sold at below market price to eligible buyers. And there's different ways, different cities are doing different things on this. Sometimes it's you want to set the income level that lets you buy that below market unit, and sometimes it's limited to first time buyers, or there may be some other qualification approach to that. There's some places that want to permanently discount that price of that below market unit, and other times it's the first buyer in that gets the discount. So different cities take different approaches to this. Below market ownership is not a substitute for other types of low cost housing. We need all those things, like we need rental, below market rental, and social housing. This does not replace it. It's just part of the overall housing pie. So we're continuing to do exploration on this. We've got, essentially we're looking at this as an option in lieu of a density bonus charge that could be applied to the new Plex option. We're considering the depth of affordability that might be achieved. And we're working with partners like BC Housing and nonprofits to work out the details moving forward. Adding multiplexes to new missing middle options will provide both benefits, and there will be trade-offs. On the benefit side of the ledger, this opportunity to add more homes on each lot will make neighborhoods more complete. New electrically heated buildings with floor area above grade will use less concrete and reduce greenhouse gas pollution. New options will make it possible for more households, and particularly families, to live and own in neighborhoods. Allowing above grade construction will also provide improved accessibility in the housing types that are allowed in these low density neighborhoods. And on the right hand side of the slide, there will be trade-offs. Business as usual in low density areas where older homes are replaced with new larger homes and duplexes and laneways are built in the rear of the lots already has impacts. Adding slightly larger buildings could add to the level of impact in terms of tree loss, pressure on street parking, shadowing and privacy reduction, and the pressure on the utilities capacity. So moving to the next section, which is on alignment. So this table shows the range of choices in RS today in the middle. And then if we take the program that I just outlined and add multiplex to the far right side, being the highest sort of choice that you would then be able to do in those RS neighborhoods, 1 FSR, 3 to 6 ownership units on the far right side. If we add a choice for more intensive use of the lot, and then we also look at, on the left-hand side, a possible reduction in the size of new homes. That action was actually specifically identified in the council motion from January 22, something to explore. If we do those two things together, take away a bit of the opportunity on the new house side and add more intensive options on the right-hand side, then we're starting to encourage a shift towards more missing middle housing by providing more floor space with more units. So it's a bit of a shift to our current system. Other cities like Portland have followed this approach. So we have a number of items that we're looking at in terms of potential changes to the existing options. I'll take you through these fairly quickly. We're looking at restoring a no basement option for new houses. Requiring part of the house to be in a basement was introduced in the 90s in our efforts to help limit the scale of new houses. And it did work, but it also negatively impacted accessibility. There's stairs in all new houses to get into the house or the basement. The second thing we're looking at is reducing the size of new houses, which I just took you through. The third piece would be adding the potential for a larger laneway house. And I should have mentioned that reducing the size to 0.6. The vast majority of houses today in the city are built at 0.6 because the change to allow 0.7 only came in 2009. So about 55,000 of the houses today are built at 0.6. So we're combining the smaller house and the larger laneway together because if you have a small house, then you should be able to have a larger laneway, whether it's an existing small house or a new smaller house. So that's kind of a pair of ideas there. We also want to apply the new requirements that I've been mentioning through the presentation, the rainwater tank, the potential to plant new trees with each kind of development, and space at the back of the lot for one of those electrical boxes that you sometimes see if you walk down the alleys. Those three things are requirements that we're exploring to add to all the options. And lastly, we want to reduce the depth of a basement from 5 feet to 4 feet so that all new buildings can have a gravity connection to the sewer so that you don't have to pump sewer up to the street. And that improves resilience. If there's a power outage and your sewer's pumped, you can't flush your toilets in the basement. Okay, the last chunk. Oops. Oh, there we go. Okay, so here is the challenge. We have 9 low-density zones, and the colored map on the right shows all those zones. The biggest one is RS1, which pretty much is all of the east side of Vancouver. The regulations for duplexes, laneway houses, secondary suites, and those character incentives are the same across all of the 9 zones. What's different is the regulations and the design guidelines for houses. The RS regulations have taken decades to build up and have been amended extensively over the years. This has resulted in a higher degree of design control for houses in some neighborhoods, mostly on the west side, and in very complicated regulations which are difficult for both the applicants and for staff. This adds uncertainty and impacts processing times. If we want to add new options and we want to have a more efficient permitting system, we need to simplify the existing RS zones and processes to create capacity by standardization and consistency, more standardization and consistency across those zones, and we got to reduce some complexity. On the right-hand side of the slide, you can see how this work today aligns with 3 other major pieces of work, including the Permit Modernization Task Force pilot that reduced the scope of low-density permit reviews to focus on critical regulations and paused our practice of evaluating projects for compliance with design guidelines. The second one is the regulation redesign project that delivered an updated zoning and development bylaw with a user-friendly format. Throughout that project, the feedback from the applicant, staff, and builders highlighted the critical need to simplify our regulations. And lastly, the early action of Vancouver plan is to simplify regulations. So there's 3 pieces that we're looking at in terms of simplifying. The first is to standardize those requirements. The first standard setbacks for buildings, uses, height, those types of things. The second part is more about process in terms of removing guidelines and our practice of notification. These changes will allow for greater design freedom, reduce and simplify staff review, provide more certainty to the applicants, and remove discretion. So if we can make real progress on items 1 and 2 in this slide, then we would be able to combine and reduce the number of RS zones. Instead of 9, I don't know, 2, 3, maybe 1. We have to see how far we can go on the simplification. In light of this, the desire for simpler regulations and processes, we are proposing a simple approach to make the permit process for multiplexes as simple as possible. They'd be added as an outright use, like houses, laneways, and duplexes in all of those 9 zones. There'd be no discretionary design guidelines. We'd have simple design regulations like we do for duplexes. There'd be no neighborhood notification. These projects, because they're multifamily, would require both a development permit and a building permit, but we could overlap those 2 steps so that we can reduce the processing time. So that's the 3 chunks of work. So I have just a couple of slides on engagement and our project targeted timeline for the project. So in 2 weeks' time, we'll be putting up our Shape Your City page. And that page will have a lot more information, what we've seen today and more for the public to go to. And there'll be a survey available to be completed. And we'll be using media to push people to that page so that they're aware of this work and they can learn more about it. We're having 8 in-person and online events in the different quadrants of the city, so all people who live in different neighborhoods can get a chance to learn about this and comment on it. And then in the spring, we've got more stakeholder and industry meetings planned. So the target timeline for this work shows that we're at the star point there just before the launch of public engagement. Then we'll take the feedback from our February engagement and further technical work to refine our proposal. We'll have a second round of public engagement in the spring. And then over the summer, we'll be working on a council report with bylaws for referral for a public hearing in the fall. And if all goes well, we hope to have that bylaw enacted early in 2024 and be in a position with training completed to take in new multiplex applications. So just in summary, I took you through the 3 pieces of work: adding missing middle housing, aligning our existing options, and simplifying our regulations. And thank you for your time, and the team is here to answer questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Council, you'll have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members, so please add yourself to the queue. I added myself to the queue. I was thinking about the missing middle, our desire, obviously, to increase the uptake of this type of housing and build more housing. Just wondering, is it staff's opinion that we should proceed based on the current restrictions in the pilot project, the 2,000 lot limit and the scattered RS zones? Just curious about your opinion on that.
You know, I hate to get too far out over our skis before the public engagement, but at this point, yes, we think that removing the number, the 2,000 pilot, and having to track that, we think there might be a little bit of run on the bank. If people thought that if we created a false scarcity and people thought, I've got to get in there and get one, we also think that it would allow for more even distribution across the city. That's our thinking right now. But again, these ideas haven't been tested with the public. They've been tested very thoroughly with the industry, but not with the public. But today I would say yes, that would be my recommendation.
Okay. And would staff feel comfortable, surfacing and advancing those ideas in the public engagement process? Or are there plans to?
Sure, we could talk about that.
Okay, great. On the on-street parking issue, is it a restriction on on having low to no parking, or is that just a desired outcome?
Great, thank you for the question. Paul Storer, Director of Transportation. We've been working with planning staff to see what we can fit on site. It looks like there will be some opportunity on some sites for parking, and there seems to be some interest from the builders in providing some. But like our current RS zoning that allows for a single, kind of 3 units with a single parking space, there won't be kind of a space per unit. So we're looking to see what we can fit on site and how we can accommodate that, but there probably will be increased pressure on-street parking.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And I was just thinking with, in reference to the second part of the presentation on the simplification of the RS zoning, as part of this missing middle work, would staff be able to report back on opportunities to simplify those RS zones? Perhaps, if it's 1 or 2, whatever the best option is in low density areas. And yeah, just asking if staff would be able to report back on potentially collapsing those or combining them.
Happy to do that. We think those 9 zones now, distinction without a difference. We see a real economy in combining those. Yes, happy to report back.
And actually, Paul had another question, transportation related. Sorry to make you get up again. With the parking approach, has there been any thought around EV parking? Because it seems to me that people who have EVs are probably going to want to charge them at home. There aren't many street side charging points. Just wondering if that's been considered.
Yeah, so in terms of the shift to EVs, we've been working with sustainability to figure out how to provide those opportunities for people to charge. It is one of the benefits of having on-site parking is that it provides kind of more space for EVs. I think one of the things that we'll kind of run into kind of one way or the other is that, those spaces will be allocated, to someone, to one of the units, and that may not be the unit that has the EV. So we're looking at how we can provide those opportunities on site and how we can continue to provide better opportunities on the street for people to charge.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further. Oh, apologies. Yep, Councillor Boyle. Sorry. Oh, I'm in the wrong. Am I in the wrong queue? Oh, I can't see that queue for some reason. Yeah. Oh. I can't see it for some reason. Sure, we're just going to recess for a moment. Thanks for your patience. Surely people have questions. Yeah. If it's not on here, I don't know why. No. Yeah. Okay. I was like an important topic. I'm not on it. That's so odd. Because if you come, oh, now are you just? Sorted the technical issue there. Thanks for your patience. Councillor Boyle, please. Oh, pardon me, we've lost quorum. One moment. It's a dynamic situation today.
Can I go?
Yes, please go ahead, Councillor Lenny, please sit down.
Thank you, staff, for this. I have a whole bunch of questions, so I'm going to see how many I can get in 5 minutes. My first question is, what does it look like to go beyond one FSR? Certainly, my reaction is I'm excited about this, and also it seems relatively moderate, particularly looking at what we're already allowing with conversion and infill. So, and it's a lot of work going into that change, and we're in a housing crisis. How do we go further?
So thank you for the question. So we set a limit of 1 FSR in those low density areas because of the sewer capacity limit and risks. And I think I'll invite Lon to speak to, or Donnie, about the risk and how our approach to this is trying to limit that.
Thank you for the question, Donnie Wong with engineering. Yeah, our sewer systems were primarily built in the 1960s and for single-family homes. They're seeing more and more pressure as a result of development, but also because of climate change impacts, higher storm intensities, and what have you. So certainly 1.0 FSR is incremental increase. However, what's also the biggest contributor is the level of imperviousness on the site and how much runoff is created by that. So, 1.0 is we felt was reasonable. I think 1.2 is the townhouse type of development, which has its own set of design guidelines, which further mitigate the capacity issues. So
I have 2 follow-up questions on that. And one is, I guess, won't we eventually need to make those utility upgrades anyway? And so could we looking at how we think about that proactively and just going further and wrapping it into what we're doing here rather than waiting 10 or 20 more years?
right, I think the biggest challenge with our utilities is really the cost. So replacing an underground pipe, even a single meter, could cost anywhere from $4,000 to $10,000 per meter in the road. So the cost to replace infrastructure is really significant. We are advancing kind of our discipline. We're doing utility planning along with line use planning, and what's a good example of that has been the Broadway plan as well as the Vancouver plan. So we're looking at more and more ways to just take advantage of the capacity that we have and phase the land use changes with infrastructure so we can be really smart with get most value out of our investments.
Okay. Ultimately, we do need to make those utility upgrades. I guess I'm trying to understand when and how that happens if it's not now.
Well, I think there's a trigger, and I think that's the recommendation. That's how the recommendation landed to distribute the multiplex kind of opportunity throughout all the RS zones to limit the amount of impact to our system, so that it's more distributed in nature and not focused in one area that will trigger significant and really expensive infrastructure upgrades. So we are studying our capacity. We're continuing to monitor all throughout the city, but we want to mitigate the flooding risk associated with land use changes.
Okay. Chair, can I move for a second round of questions?
You can, but I accidentally took you off the speaker's queue. Apologies about that. We'll put you back on there. Just a moment.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, I'm waiting. Move for a second round.
Yes.
Of
Can we?
questions.
Nope. Okay. So all in favor?
Yay.
Yeah. All opposed? Okay. Carries. Thank you.
Thanks. I have, I think, just one more utility question. Could we be looking at allowing taller forms with less site coverage to mitigate, so we go above? You said the townhouse form has design implications that make it okay up to 1.2. How can we shift the form so there's still more pervious areas while we're allowing more housing space?
Well, I think we have engaged a consultant for this this initiative for multiplexes, and they are looking at different types of housing forms and to get a better understanding of the impact to our systems.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's something that we can look into with our planning colleagues for future land use policies.
Okay. I'm almost out of time, but one of my other questions is if the public engagement tells us to go further than this, what would our response be? Can we do that?
Good question. I think that we are, with our work on implementing the Vancouver plan, looking at the next layers of change beyond this base layer that can be accommodated within the existing infrastructure capacity. Like, there's different plans. Teresa could speak.
Hi, Councillor. Dan Garrison, Housing Policy. We just also wanted to say this, in terms of the missing middle work that's being put forward now, is we think of this as not the full response to the housing crisis. This is one layer of additional capacity that we're proposing. We do have other significant initiatives underway. For example, our secured rental policy, which does enable rental apartment forms in RS and RT zones, which was just recently adopted. We already have 30 applications in proposing 2,600 new rental units in these areas under that policy. So we do have other very significant pieces of work that we're bringing forward. Donnie mentioned the Broadway plan, so there are much bigger initiatives underway as well, at least in terms of scale of development, if not geography. And those kinds of scales allow us to manage the infrastructure upgrades that are needed. At this scale, it's more about, as Donnie said, managing the risk and distributing, trying to get the sort of best outcome we can without putting that system at risk.
Okay.
Just
see I'm
flagging the
like
time.
A minute over. You can take it off my next round.
No, it's okay. I gave it to you because of the issue with the.
Can I just add one more point to your question about scale? The builders that we have been meeting with, what they want is certainty. If they have to get into upgrading sewers or bringing in water, they don't want it. They said, I'd rather have less floor space and certainty than more floor space and uncertainty.
Okay, I'll just have to cut things off there. Apologies. Just a point of order. I'm having a technical problem here where my email is not updating and seem to not have internet access. So maybe that is what happened with the queue. Yeah, so just a moment, please.
Live things and then the sound of a spoon in the back. Like through
Hey, thanks everybody for bearing with us for another technical issue. Anyways, we're going to resume with questions, and Councillor Dominato is next on the queue. So over to you, Councillor.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, staff. Thrilled to see the presentation. It's been a long journey since, spring of 2020, when we first did a motion on missing middle housing, and so near and dear to my heart. I do have a couple of questions. I'm curious about, in the context of this allowing additional density, potentially fourplex, sixplex, or townhomes, do we have an overarching inventory of, in those RS zones, where we have single detached homes with basement suites or secondary suites and laneways, or duplexes with those secondary, like, do we have an overarching view of how many units we do have in the existing RS zones?
Good question. We have a partial inventory because I think some of the suite data comes from BC Assessment Authority, and it's hard to count suites that don't have permits, right? The vast majority do not have a permit. We definitely have an inventory of laneway houses, and we can match them to sites for sure. And I think we're close to 5,000 now, 5,000 laneway houses since it was started in 2009. We can provide data if you specifically ask us what you want, and we'll get what we can from all of our sources.
Okay, that's great. In the context of the presentation today, if I understood correctly, this would follow a similar path to what we saw with laneways and duplex in terms of that outright ability to build in those zones, and it would have to come to a public hearing for a broader public engagement and discourse, correct?
That's correct. We'd do our engagement events, and we'd come back with a considerable number of bylaws, all that simplification that we talked about, and then layering this new option into the 9 zones or whatever. If we combine them, 3 zones, whatever's down, there'd be a series of bylaws that need to be considered at hearing. Yes.
Okay, great. I did love the fact that you guys were talking about that sort of simplification and certainty. And in part, to frame the question, is that when I was researching the motion around missing middle, looking at the housing demonstration program and the policy that supported that going back a couple of decades. And one of the examples was at 41st and St. George, where you had 2 quite large lots. I don't think they're standard lots, but and what was built there was 27 townhomes, which had like outdoor space patios and then a shared communal space. I'm curious, with this policy introduction, would there still be an ability to see other models of ground-oriented missing middle housing that would go beyond sort of the 16 units, but on a larger, those again, these are, if you see it in person, they're quite large lots where they were able to do that and achieve that gentle density, affordable home ownership for families, but also green space for those families sharing the space. Will that still be possible? Will there be kind of, I'm basically getting at kind of unique circumstances or things that don't quite fit this mold.
So we're trying to take an approach that's consistent and just be single lots for this type of building, so that it can be incrementally added to a block, and we don't change the pattern character, which is so key to the character of many neighborhoods. So there certainly would be, in the future, we can certainly look to those more assemblies with different formats. Sometimes when you kick it up to a bigger scale, you end up with underground parking, which comes with a whole pile of other costs and rainwater and permeability issues. So there's a sweet spot in there for scale, right, that works for cost and all those other factors. You saw that wheel that I showed you. There's so many things to think about.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And yeah, I was kind of getting at that assembly, but not assembly for sort of 6 or 8 story buildings, but more that, again, that gentle density. Councillor Boyle asked about sort of pervious space. I'm curious about, have you seen some models, examples in your conversations with the sector already around where the 4plex or 6plex that still enables green space or outdoor access on the site? Because again, you're, on those standard lots. Is there models, good examples?
I would say the character program is the model for this, and we've got 175 of those applications. You can walk around the RT6 neighborhood, which is just to the south of here, and you can see those character projects being built. Yes, there is still green space on those lots because there's not underground parking. It's tight, but there is still great space for trees typically new trees to be planted, some retention if it's outside of the building envelope, but yes, there's still space for greenery and outdoor patios and living space.
Okay. That's actually
Just
a
noting the
perfect-
time, Councillor Dominato. Sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, shoot, I am over time. Okay, well, we have a second round. I think that's been asked.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, and thanks very much for the presentation. Echoing Councillor Dominato's comments that this feels like it's been a real journey over the last 3 or 4 years. One of the initial presentations on this as sort of a concept, I think it was last January, but time is a different reality now through COVID, was around the financial modeling of this type of housing. And I'm just feeling like there was maybe, it wasn't in the presentation at all. And I wonder if there's any added detail that staff can offer in terms of land lift, how we propose this will be something that people will want to do based on the fact that there will be significant land lift on single family lots if we don't manage that in some. We talked about covenants, we talked about trusts, we talked about below market units, but none of that was sort of talked about today. So I wonder if I could just get an update there.
Okay, sure. During the presentation, I mentioned that to manage land lift, we'd be using a density bonus charge, which is similar to what's used in the townhouses in Canby Corridor. When you come get your permit, you pay a charge per square foot. It's all figured out. But the rate varies. It's going to need to vary across the city because the west side, these projects will be quite lucrative on large lots, and on the west side, not so much, because you can already get a duplex. So we're talking about a triplex or a fourplex. So we kind of see there'll be a difference on the west side, east side, and the size of the lot. So there'll be some categories of charge. I don't recall I don't think we've shared anything on this specifically financially. It might have been a DCL update or something that you're referring to, but there'll also be DCLs applying to these projects just like there is to all new buildings. But we do know that these are financially viable across the city. The rate that can be paid will vary depending, as I said, on where it is and how big the lot is.
So maybe just coming at it from a different perspective is what measures will we have in place? And I hear the density bonusing, but to limit land speculation, to limit land lift.
That is the measure, but I'll turn it over to Grace to speak on that.
Grace Chang, Director of... Sorry, start all over again. Grace Chang, Director of Long-Term Financial Strategy. So this is very similar to how the Planning Department and the City of Vancouver has been dealing with Broadway in general. Even before Council approved the Broadway plan, we have development contribution expectation. It's really to upfront tell all the developers or people who want to do land assembly to understand what is the cost that the city will be looking to recover, to support growth. So when you, say for example, bid for a piece of land, you actually factor in all the costs. So my understanding is that a similar discussion will also be having, not development contribution expectation. It's about the density bonus contribution. Is a similar construct here, meaning that everyone knows that what is the cost that you need to contribute to the city to support growth. So when people buy and sell land, that should be factored that in. So that is one of the way to dampen land value. The other thing I want to kind of maybe hone in on is that because this is residential properties, so even if there's still some sort of land there for escalation in assessment or assessed value, because it's residential, for existing property owners who may not be willing and able and ready for redevelopment or go with this scheme, if they have been living there at least for 10 years or more, they can actually take advantage of the Assessment Act, Section 19.8, declare that this is their primary residence. They have been there for 10 years or more. So the assessed value will be done based on their existing use as opposed to the future higher and better use. So that is one way to basically dampen the property tax implication to existing property owners if they are not ready to redevelop.
And so that would be through the BC assessment process?
Correct, annually.
So that they're not going to risk sort of elevated property taxes essentially because their land value's gone up even though they don't want to develop. And is 10 years a good threshold in terms of time?
Well, that is based on the Assessment Act. That is a requirement. You have to be, you have to have lived there as your principal residence for 10 years or above.
Right.
Then you will be subject to a more favorable kind of assessment as long as you continue to live there.
Okay, I have questions regarding character, home retention in this model, but I'm out of time, so I'll come back on the list and hopefully can get an answer on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. My first question has to do with a definition that you talked about in your presentation, below market. How do you define that? Is it 20% below? Well, anyway, you tell me.
Yeah, thanks. I'll go the other way. Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, so we actually haven't defined it yet. We're working through the process of a definition of that right now and developing potential options for below market home ownership. So that's part of the work program that's underway. We're looking at measures that are pretty common, like BC Housing's moderate income or middle income limits. We're looking at median incomes and seeing what can be afforded. This is, of course, an area of the city and a type of housing that we're talking about that is great family-oriented housing. So we'd be looking at family incomes likely. Those are the kinds of things we're thinking about, but it's still to be determined what the below-market home ownership model might be, and including the income targets.
Right. Yeah, those are important in our. Yep. Happy to see that work progress. You also, in the intro, talked about up to 4 units in the household income that would be needed to afford, but you didn't do the 6 units, and this program does allow up to 6 units. What do you sense the average household income might be if a lot in the larger over 50-foot lots?
I think it would be very similar to the four units.
Oh, so over 200,000.
Yes, because it's a bigger parcel, and so they're sharing a parcel that's worth more, over 6 units
Well,
instead
it's the
of.
land.
It's land. Land is everything.
Okay. Okay. When we talked about this and gave direction to proceed, we talked about rental being in the mix. I didn't hear much about that in the presentation. It was mostly focused on ownership.
Yes, Councillor. We know from all of our testing work over many years that if you want to build secured rental, you need to build it in an apartment format with floor space of at least 2 and maybe more depending on the neighborhood. So we know that from the work we just did on our secured rental policy. This type of housing, the density is just not enough to support rental.
Yeah. Now, why I raise that is because I've been approached over the years by many people who have said, look, I love to see more units on my lot. I have 3 kids. I've said this to you before, but I'm going to repeat it now. I've got 3 kids. If I allow one to inherit, there's no equity in I have not got the money to give equity to my other children. So if there could be something where there was ownership and maybe even suites you could rent out to help with the mortgages in the to do the building, that would be great. So I think there's a lot of interest in that. Yeah.
Yeah, and Councillor, I do think the option, I think Paula's right that you're not going to see sort of commercial builders building rental housing at this scale. But I think the approach we would look at taking is let's not set up the program to be a barrier to somebody who does want to build one of these non-strata titled as rental housing, or at least non-strata titled as a family option or whatever. So I think that's going to be the approach we would take. We also heard from nonprofits in BC Housing that not to assume that there wouldn't be nonprofits that might be interested in building something on a single lot at this scale, for example, so if they already own a lot like this, for example. So we do want to look at that option. We don't think there's going to be a lot of take up for rental commercially at this scale, but we do want to set up the program to not be a barrier to somebody who does want to do that.
I mean, there's a lot of people who still think the beauty of the RT7, RT8 zoning with not only heritage retention, but the fact that we're suites, and there's a lot of rental in those zones.
Yep, agreed.
Okay. Last term, Councillor Wee put forward a motion around a Vancouver Special 2.0. So some standardized plans that could be used and maybe enhance the ability to move quickly through the permitting process? Have we thought about that at all with this?
Yes, we have thought about it, and I think the best thing to do is to put our rules out and test them with the industry, and they will quickly learn and figure out what's the most efficient, cost-effective building type that they'll prefer. I mean, we've seen that happen with Laneway. We didn't dictate the size, and they just figured it out on their own. Remember, the city didn't invent Vancouver specials. Right, builders did around our rules, so I think that we're certainly not going to be dictating that. We could explore it at our next workshop with them and see where they think their preference would be. But I think you have to let it happen for a few years, and then we see what works.
Great, thank you.
Thank you both. Councillor Fry.
Thanks. And thank you for the presentation. We were joking the other day about how the missing middle as a built form vernacular often gets conflated and confused with missing middle class housing. And indeed, this does sort of seem to be fitting the bill for missing middle class housing. And with respect to some of the comments that were made earlier, I'm curious how we can get to those smaller apartment form buildings. Now, I live in Strathcona. We have like the oldest infrastructure in the city. We have 25-foot by 150-foot lots where we often see, you know, the four-store, corner store kind of vernacular of single load corridor, front a lot to back a lot, with this aged infrastructure, and they work fine, and they're standing 100 years later, and they're providing, you know, good quality older housing stock. How do we get to that as part of this sort of missing middle conversation? With respect, and I appreciate Dan had brought up the, you know, the larger rental project stuff coming down the pipe, but I'm talking the smaller 3, 4-story.
Right, and
But denser.
it's a very good question. With this work, we're trying to focus on putting families in neighborhoods in these ground-oriented types. So you're asking a question really about small apartment buildings, and I think that's another layer of housing choice that we would like to explore. Hopefully, taking a citywide approach, following the Vancouver Plan guidance on, you know, where the scale of change and growth across the city. But it would be distinct from this, because these are definitely single lot opportunities layered into the current pattern in neighborhoods.
Okay, so where Donnie was mentioning the infrastructure capacity, and I don't believe that single load corridors are permissible under code anymore. Are we looking to, like, it seems like those are the rocks in the way of making a lot of this stuff happen.
Maybe, Marie, do you want to speak about code and apartments? And
there's no limitation in code in terms of single loaded corridors for apartment buildings. But like Paula said, it's a kind of a step up in terms of typology. So now when we're really exploring at this stage, but like Paula said, certainly something we can look at later.
Okay. On the new basement kind of considerations as far as going to 5 to 4th Street, and I appreciate the gravity sewer, and I know that that's different from neighborhood to neighborhood. I know that, you know, in my neighborhood, there's lots of places with 6-foot drop gravity fed sewer access, but maybe it's a deeper sewer. Now that said, and I appreciate there's an environmental performance piece, but I also appreciate that a lot of basements are used without any plumbing and just for storage. So smaller apartments, but more storage in the basement kind of a thing. Is that an option under this? Like a non-livable basement, but a basement that can be used?
you can have a crawl space and have storage. Is it 4 feet? 4 feet height and a lot of duplexes do that now. They've decided not to go with the basement, to put all the floor space above grade, and they've got a crawl space so you can put your Christmas stuff and your golf clubs and things down there. But there's no plumbing fixtures down there, so there's no issue about pumping the sewer.
Right, so, and I guess that's my point. Can we go deeper than 4 feet if we have no sewer access?
You could. We're talking about basements, so I don't think we're restricting the depth of a cellar. A cellar is, you can't live in it. A cellar, right? If you want to actually rent your basement in a house today, you can't have a basement. If you build a new house, the basement can't be any deeper than 5 feet. And that's a change from 2 years ago, which made those basement suites so much more livable. Like, it's incredible if you walk around, and now there's windows in the basement suites. So we're just looking to lift them up again to deal with a range of issues, livability, accessibility, and the sewer.
Okay, so I missed that distinction though. So a cellar is different from a basement, and a cellar could be deeper, more storage, whatever, that kind of thing. Okay.
We'll still allow cellars in houses.
Okay. That's good for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Mayor Sim.
Great. Thank you. I just have one question. By the way, great work. This is awesome. It's exciting. My question to the group is, what do you need from council to help you speed up the process? Because I saw the timeline. In a perfect world, we're looking at, according to the timeline, we're looking at an early 2024 implementation. Is there any way we can speed it up if you had more support from council?
I think we have all the support from council that we need. You saw we've got like 6 or 7 years of really great motions driving us to this day. There's a lot of work involved here, and we have a great team, and I think we've laid out a pretty ambitious schedule. I don't know if Teresa wants to comment further.
That's a great question, and we really appreciate. I really appreciate that. We could probably accelerate this depending on the public feedback, but I don't want to mislead council that when we're out talking to neighborhoods about combining these zones and reducing the eliminating discretion, there will be discussion about. There will be concern. There will be discussion about that. So we want to let that settle, right? We want to put that idea out, let it settle. If we don't see a lot of serious concerns, we can certainly speed this up. But we want to give ample time for this idea to marinate, because when you're talking about people's homes, they get very nervous, right? So we might be a little conservative in these timelines, but I one of the ways I could respond to that is if we're not getting serious opposition and we come back to you and say we need to go faster, your support in that would be fantastic.
Awesome. Well, just let us know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Klassen.
Chair, thank you staff for all the work you've done. It's kind of nice to come into this chamber and have all this work being presented now, and it's exciting to look forward on it. I'm going to focus on two different areas. There's a slide here just talking about standardizing setbacks and simplifying design freedom. Just on the subject of setbacks, there are some neighborhoods where there are buildings that are legacy buildings that are probably closer to the front sidewalk, if you'd like. But because there was a change over time, eventually all the homes around it. I'm just wondering if any thought has been given to perhaps shifting that setback, maybe starting with the end of the block, for example, rather than kind of going mid-block. And I've talked to neighbors who've seen duplexes that have been 4 feet longer in the back, and they're concerned about that. So I'm not suggesting that it would be an easy change, but have we looked at ways of getting like a stacked townhouse unit that might be in that on the block, or work on blocks where reducing the setbacks is a potential graduated process?
Okay, I just want to understand your question. We are looking at reduced setbacks for multiplexes, like what we can no longer have 20 feet of lawn in the front yard, right? And we are building in relaxation. So if we did get a situation where the block had that particular attribute, or maybe there's a tree that needs to be retained, that we can relax it. We do want to sort of move away from a customization block by block approach, and like certainty and standardizing is how we save time, right? And so as opposed to unique setbacks on different blocks. So does that answer your question? If we do have relaxation provisions and we sort of list the reasons why that we can use those relaxations, including unique attributes of the block.
That answers my question on setbacks. Thank you very much. The second area is there were some comments about permeability of soil, retention of rainwater, because of the amount of the way the land is used in a lot. I'm wondering if there have been any other serious conversations at revisiting the Green Lane pilot, which has had its 20th anniversary this year, originally brought forward in 2002. There were 3. In fact, I'm kind of a steward of one myself, and I would love to invite staff and council to come down and take a tour of it someday, because it is in its 20th anniversary, and I think it's a really interesting forum that might make laneway living more pleasant and address some of that permeability issue.
Okay, Lon Leclerc is going to speak to that.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Lon Leclerc, General Manager of Engineering Services. Yes, we're always looking for opportunities to increase the permeability of our city. And so that's something that green infrastructure projects over the last couple of years have really highlighted the benefits of that. A lot of our lanes, which aren't paved right now, of course, have that inherently. But converting a lane to a non-paved lane, it's certainly something we would entertain. Just wanted to speak to a little bit to the sewer and rainwater management issue, just because that will be coming to council in our Healthy Waters Plan, which is coming up on February 1st. And it does explain the city as a whole, and in particular for this project, this work by the planning department, which of course is across the entire city. But as you know, our system was built out over certain decades, and some parts of our city are of a certain age and they're due for replacement. And we're bringing in separation and we're bringing in lots of capacity, in other areas we're not. And so in that plan, you'll see a better picture of what the whole rainwater management strategy looks like across the entire city.
Thank you. I look forward to it. I think that I'll stop right there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you both. Councillor Kirby Young has added herself to the queue. And since we're... apologies. One moment. Councillor Joe, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I think this is really good initiative. It really bring the much needed housing to the market for sure. But at the same time, it will also make the land for single house even more rare. So could potentially, probably, even boost the value of single house even more. So does that mean, the single house owner is going to pay more in property tax? So we basically shift the property tax to the single house owner.
My apology. Can you repeat again? I just want to make sure I understand.
Because we're going to build more multiplex in the neighborhood. That would make the land for single house even more rare. So, the demand supply issue, right? So that means the value for the single house, the land for single house will be even higher.
Unfortunately, I'm not sure how I can speculate that.
Okay.
So I cannot speculate that. It's possible. It is possible, yeah.
So basically, it's a possibility that we shift the property tax to the single house owner on the multiplex, potentially.
It's really hard for me to speculate this, but if that happens, yes, there will be a shift of tax from one group of properties to another. Yeah. But that being said, I think the way that the planning department is going to make sure that that's not going to happen, or at least within our control, is to really make sure that we can calibrate the density bonus charges, or the way that you can actually build those to really kind of, I would say, level it so that it's not going to have the spike on a single family homes. That's my understanding. So if the calculation is wrong, then we can always calibrate the density bonus kind of charge, that kind of thing, to really kind of adjust the land value. That's my understanding, which is typically what we do all the time.
Okay.
We will be monitoring this and reporting back. Remember, there's 65,000 single-family lots in the city. We hope to get 500 a year of this, so it's still a pretty minor.
Very small impact. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So the second question is, it's really good to see this simplified regulation initiative. So have we done any analysis to, after we finish all this simplification, what will be the wait time, the impact on the wait time for the permit?
We aren't at that stage yet. We're still
Okay.
took the concept and some ideas that we're exploring. So we can certainly look at that as part of our work moving forward. But without the simplification, we can't affect. There's no hope of actually speeding up the process.
Yeah, so we are really keen to see the impact because we have the 3331 policy, so we can, really.
I'm not ready to commit to 3 days, but that's my target, right?
Okay, thank you. That's all my question.
Okay, thank you. Now I will do what I tried to do a moment ago. Councillor Kirby Young has added herself to the queue, but since we're still in the first round of questions, we're just going to move Councillor Kirby Young up. So please go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And hopefully this question hasn't been asked. I'll apologize in advance. I just came from a Metro meeting. But I'm zeroing in on slide 17 and 23 and just trying in sort of in layman's terms, if you're a member of the public, to zero in on what is different, because you can build, it's identified here, the 3, 4, 6 units today versus what you can build tomorrow, and recognizing that there are zoning changes proposed that would go citywide, just like with the laneway houses or duplexes. So can you articulate, for the average person, if you're a homeowner in Vancouver and you have a lot, in layman's terms, what it is that will be different? And is the other part of, is it mostly relating to the form and the number of units? And the other part of that is that, does it shift, is it about more ownership opportunities for people compared to rental? Because in our current configuration, like the house, it's 1 ownership, 2 secondary rental, for example. With the duplex, it's 2 ownership, 2 secondary rental, and the character is all ownership up to 6. So can you just sort of distill it down?
Okay. So the character program is available to about 10,000 of the single-family lots today. So there's maybe 10,000 properties that are eligible for up to 6 units on a lot if they have a large lot. That is a major rebuild, and that's only viable as strata. So what we're doing is this is a new build opportunity. And so the differences it'd be following the same number of units per lot as the character program allows on those 10,000 pre-1940s properties. So that's common. What's different is you wouldn't have that traditional house look to it. It could be new, modern. It can be all above grade. It wouldn't have to have a basement. All character homes pretty much all have basements. And so there's always stairs and basements involved in those character projects. This would be the possibility for you. You could choose if you wanted a basement or no basement. It's new. It'd be easier to build, faster to build, less design rigor. The character program takes I'm sad to say it, but it takes years because it's a unique design response to an existing house. And there's so many guidelines in particular. So this would be more clear, new build. The other difference, units the same. The floor space is a little bit more than the character program. The character program gets 0.85, and they also get 2 enclosed parking spaces. So it's actually pushing to 1 if you count all the floor space.
And just for time, is the height also another key differentiator between?
The height is very similar to what we see in many character projects, and it's 1 foot taller than a duplex, which is 35 feet today. So it's marginal.
Okay, so people don't have
Increase
to
in
worry
height.
about, the entire single family zoning is going to become towers, for example. It's because there's a defined height restriction. Looping on the question asked earlier by Councillor Bly, and I'm looking again at slide 17 where it indicated that you would either set a density bonus charge or the below market unit. Can you touch on how if the council had a desire to incent the below market units or one over the other, or try to achieve a balance there between getting some DCLs in, not depressing the projects, but to support that needed amenities, this additional sewer, et cetera, or try to achieve some targets around below market units? Do you comment on the relationship between those, how you sent them, or do you just let the market decide?
Dan, do you have thoughts on how we could, I think what we're talking about right now would be the choice, but if you want to sort of heavy weight it towards provision of the below market, then we could give you some information on estimates and how much the opportunity cost of doing that in terms of not receiving development
or the
density bonus payments.
Not getting that money to support infrastructure.
We could give some estimates. And I think just to be clear, I think everybody pays the DCL, even if it's in a below, all projects pay the DCL, and this would all be in tier 1 of the DCL bylaw. They'd all pay the same charge, whether it's all strata or like market strata, or there's a single unit in there that's below market.
Okay. And then with respect to the timing question, have we considered advancing any pilot sites to do a demonstration project of what some of these could look like?
So we do have pilots already. They're out there. They're out there in the RT neighborhoods. They're out there in the RS neighborhoods as the character program. That is the pilot for this. If you wanted to do a new build pilot, you'd have to actually rezone the property, and that takes 6 to 8 months. So it's not a very effective way.
It's very circular.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I have a number more questions. The first is, there was a lot of engagement we did through the Vancouver plan. Are we using some of that engagement in this rather than kind of starting fresh? Or is there feedback we got during the thousands and thousands of touch points there that can inform this?
Good question, and we're definitely using that engagement and the strong support we got for complete neighborhoods and adding this kind of scale of housing throughout. You probably know there's a full page spread in Vancouver Plan on multiplex, so it's definitely an idea that's out there and got strong support, and we don't feel the need to re-engage on that sort of question, and do you want more choice? Because we thought it was solidly answered through those 3 years of work on the sort of concept of change, and now we're down to the details.
Okay, I guess that's what I'm wondering about, to what degree we worry about burnout on engagement when we spent 3 years asking people about this and they pretty overwhelmingly, from what I saw, said, go for it. And now we're doing another year of asking them.
Right, so the challenge this time is to ask questions that are more honed and focused on the concept as opposed to asking them the same question again.
Okay.
Right, we're taking a very targeted approach to the questions this time.
Okay. Do we tend in that detailed level of engagement to hear from a representative sample of residents? Again, I wonder, the people who most need this housing maybe are not showing up to the year after year of engagement on the details of it.
Right, that's very true. I think with much of the work we do tend to hear more from the people who are opposed to something than those who would be interested and support it, right? So we'll take a balanced approach, and we have lots of contact lists, and we'll make sure that we spread it out and engage with folks that are interested in housing, with the disabilities community, and other targeted groups that maybe wouldn't get a response if we just use our normal approach.
Okay. Can you just clarify, are these changes proposing allowing townhomes in all of these areas as well, or is that some future process?
So very interesting choice of words, because people who live in a project like this often say, I live in a townhouse, right? Like if you live in a building with 3 or 4 units, they often just say it's a townhouse. So it's a bit of a wordsmithing thing. These will provide townhouse-like units, but it's a single lot. Townhouses, if you think about Canby Corridor as the big townhouse producer in the city right now, those are assemblies. They have underground parking. They're bigger projects, bigger developers, right?
Okay.
Bigger scale. This is a small scale, small builder, single lot project.
Sorry to interrupt, but we are at time. We went over a little bit on the first round, so thank you. Councillor Bly, over to you.
Thanks very much. I feel like most of my additional questions have been answered through this follow-up round of questions. So what will be next steps? And you outlined it in terms of process coming back to council, but particularly around that financial modeling, just so that we can, those are the questions that we're going to get. And I think that we need to feel very, very clear on what does that density bonus really look like? Or below market units, how would somebody weigh that? What would those differences be based on parts of the city? I think this is fantastic. I really do think this is what we need. And it seemed like an unanswerable question a year ago, and it's great that we're fine-tuning how we're going to manage this. I just don't think I've seen enough information today to be really clear on what that looks like.
Thank you for the question. We want you to be prepared for the public feedback that you get. One of the reasons we wanted to brief today. We've done very extensive Q&A on all the questions that we think are coming forward. Be happy to share that with the council in some type of a memo or report so that you'll be armed with some speaking points. But this is really technical information, so if you please try to send them to staff or let us know if you need help answering these, because it's so kind of, well, this might work in this. We don't want you to have to be burdened with answering really technical questions. So we'll send you the information so that you'll be helpful, prepared. However, always reach out to us or send them our way too if the questions get too detailed. Okay?
Okay, great. One last question, and this is around engagement, but bringing this work to this point, I'm just curious, we have a lot of amazing small home developers, builders, ideators, think tanks coming out of our city, and we hear from a number of some of the most familiar names, Bryn and Jake Fry and those. And I'm just wondering, how have they engaged in this policy development?
Yeah, we've had 4 workshops.
Mhm.
We'll have 8 more in person. We love to hear. They've got great ideas. They help shape the work. We're very engaged with that segment of the industry.
And that will continue as we shepherd this through. Okay, great. That's all from me.
Been very generous with their experience and their ideas.
Great. I imagine that would be the case. That's awesome. Thanks.
Sorry, was that the end of your questions,
thank you,
Councillor
Chair.
Bly? Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I've just got 2 questions left. One is that you, in some point of the presentation, did talk about climate issues, and I picked up some about the rainwater and the depth that you want in sewers and that kind of thing. What are the other climate issues?
Well, we would be, there's several of them. We'd be trying to add more people in those neighborhoods in close proximity to their daily needs, like the whole Big Move 1, complete neighborhoods. The other piece is replacing older homes that are have gas heating with new electric, with the new building bylaw. These would be subject to being all electric. On the tree front, I did mention that, like business as usual today, we'll be losing trees on site in the building footprint, but we're looking at adding a requirement to actually plant new trees with each new permit, whether it's a house duplex or a multiplex. That's something we're exploring. Did I miss anything? Go ahead. Do you want to talk?
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Brad Bedell, Director of Sustainability. Thank you for the question. It's a fantastic action under Big Move 1 in the Climate Emergency Action Plan. The other piece I'll add is the reduction in concrete. So by limiting the basement depth, that means less concrete. That's a big source of embodied carbon. So another win in terms of the Climate Emergency Action Plan.
Great.
Thanks.
Good, thank you. Okay, my final question. Are we still going to call these single-family zones RS?
Great question. Do you have a suggestion?
Well, maybe just residential. Like, I guess you have to have another letter, but they're residential zones for sure. I noticed that Portland has made this move. In fact, they've eliminated single-family home zoning, called that. And it's more like single lot, I think, that they refer to it as. Anyway, just throwing it out there because it seems such a old moniker for where we're headed and even where we're already at.
That's a great idea. That's something we can ask the public. We could have a contest. Bring us a name. Yeah.
Great. Okay, that's it for my questions. And I just want to really thank you. I mean, it's taken a long time with lots of questions because this is a big issue for us at Council, and you've done a great job in bringing this report forward and answering these questions.
Thank you so much for all your questions. We're very excited to move forward with this work.
Great, we have a few more for you. Councillor Dominato, over to you.
I'm sorry, Councillor Carr. I just have one last question, and echo my colleagues' thanks on this work. It's just with respect to when we were initially having conversations about this model, one of the proposals was around having a unit of a 4-plex or 6-plex be in perpetuity below market. And I'm sorry if this was already asked, but has that come up in any of your engagement? And is that being further explored, or is that sort of, we looked at that and gone, that's just not a viable in this model and proposal?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor. Yeah, we are looking at that. Part of this work is looking at a below market ownership program. And so we're looking at whether it's 1 unit or more than 1 unit, but probably 1 unit with the financial testing we're looking at. Being able to be secured below market, particularly, it's going to work better in some places than others on larger lots, for example, where you can get to the 6-unit size. But there is the question that Councillor Kirby-Young was raising is an important question in terms of looking at the cost of doing that versus other things. So we will be looking at the financial impacts of that and bringing any of that sort of the programmatic element back to council.
Okay, no, that's great. I appreciate that, and I probably just didn't understand that when I saw the slide up there. That was what you're referring to in the one of the slides in the presentation. So that's great to hear. And yeah, I do echo my colleagues' thanks for the work on this. It's been an area of interest for I think many of us on the previous council, and I think those who are also now joining us on council. And it's great to see it advancing, and look forward to hearing the public feedback and sector engagement around this work. So, but big kudos for bringing it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And again, as my colleagues have mentioned, thank you to staff for answering our questions and also being flexible about the time. I know we moved this to the afternoon. We're going to need about 5 minutes to set up the presentation for the next item. So just take a short break. Thanks for your patience. Next item on the agenda is item 3. Next item on the agenda, item 3. It's a presentation on the Rupert and Renfrew Station Plan Update, Station Area Plan Update. And on this item, we have Teresa O'Donnell, General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability, here in the chamber to introduce the item. So Teresa, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And in the interest of time, this, again, like Missing Middle, is received for information. So in the interest of time, I've asked Neil Rashowi, who will be presenting it today, to do a very quick overview, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much, Chair and Council. Pleasure to be with you here today. Neil Rashowi, Director of Community Planning in PDS. And today we'll be giving you an overview of the Rupert and Renfrew Station Area Planning Initiative. We're about halfway through. And in acknowledging the unceded ancestral territories with the host nations, we'll say that there are some significant opportunities for reconciliation through this plan area that we're very excited about and partnering with the nations on. Just to give you some sense of geographic location, we are located on the eastern boundary of Vancouver and along the SkyTrain station centered around the Rupert and Renfrew transit stations. We'll be giving you some background on the area itself, some demographics and some of its current uses, and then some early directions that we've brought out to the public to bring them up to speed and get some initial feedback on, and then what the next round of public engagement will look like. That's starting up in a couple of weeks. So in terms of regional connectivity, we have great transit connections serving the area and with access to downtown, the Millennium Line, along Broadway, and to other urban centers in the region. Also, we have easy access to Highway 1, multiple arterial roads, including truck routes, allowing for excellent goods movement. The study area is home to around 24,000 people today. We have a higher proportion of visible minority individuals, families with children, and lower individual income than the rest of the city. This area has also grown at a much slower rate than as compared to the rest of the city over the past 5 years. And this plan will provide the opportunity to add significantly more housing, jobs, and amenities to this highly connected area. It also represents a new approach to area planning, and it builds on the Vancouver plan in the 15-minute city strategy. But a prominent focus will be on the ecology of the area. Still Creek runs through the plan area, and it will be prioritized for improvement. Rather than adding new, bigger pipes to deal with increased stormwater and flood risk, we will expand and/or daylight the Still Creek, combined with upstream green infrastructure to hold back floodwaters and absorb and treat stormwater runoff generated by future development. This approach is meant to be working in harmony with the ecological processes to improve our resilience while reintegrating nature into the city at this scale. And doing it at this scale is very much a new and groundbreaking approach for Vancouver. Then finally, similar to the Broadway plan, the interdepartmental public benefit strategy will be aligned with the funding opportunities this area plan has and will have for the next decade, while providing some flexibility beyond that. Now, in terms of moving forward, we had a little bit of a conversation today about the benefit of building off the great work the Vancouver plan laid in terms of laying the foundation for future policy, and we'll be definitely taking advantage of that with the Rupert and Renfrew plan. And it allows us to build our policy work on top of the 3 big ideas listed here, while keeping the foundational principles at the core of all of our work. Diving down into a zoomed-in view, what you see for the Vancouver plan's land use development map shows the kind of housing that we can expect to see in Rupert Renfrew. It also shows the grayed out extent of the employment lands as well as the current boundaries of the Still Creek floodplain. The greatest density will be in and around the station areas, shown in darker purple here, with several less dense mixed-use clusters in dark yellow, both north and south of the stations that will serve as the centers of growing walkable, complete neighborhoods. Today, those areas of the neighborhood are all single-family homes. And the housing opportunities I'll speak to in a moment. As part of launching the project, we did create some early directions covering 6 topic areas, and I'll share a few highlights for you so you can understand the nature of the material we're engaging with. First, creating walkable, complete neighborhoods that advance goals in the Vancouver Plan, our housing strategy, and our climate emergency response is the organizing principle for growth in Rupert Renfrew. This holds true both for the rapid transit areas as well as the villages surrounding them. Schools are a key piece of community infrastructure that the public asks about in many of our area plans, and we know that there is significant capacity in the schools in this area as projected by VSB over the coming decade. Now, in terms of reconciliation, through the lands at 3200 East Broadway and 2625 Rupert, as well as the broader area planning process, we see a significant opportunity to advance reconciliation. 3200 East Broadway will be the first opportunity for the nations to develop a major non-reserve parcel that is entirely owned by them, which is a milestone worth noting. We will also be engaging with the nations on a range of topics in the Rupert Renfrew Plan, including the restoration of Still Creek and the recognition of cultural heritage. In terms of water and ecology, I'll give you a little bit of some brief background on Still Creek. It is one of the only open watercourses left in Vancouver and provides salmon habitat. A changing climate means we need to adapt to changing conditions around the creek to reduce the risk of flooding. Engineering has undertaken work to understand the changing flood extent and depth, with the new area of risk highlighted in gray at the top right of the map seen on the screen. We will be reporting back to Council at the beginning of February with a recommendation for an updated floodplain boundary and specific recommendations for new flood construction level requirements for the entire floodplain area. In terms of housing, outside of the employment lands, there are over 200 hectares of capacity for residential development within walking distance from the stations, representing a significant opportunity to add new housing choices. The Vancouver Plan envisions mid-rise or high-rise around the stations. Mid-rise and residential low-rise buildings will be considered within the villages. The details of these areas could look, what the details of these areas could look like will be the focus of public engagement later this year. In terms of the employment lands, the area is well suited for logistics and distribution of goods, but also has Vancouver Film Studios as a very large employer. We will be looking to enable larger office and industrial buildings on the employment lands, prioritizing light industrial and mixed industrial and office. The big box stores in the area are regionally significant shopping destinations and offer lower cost goods to locals. Therefore, we envision that there would be still a place for highway-oriented big box retail moving forward. In terms of transportation, as noted, the area has some significant transportation assets. However, there are also several challenges that will need to be addressed in the plan. The industrial area will continue to need truck access and therefore represents a challenge for the growing number of other road users, including pedestrians and cyclists. A rail line, featured in black on the map, also runs parallel to the SkyTrain line and is a barrier to north-south movement in the area. Finally, therefore, improving road safety and comfort, including improving access for pedestrians to the SkyTrain stations, will be a major focus of the transportation planning in Rupert Renfrew. Now, in terms of Phase 1 engagement, we are in Phase 1 engagement of the process right now. In May, June, earlier this year, or last year, excuse me, we heard from more than 700 people about their perspectives on the assets and areas for improvement in the neighborhood. We also received feedback on the Van Plan early directions. We paused engagement for the election, but are set to continue Phase 1 engagement over the next month or so. The intent is to allow more time to fill gaps in terms of who participated, as well as go deeper on a few key topics, such as mapping the community's cultural heritage assets. In this round, we hope to connect with more renters, low-income earners, and newcomers. We will also be engaging with landowners and developers on how our regulations and guidelines related to flooding will need to be updated to continue to enable development within the expanded floodplain. Quickly on the timeline, it has us completing the plan by Q1 of 2024. Coming later this year, we plan to bring forward a number of plan options for public input in Q2. Feedback on these options will inform the draft plan, which will be released in late Q3 for public input and for council direction. Finally, for next steps, the project includes proceeding with the next round of public engagement in January and February. Beginning this week, we will start discussions with the nations on the enhanced rezoning process for 3200 East Broadway. On February 1st, we have a report coming to council to update the Still Creek floodplain and related building requirements. And we are also working to complete various technical studies that are already underway, including the Still Creek enhancement and rehabilitation study, economic testing for potential new building heights and uses, watershed analysis, and traffic counts. Thank you very much. We have a number of staff here from across the departments to answer any questions that council may have.
Great. Thank you very much. And just a reminder to council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of staff. And I see Councillor Fry is on the queue. Over to you, Councillor.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. What I don't see in here, and I'm curious about, is the at-grade rail line that traverses area. I know of at least one serious pedestrian injury, and of course we have the Transport Canada rail proximity guidelines that say how we can build next to rail lines. And from my perspective in Strathcona, we've run into a lot of issues with the expansion of the Burrard Inlet line and the attendant noise and disruption to residents as we build new housing right next to a rail line. So I want to anticipate how that's going to work in this context, and where are we at with the conversation with CN?
Absolutely. And so apologies, I did go over that slide quite quickly. And so there is an east-west rail line running through, and it does represent a barrier and a safety concern for residents and people crossing it, for sure. In terms of the rail crossing guidelines, we are working with CN. We have two projects that are under, in need of new guidelines from a city perspective, the Burrard Inlet line as well as here. And so the two projects are coordinating, and we have some consultants working with staff to help develop some interim guidelines for how do we ensure that safe in terms of location and design of buildings adjacent to the rail line. I know transportation and Paul Storer has been deeply involved in the safety aspects of those crossings to make sure that those are safe for residents and visitors and employers. I don't know, Paul, if you wanted to speak to the sort of the status of the conversations with CN.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Paul Storer, Director of Transportation. Yeah, we are working on upgrading all of the at-grade rail crossings throughout the city. We have till the end of next year to complete that. And there's some key ones in Strathcona. But through this process, we're also going to be looking at how we can make the crossings in this area safer and more comfortable, because right now it's not a great pedestrian environment. So we want to be sure that we make those, both better places to be, but also improve safety.
If I'm correct, if I'm wrong, but I think Transport Canada mandates some pretty significant building setbacks, like 30 meters or something from a rail line. It's a big chunk of land relative to what we're talking about. How's that going to influence some of the planning around development and build form?
That's an excellent question. In context of this area plan, the line does run adjacent to Still Creek, and so as part of the Still Creek enhancement and widening of the creek bed, we gained some efficiencies of actually parkland and open space is one of the allowed uses within that setback, and so there's some synergies. And so depending upon how and where we do the Still Creek enhancement, it could actually also help us in terms of providing that buffer.
That sounds sweet. I love to hear that. So we're anticipating a bit of creek daylighting along with this and opportunity for natural water sequestration, that kind of thing?
So just to be more clear on that part, absolutely. And so the intention is to, instead of having to build bigger sewer pipes to accommodate the increased load on the system, we can use Still Creek because of the shape and the boundaries of the watershed. The water can flow into Still Creek. And so it can be our flood protection strategy, as well as the co-benefits of providing enhanced ecology and habitat for salmon and open space for the local residents.
Thank you. And I just want to reflect, I miss Mike Weeb at this moment because this is a total Mike Weeb moment. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Joe.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. I think as a resident in that particular neighborhood, I think that neighborhood desperately needs some more childcare. So what is our overall plan? Bring more childcare in that neighborhood because there's not too many high-rise buildings in that neighborhood.
No, and so I don't see ACCS is online. Nope. And so in terms of the public benefit strategy, childcare is one of the critical amenities and that we do look at, and they will be factored into how we prioritize the public benefit strategy. That will be something that we'll continue to work on across the departments and bring to council for.
But there are not too many rezoning in that areas. Where are we going to get this childcare space from?
So it's an excellent question. That one of the things we'll be exploring, some of the large employer sites, they do offer opportunities when they come in to have some on-site in-kind amenities such as childcare, and so that will be one option. And we'll be exploring other options as we move forward.
Okay, thanks. The second question is, I think also in the slides, there are a lot of people in that area, they only speak Cantonese. So when we do the outreach, the engagement, I really hope there will be some language help for those people there.
Absolutely, and so the materials are translated and we will have on-site translators to help with any residents who need translation to be able to engage with material.
Okay, that's good to hear. The last question is, I know there are already some commercial like restaurants, supermarket in that areas. And there's already a big challenge in terms of parkings. In that McDonald's, in the Prince Seafood restaurant in that areas. So what is our plan to, more accessible to parking?
So the transformation of this area and following the Vancouver plan is to slowly change the city and the lower density areas of the city from being very car oriented to places where there are opportunities to walk. And so to keep the distance between your home and your needed destinations, whether it's to get groceries or any other services or accessing transit, to make it convenient for you to walk. And that really would be the only way that we can accommodate both the growth as well as do it so in a way that meets our climate goals as well. And so it is a transformation, and this will be one of the first neighborhoods where we get to really explore how best to do that in a part of the city that has been single family up to this point in time.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Just noting that we're getting close to 5 o'clock. So could I please get a motion to extend past 5 just to complete these questions to staff? Okay. All those in favor?
Yeah.
All those opposed? Carries. Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I just have a couple of follow-up questions. One is with respect to, and I'm sorry if I missed this, just around, you noted the presentation, the focus on sort of more walkability, but also cycling infrastructure as part of that, because I have heard from members in the community in that area about the need to enhance the sort of cycling infrastructure. So is that part of the planning work?
It absolutely is. And I know we've had lots of early discussions with Paul's group, and we could offer some more details, but I can assure you that that's been a very prominent point of conversation of how do we improve the cycling infrastructure through the neighborhood. Okay, I appreciate that. And I do appreciate it as sort of tangentially that's related to Councillor Fry's question about the rail crossing as well. So I appreciate hearing on that. I was curious about 2 more things. One, just around the reference around the economy employment lands around continuing to support existing big box retail, and what does that look like? What are we referring to there? Chris Robertson will be able to answer that question for you. Thank you.
Yeah, Chris Robertson, Director of Citywide and Regional Planning. We know there is a large presence there already. land use policies and economic testing would continue to promote the big box where appropriate. We are also looking at opportunities to intensify lighter industrial as well as having that big box presence. So it's not just one area of focus. We are really looking at a menu of things within the employment lands area.
Okay, that's fantastic. Thank you. And then my last question is just around circling back to a motion I brought forward in the Vancouver plan. And now, of course, I can't find it in my email, but with respect to heritage mapping and the opportunity to develop sort of a heritage values map of the city's neighborhoods. Is there an opportunity as you're going into further public engagement in this particular area to use this as a pilot to undertake some of that work, that heritage mapping that's both tangible and intangible, so not just physical bricks and mortar, but also the cultural aspect of that? And this basically serve as a pilot for that work so that we can undertake that with other neighborhoods?
Absolutely. And so we will be building off the expertise gained through the Chinatown Heritage Asset Management Plan work and applying it to Rupert and Renfrew. So you're absolutely right. The city is in transition to where we are now looking to thoroughly map the tangible and intangible cultural heritage assets, legacy businesses, like all the assets that make neighborhoods special and give them the individual character. And so we had the first round of that mapping back in May, June, and the purpose of the upcoming mapping or the upcoming engagement will be to deepen that. And so we have some additional tools and outreach and strategies to help us create a deeper and more full map of the tangible and intangible cultural heritage assets in the area.
Okay, that's fantastic. I'm really thrilled to hear that. I'm really hoping it's something that over the next term we're able to advance so that people who are living here, people who are coming newly to the city, can learn about the different aspects of our heritage. I've often stumbled upon it by accident, and I think we can be much more intentional around telling the story and the history of our communities, including Indigenous communities, but also some of the other contributors to Vancouver and the development of our neighborhoods. As I just learned recently about this neighborhood that was called Diaper Hill because of the post-war housing that was put in and the baby boomers and so things like that. But there's lots of diversity in our neighborhoods, and I'd love to have us tell that story more deeply and more visibly in our communities. So thank you.
No, and we would very much look forward to working with council at finding better ways to raise up that history.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
That is so funny. I was one of those diapered babies. Really growing up that hill post-World War II. Anyway, okay, a couple of questions that really follow up on other councillors' questions. One of them has to do with the film studios and how we can ensure that other, maybe more financially like big box stores don't out-compete for the land that's needed for the film studios, which is an important, in my mind, an important economic industrial asset of the city.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chris Robertson, Director of Citywide and Regional Planning. Yeah, the film industry, and I should have referenced that as well in my last response, is a very important partner in both the planning program and in the area. And we have already been working with them to understand the issues. Economic testing is something we are currently undertaking at the moment, and that will help us understand where those points are, in terms of competition. And so that's work to be shared with council at a later date.
Okay, that's good. As long it's on your radar, that's great.
Yes.
Good. Second question. You talked about the fact that around the station areas there's an expectation of mid to high rises. So what's the tapering effect? Like when do you, in general, how close do you have the highest buildings, and what's the kind of ballpark around that going down to sort of what you consider to be mid-rise and the height of that?
That's an excellent question, Councillor. One of the findings from the Vancouver Plan engagement was that Vancouverites really appreciate more modest but distributed density, and to, where possible, to avoid the highest heights that then sharply taper down into the neighborhoods. And so as we move towards the missing middle and multiplex work you just heard about, and bringing the sort of the baseline of density up in all neighborhoods, there will be opportunities to take a look at how do we provide a little bit of more of a mix in a little bit more of a distributed way. And so we don't have the specific guidelines or rules of thumb. I will say that we are about to engage in a partnership with C40 on answering this question. It's something that they raised with us. They actually noticed this work and asked if they could engage and use it as a learning experience. And so we'll be going on a co-learning journey with them to help answer that. But we'll be bringing back to council different options for how that could look in the future.
That sounds interesting. I look forward to that. That's great. That's for my questions.
Great. Thank you both. Seeing no further questions, thanks very much to staff for your time in the presentation. And we are going to now break for dinner and reconvene at 6 p.m.
Yep. Hi, Cassia. Can you hear us? Yes. Some revisions, so easier. What's your name? Oh, she's in already. Recording. It's not here. Do you send some things? Got it? Thing? Do you try signing out and back in again? Did that work? I'd have to sign it in. Oh. Great, I can hear you.
Hey,
Thanks.
David, can you hear me?
Yep, thanks.
Okay, perfect. I can hear you on the line.
Our next item on the agenda is the contract award for the supply and delivery of large fire apparatus. And we have Teresa Impey, General Manager of Finance, Risk, and Supply Chain Management here in the chamber to answer questions, although I don't see her at the moment. Actually, correction to that, we have Alexander Ralph here to answer questions. Oh, she's online as well. Okay, great.
Sorry.
Is there a presentation or is it just opportunity to answer questions?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. There's no presentation and only an opportunity to answer questions.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. So Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of staff. Are there any questions? And I see Councillor Boyle on the queue. So over to you, Councillor.
Thanks. I sent my questions in advance. I don't know if you got them, but I have 3. The first one is, I mean, really the question is, why are we going back to diesel trucks when we've ordered one electric? Other departments and other places are going to electric. There's obviously lots of benefits in terms of maneuverability in smaller spaces and less diesel fumes for workers and all of that. So my first question is, why are we proposing diesel? And then my second question is, what's our pathway to electric?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Boyle. Once again, Alex Ralph, Chief Procurement Officer. And we do have just some of our staff online as well. We have Deputy Chief Tyler Moore, who might be able to answer just the question more in detail related to the operational requirements of the fire trucks. I don't know if Tyler, you're online?
So Tyler Moore, Deputy Fire Chief of Vancouver Fire. Yeah, so we are still awaiting our first electric fire truck. And that was purchased so that we would be able to see if it works within our environment. I know that Toronto is doing the same by purchasing 2, and they're 4 times larger than us. So them purchasing 2 is similar to us just for testing purposes. And we are definitely trying to get to that point where electric vehicles will work for us. Currently, the apparatus size of other vendors, including the vendor that was successful for our diesel engines, is actually larger than we actually wanted it to be for our diesel trucks. And so that's the reason we're not going with electric vehicles this time, is because we're still seeing if they're going to work for us, and they didn't meet our operational needs for the size and or the pumping capacity.
Okay, and as a follow-up to that, what's the sort of immediate need on this? Is there a possibility that this next round of truck procurement could get delayed enough to have a better sense of the capability of electric and go with that option instead? I don't know if that's a question for you, Chief Moore, or in the chambers here.
If I could add a comment, it's just important to point out that the delivery time or the lead time to be able to just manufacture and to be able to get these units, it's probably around 2 years. So it's more than 550 days. So as soon as we place the order, and therefore we're just committing to 3 of the fire trucks today. And we know that as Chief Moore was describing, the current electric pumping capacity is not able to provide us with for the electric vehicles the same as the diesel. And therefore, we've made the decision to be able to order initially 3 diesel, but the contract allows us to be able to order just electric vehicles in the future. We will have to obviously quote and understand the requirements, and if the company that we're proposing is able to just provide us with an electric option, we're able to do it through this contract.
Okay, so if council's interest were to see staff, whatever the language is, aggressively pursue electric options wherever available, is that already the path that we're on through through various health and climate direction, or is that direction that would be needed to be added to this report?
Yeah, that is currently the direction that we're looking. And in every procurement, we actually are looking for the electric options. In this specific RFP, we did ask for the electric options, but matching them to the operational requirements and what we were needing, the current market is not ready to be able to provide it. As well, it is important to point out the total cost of ownership. And right now, these units are considerably more expensive, the electric ones, rather than the diesel ones.
Okay, I'll leave it there for now. I see there's others on the list. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yep. Thanks so much. So I'll just start with the last question that you answered and continue on for there. You talked about there is considerable savings with the diesel, but what about the operational savings of the electric? Are you factoring that in?
Yes, and I know that we have FMS and as well some of our finance staff on the line. Maybe they were the ones that went through the analysis, and maybe they can comment on the specific.
I'm thinking brakes also. I mean, we had a vehicle that 550,000 kilometers on it, no brake job ever during that time. So it's like quite amazing.
Yeah, definitely. That's part of the total cost of ownership, and we take into consideration not only the price of the units, but as well everything around it, just all of the cost drivers, including maintenance.
I'm not hearing anybody on the line, so I think I'm going to continue with my questioning.
Yeah, so I think FDC from FMS is on the line. Evan, do you want to comment on the total cost of ownership analysis?
For sure, yeah. Evan Dacey, manager, fleet strategy and asset management. Yeah, so for every replacement that we look at where there's an electric option, we do a total cost of ownership analysis. Part of that is maintenance savings, but also fuel savings. We have access to low carbon fuel standard credits and then our internal carbon pricing policy. With the fire truck, these cases specifically, the upfront capital premium to go electric is not made up by the savings over the life of the unit, but we do run that analysis for every procurement that we go through.
Yeah. What was the life expectancy of the vehicles? Like, in other words, how long would we maintain those diesel vehicles? Into the future.
So the life expectancy of these fire trucks would be about 15 years.
Oh, man.
One piece to point out is we are heavily pursuing renewable diesel as part of our transition strategy to a zero carbon fleet. So these existing trucks are running on about 60% renewable diesel. And kind of our goal right now is to get those deliveries up to 100% in 2023. So from a GHG emissions perspective, we are seeing significant decreases with the sort of rollout of our renewable diesel at our fire halls, and that is intended to increase.
Yeah, is there, I think like Councillor Boyle, I'm interested in knowing if there's any way we could delay hiring if there's, some need that's more urgent and requires us to to buy fewer than 3. When you talk about a 15-year commitment to diesel into the future where we're trying to decarbonize so rapidly, it's like the urgency is so clear from scientists around global climate change. Is it possible to just even reduce the number that we have to buy now? I think that's the same sort of question that I think Councillor Boyle was pursuing.
I might hand that one over to Chief Moore.
Yeah, based on our current fleet and the life expectancy and the maintenance that's currently being required on the 2007 units that these are replacing, they are at end of life, and so we're struggling to keep our fire trucks, our frontline fire trucks, in service with this year of units. So delaying that will actually hurt us operationally. What I can say is these new units actually do also have a lithium battery for backup system. Majority of the time the engine is deployed, it's idling, and so it actually will now, the main engine shuts down and then battery takes over. So even with these diesel units, and as Evan said, they're on 100% renewable for the most part at this point. plus that they, when they're idling, they shut down the main engine, go onto a battery backup. They're actually quite environmental as well.
That's good information. What about the health impacts? I mean, we're in terms of the firefighters who are working around these trucks. I mean, you're taking into consideration the impact on health of the running of the diesel and the fumes sometimes in close quarters, and they're working right around them when they're at a site.
Yeah, so I'm a very big proponent of electric vehicles, and especially I was the one that brought the electric fire truck to the city of Vancouver as an option. So I'm health and wellness, not just the diesel, but all the other things that came along with the current one that we're going to be getting. Health and wellness is definitely top and center. And but what I'm most concerned about is as well, if it's not operationally feasible, that also puts our firefighters in harm's way. So I want to make sure that this electric unit will work for our firefighters, and we don't have any unforeseen issues that actually could cause other health and wellness issues.
And I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, well, actually, I was hoping to follow up on those occupational health and safety issues, because I see that we're going with a renewable diesel, and I know from the Health Canada's occupational health and safety guidelines for diesel engines, they have a lot of significant considerations for garage ventilation and those kind of things, and including mitigating exposure through engineering. And I'm curious what these engines that are being proposed that are renewable diesel are doing to reduce exposure. We know firefighters experience a lot of respiratory issues via occupational health hazards. So do we specifically have a diesel engine exhaust emissions performance standards for these diesels?
I'll speak to, they are the latest requirement for diesel. They all are on DEF. They all have the exhaust fluid that burns off the carbons. But what I can say is also our fire halls are equipped with vehicle extraction systems. So that's where we found the most exposure, was actually our trucks backing into our fire hall. So we actually have extractors within our halls so that takes the particulates when they're backing in and leaving the halls. And like I say, the majority of time at scene, our diesel engines were running, and now we can have them actually shut down and run on battery backup.
Okay, it's certainly a top of mind concern, I think, as we're seeing a lot more occupational hazards for firefighters and long range disability claims and the like, and real health impacts of exposure to respiratory ailments. So I'll leave it at that. And but I think it's clear that there are still outstanding concerns around exposure to diesel and diesel particulate matter.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Chief, for being on the line this evening. There's no further questions from the chamber. So would someone like to move a motion? And there's no speakers. Okay, Councillor Boyle. And do I need a seconder? No, apologies. Okay. And Council, is there any discussion? Councillor Boyle, over to you.
Thanks. I really appreciate all of those answers. Chief Moore, I've really appreciated your advocacy for shifting to electric, and particularly the recognition of as Councillor Fry was asking, recognition of the health and safety impacts on firefighters, particularly related to diesel fumes. So I will just reiterate, I do hope that we are aggressively pursuing a fleet fuel transition. The thought, as Councillor Carr asked, the thought of us now buying diesel trucks that will be with us 15 years from now, when we think about the timelines we have for dramatically decarbonizing, it's unnerving and does make it hard to support this type of purchase. So certainly appreciate the professional expertise about the need for this and our need to balance that against really aggressively pursuing climate emission reductions and supporting worker health and safety in every way possible. So I am reluctantly supporting this and grateful for those answers and the staff work on pursuing that direction.
Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair, and appreciate the questions that my colleagues have raised this evening, because I do think it's an important conversation as we move forward. In particular, this is a conversation not only that we're having at City Council, but I know also at TransLink and Metro Vancouver is, as we move towards decarbonization, is shifting our fleets away from combustion and diesel fleets. And I know that's a commitment that we made on the campaign trail, but I know it's one that's shared by my colleagues around the table. And we also actually had this conversation at the Vancouver School Board when I was on the board there as well. And I think as has been highlighted by Chief Moore today, is that he was a leader, and Vancouver Fire has been a leader in bringing electric vehicle here, but also that there are some challenges around sort of clarity around the technology, around the actual general operations at this stage, but also supply chains, as was noted by our staff. But I do appreciate that we want to move more aggressively, and we'll absolutely work towards that, obviously, and we have to deal with factors beyond our control, as was noted by the chief as well as by our procurement team. But I do think we need to be aggressive about it and really appreciate the dialogue we've had this evening.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no one else on the queue, I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen, and Council, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Mr. Mayor, we're just waiting for your, Mayor Sim, pardon me. Okay, passes unanimously. And that concludes item 5 on the agenda. We will now move to our next item on the agenda. That is the SRO upgrade grant to Atira Women's Resource Society and single room accommodation SRA conversion permit to Port Communities for 208 East Georgia Street, formerly the London Hotel. And we have Sandra Singh, General Manager of Arts, Culture, and Community Services here in the chamber to answer questions. And Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. Are there any questions? And I see a few people adding themselves to the queue. So we will go first to Councillor Dominato. Please go ahead.
Sorry, Chair, that's actually a holdover from before,
Okay,
so my
I can remove
apologies.
you. Councillor Montague.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm going to continue to sort of express a bit of frustrations, but I want to thank staff for the report. The report, it's about 20 pages. It's actually pretty comprehensive. It provides me with a lot of information. Unfortunately, it was only given to me a week ago, and it was given with almost 900 pages of other reports and information. My question, I have a couple of questions. One, that whenever we talk about supportive housing, we seem to get concerns about this potential chaos surrounding supportive housing. And whether that's perception or reality, that's debatable, and I don't want to get into that. But what seems to be a common thread is concerns about operators. What options does council or the city have to deal with concerns that arise either before the grant is provided or after a grant is provided, specifically around accountability with operators, staff, and residents?
Good evening, everyone. Celine Mobiles, Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services. What you have before you today is a capital grant, and the concerns we came to council around this grant in the fall, and we were asked to go back and work more with the operator around that accountability. We do have some conditions in terms of flowing the funding through the grant that are outlined in the report. We've also worked with the operator on a very detailed operations management plan to try to address some of the concerns that council raised around that. In terms of maintaining the building, I think one of the challenges is that many of those SROs in particular are very old and outdated. As referenced in the report, buildings in that poor condition also are more difficult to rent and may sometimes rent to a more challenging tenant population. I think the grant that we're providing here will do some upgrades. I think Atira has outlined the new approach and kind of model that they want to use in the building. Again, through our ongoing with our partnership with DBL and property use inspections in terms of how the building is maintained. There are ongoing annual inspections. There are connections with BPD. I've confirmed with Atira that they have good connections and liaison with BPD. We have, as the OMP outlines, set up a community advisory committee to ensure there's some accountability in terms of responding to any community concerns. So we've done our best to address that in the OMP. As well as the conditions that are attached to the grant approval in the report before you.
Okay. Thank you. A couple other questions more related to just some clarification. On page 5 of the report, it says that renovations to the building began in the summer of 2022, and that final occupancy is expected at the end of 2022.
Yeah, correct. I read that, pardon, that's a typo.
Okay.
Renovations won't be completed until later this spring.
Okay, that makes way more sense. The other issue or question I have is surrounding the fact, and you mentioned it, that the building was severely deteriorating, and you mentioned the fact that it contained people that were extremely hard to house because it was in such poor condition, and that I think it's quoted here, it says that they were difficult to manage and adequately support. But that the building operator and the owner want to, I guess, pick specific tenants that are trying to get off substance use or reduce substance use. However, we're going to be offering right of first refusal for some of those old tenants to come back, some of those hard to house, difficult to manage tenants. What's happening with that?
Yes, as part of the tenant relocation plan that's required in a project like this, there are 37 tenants that were remaining in the building. They have all been relocated within other Atira stock with adequate rents or with the same rents. They will be offered first right of refusal. Some may take that up, and I think so there will be a mix in the building, and I think the goal is for Atira to transition the kind of operating model in that building over time.
My concern is that basically we're going to put in people that are really trying to get their lives on track and mix in a bunch of individuals that are really challenging to deal with.
Yes, we don't know what the uptake will be for first right of refusal. So I think that's fair to say at this point, it's hard to kind of anticipate how many tenants will be coming back and how Atira will manage that transition.
I think I'm out of time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. And likewise, thanks for the report. So this is coming to us based on a previous report that came to us at the end of our last term. And some of the concerns and why granting of this particular pocket of money, envelope of money, was around safety concerns. And I just wonder if staff can reflect, based on the renovations that have happened, have we sort of satisfied any of those concerns in terms of modifications and differences in design that support the building be more safe for the tenants?
Yes, my understanding is that the renovations, there was some redesign of the front kind of entrance so that there's a bit more kind of a double entry to get into the building, as well as some kind of security measures, cameras and whatnot around the building. My understanding is also there was a fire escape that was problematic, so people were accessing the building through an external fire escape, and that's been corrected now to ensure that folks aren't getting into the building. So they've done those kind of physical design design features and programs. And then again, I think their model, working with some of the First Nations and Indigenous health providers and the kind of the partnerships they're trying to form to shift that tenant model, and also having a no guest policy, which is my understanding in the OMP, to try to kind of keep the building and the tenants safer.
Right, okay. So just to follow up, in terms of the SRA bylaw, and I actually had the opportunity to check out the newly renovated building, and I didn't see the building before, but I'm assured this is worlds apart from where it was about 9 months ago. So one question that came away from that was, we as a city have standards of maintenance. And I wonder about if you could just share with council, when it comes to livability, and these are very challenging circumstances and living conditions for a lot of folks, because oftentimes points of contention, the way people choose to live, hoarding, noise, up all hours, but also the bathrooms and limited access to bathrooms. And so when you have a building like this that's renovated, I know there's limitations around what we can do with the SRA bylaw when it comes to, say, for example, losing one unit in this building to enable an extra bathroom that might have solved for some of the more interpersonal challenges that can come when the building is tenanted. Am I making sense?
Yes,
Okay.
definitely. And I think a major issue in this building was the plumbing. There was a lot of flooding and challenging. I think it's kind of two buildings put together, three buildings.
Yeah.
So definitely in the SRA bylaw, we do have, we do provide for some flexibility if they're improving living conditions. In this case, actually through discussions following the last time we were at council, we are losing one room to create a kitchen and laundry. So it's a net loss of one room to improve that livability. So even though we have those regulations under the bylaw, we try to be as flexible as possible when the intent is to improve livability for tenants.
Okay, so just to sort of follow up, and this can be information that comes later, do we have, similar to a standards of maintenance, but in the livability context, what is the ideal ratio of rooms / people, tenants, to a bathroom? So is it like a 5-to-1, a 10-to-1?
I think that's actually outlined in our standard of maintenance bylaw. Maybe we
It
can.
is.
I think.
Can you refresh my memory on
Yes,
what
and
that
I don't know the exact number, but we do, or it's
okay.
in our building code, but we can get that information for you. I'm sure we have that. That's outlined somewhere.
Oh, yeah, please. That would be very helpful as a follow-up. Yeah, okay. I'll leave it there. I see Councillor Fry's on the queue for questions.
Hey, thank you. Councillor Fry.
Thanks. And thank you for all the subsequent work that went into this application since it was first brought to our attention. And obviously there's been a lot of scrutiny on this and the operator. And I want to reflect that this is a pretty comprehensive operations management plan. And I wonder if you can comment on, just because this isn't typical, I would assume, to see an operations management plan of this detail. And especially I think there's some key considerations in here about staffing and those kind of pieces. How does this look from your perspective? This is a new approach.
It certainly is. It's much more extensive. Our typical operations management plan has kind of a key contact information for a manager within the building, should there be the need to reach someone in the building, and some basic outlines of kind of programs and services and staffing ratio. So I do think this is much more comprehensive. Also, the creation of a community advisory committee, which we don't typically do as a condition or as part of an SRA grant. So definitely, I think it's actually really great that it's so comprehensive, and one we might look to for future projects.
So, and I want to stick to this general subject, but is this something that we can apply to future projects? Obviously, we're phasing SRAs out, and the province has indicated clearly that's their intent as well. But is this conceivably, I mean, this comes with a grant attachment, so.
Well, we require OMPs as conditions of other development permits, also for supportive housing, and I do acknowledge that that's a real interest of council in terms of the services and the supports and the approach that's being taken. So it's definitely something we could look to moving forward.
Well, I really do appreciate the work that's gone into this with you and the applicant, and it's a bit of a leap of faith. I was quite critical of this particular property, as you know, and I know it well, but I'm taking a leap of faith with you. And
Okay.
Here you go. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. We will now hear from our speaker. We have one speaker on this report, Lindsay Roy. We'll just check and see if Lindsay is on the line. Lindsay, can you hear us? Lindsay.
The speaker is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. So that concludes the end of our speakers list, and thank you to, well, nobody spoke to council, so I don't have to say that part, but thank you to staff. Would someone like to move a motion? Councillor Joe. And council, is there any discussion? Okay, Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'll just keep it brief. I mean, I actually.
Yeah, or flicker there.
I'm just acknowledging Councillor Fry's sort of leadership in a difficult situation previously to really hold the line on this and make sure that we do the necessary due diligence for the best outcome for the tenants. And really, that's what's come from this, and with quick turnaround with staff, and really making sure that that we've been responsive to some of the concerns coming from that building and the neighboring tenants. And now we're at a place where there's a different sort of intent and potentially a different future for this building and the community that is immediately adjacent to the building. And I think that that's a great start. I did have, as I mentioned, the opportunity to walk through with ATIRA staff, including Janice Abbott, construction manager, Port Living, and it was sort of all hands on deck to make sure that the I's were dotted and the T's were crossed, so to speak, including what that program aspect's going to look like in order to give people access to services that where they could access recovery or treatment if that's the right time for them, and that's something that they want, as well as balancing what that tenanting looks like so that we aren't dealing with, or they are not trying to manage a really dynamic and high needs population that is in conflict constantly. So I think there's really good intent there. My only hope / hesitation is, what does that follow-up look like? So there's annual building inspections. It would be great to have annual, and probably more so quarterly, meetings with our ACCS team to say, well, how's it going? You're trying a new program, you're taking a different approach, because we know that, you know, even in the media in the last 2 weeks, a lot of attention on ATIRA buildings, managed buildings particularly, and I really see that they are seeing that as a problem as well, and they are taking in a lot of hard-to-house folks. And so that challenge is something I don't think maybe any of us would really know what it's like to manage at that scale with that many buildings and that many tenants. So I think we've got to do our very best to hold an accountability, an accountability role, and also a partnership role for the best outcome possible until we are in such a time where these buildings are not needed, they're redeveloped. We have fully self-contained units for people who need the housing. So I definitely think this was the right method. It was difficult at times, but it got us to a good outcome. And, you know, hopefully we can be getting an update from staff in a year's time with what those outcomes look like, and use that as a way to make decisions going forward. So that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I'll be supporting this, and I just want to acknowledge that I had, rejected this proposal in the past and really called on some more accountability, and I believe that has been met here, and I think we all know that this operator is under a lot of scrutiny. We all know that the single room accommodation vernacular is under a lot of scrutiny, and I think we're collectively, not just as this council, but as a society, we're more alive to some of these complex issues. Certainly the London Hotel in the past was not great. I knew people who lived there, and I had visited it firsthand, and I really appreciate that my councillor colleague Bly was able to attend and see it firsthand. Councillor Carr and I were unable to attend on short notice, but I do thank you, Councillor, for attending and checking it out firsthand, and I think that's important to do, and I think that this is an important step, and I do also appreciate the flexibility from our team to allow the relaxation of the SRA conversion bylaw to provide a little bit more livability in the form of those extra kitchen laundry facilities and those kind of pieces. And I'm, I'm hopeful that this is a turning point on this particular building and on this kind of housing supply. And I'm hopeful that we'll see some better, more dignified housing for folks who are living in SRAs. And I respect that it is a very complicated space to manage, and that we're also challenged, as the operators are challenged with abysmally low shelter rates that also need to be really reconsidered. And I think those are important parts of this equation. It's not just on the operator to manage this with a bare minimum of resources and a clientele that could need a lot more resources than they're getting. So, but in all, I'm really satisfied, and I'm grateful to the work of our staff to help bring this across as something that we can support. So I'll be voting in favor of this grant.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Okay, I'm now going to call the vote, seeing no more discussion. And Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen, and Council, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, and it was unanimously approved. Carries. Thank you. We're just going to call a quick recess just for a bio break for about 5 minutes or so. Thank you. We have two items on the agenda that were referred from the council meeting yesterday to today's meeting. In order to ask questions of staff, hear from speakers, followed by debate and decision. Another reminder that any amendments must be submitted to the clerk in final written form before the member introduces it. The first referred report is item 8, Renter Office Update and Direction, Report 3. Council completed hearing the staff presentation at the council meeting yesterday. And council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. And if there's any questions, please add yourself to the queue. Okay, Councillor Boyle, over to you.
Thanks. I did have some questions, and also I just saw pretty significant amendment come in. So I'm going to ask for a recess when we're done questions so that we can actually have time to consider that. But I will ask my questions first. Just two questions for now. One is the proposal for the House Street space. So the idea that it would be shared between the city's renter's office and track and potentially other services, or what's the role and coordination there?
Yeah, so the idea with the sublease is that track would be the operator and the primary operator for the space. And then through the operator selection, we looked and the lease agreement, they can sublease to other agencies. So the idea is to kind of facilitate that co-location between different renter serving agencies. And then we could explore as well city staff being co-located on site. So it would be track as the operator of the space, the main operator, both that kind of co-located model of having multiple services on one site.
Okay, great. I'm going to go off the list and read this amendment in case I have questions related to it and come back. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Chair. So yeah, just a couple of questions. One is, one of the recommendations coming forward is around renter services grants program for 2023, and that the source of funding is affordable housing out of the empty homes tax allocation. Is there a limitation to the amount that can be granted in B?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, please? Limitations in EHT or within the
in
grant?
recommendation B, there's a $500,000 amount.
Correct.
Can that be altered? And if so, by how much? Increase, decrease, whatever.
So, Councillor, yes, it can certainly be decreased, so there's no issues there. In terms of increasing, it would depend on the magnitude. Certainly, we can confirm with finance. I believe this number is okay. We had checked with them before. In terms of potential range, there are limitations on the use of the HT, so the grants that were contemplated in this program would have to meet those criteria. But in terms of the actual number that's been proposed in the amendment is feasible.
Okay, that's helpful. That's great. Thank you very much. I wondered, in terms of before the renter's office was created, I wonder if staff could share a little bit about what the relationship between the City of Vancouver was and organizations like TRAC and others like that that are servicing renters at the municipal level.
I know that obviously, we would consult with them in terms of informing some of our policies. They did receive some grants through our social grant program, so there was some funding to support the legal advocacy work that they do. And really, their primary focus is to inform tenants of their rights and obligations under the Residential Tenancy Act, and we'll work with tenants through that process. So they have a very unique role in that sense. But we would consult with them, for example, through the Olympics. We did a partnership with the RTB and TRAC to bring renters together and landlords, so renters and landlords knew their rights and obligations under the RTA. So we certainly have worked with them over the years, as well as obviously as the city, we have a particular role in terms of advocacy to the province around the Residential Tenancy Act. As a nonprofit, they also have a role to play in that advocacy. So we have partnered with them in those types of ways over the years as well.
Okay, great. So there's established sort of relationship there, that there is quite a lot of cross collaboration and partnership between the province, the city, and Renter Services Organization.
Yes, definitely, and kind of the unique roles that we each play.
Yeah, okay, great. Can you just offer a little bit more detail around the significance of the site that's being proposed, the city-owned space, on how? In terms of accessing services and the importance of this particular space for this purpose.
Yes, and maybe I can start, and I might turn it over to Jennifer or Kristen. I think what's really important is that over the years, TRAC has provided an online service or web-based service, and that this space would allow them to provide that in-person service. I know when we first started this process, it was prior to the pandemic, and when the pandemic hit and everything went online, we thought, is there a need for a bricks and mortar location? I really think through all of the research that the team has done with renters and others, there are a lot of barriers to accessing online services or phone services, and TRAC, I know, is very excited to be able to provide that in-person services to people that might have perhaps literacy barriers or lack of access to technology and whatnot. So having someone that they can connect with directly is a positive.
And staff are feeling quite optimistic that there would be other, perhaps even niche organizations that are supporting renters that could supplement that square footage if it's too much space for TRAC, for example.
Definitely, yes. And the Rent Bank has expressed interest already. So that's an organization that would likely be one of the first to join TRAC.
Okay. That's pretty much at my time, so I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bly. Councillor Fry.
Well, I was going to ask you some softer questions. I'm very happy with this report, and I appreciate the work that's gone into it. And I appreciate the work that's happened with the renter's office in the last 4 years since we introduced it. We have seen a pretty significant amendment come through, though, and I wanted to maybe ask some of your thoughts on some of these proposals that are coming through. The first one here is talking about a plan to transition the work of the city's renter's office to other service providers. And I'm wondering what other service provider capacity there is. I was of the understanding that TRAC and RTB are long waiting lists and not a huge amount of capacity.
There's definitely a strong demand. Do you want to speak to that?
Thank you, Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture, Community Services. Yes, as you heard yesterday, there's definitely strong demand in the community for renter services. We will have to take some time to review how we would transition and which types of services we could transition. Certainly there is some unique work that the renter's office does that may not be transitionable, and there might be others that can be. So we do need to do more work and report back to council.
Is it safe to say that part of our nominal lease for TRAC is to support the fact that this is an under-resourced group already and oversubscribed?
I think yes. That's a good.
Okay.
That's a good summary.
So TRAC can't necessarily take on a lot more downloading from.
I'm not sure that. I'm not sure I can answer the question that particular question in terms of their own capacity, but in terms of the range of services we provide, we'll have to take a look at them and see who might be able to take them on.
And I know from my own advocacy experience that TRAC is very busy, and it's often hard to get some time with them. So. There's a second part to this amendment, and apologies, we're just seeing this now. So there's a second part to this suggested amendment that talks about getting what is it? Getting provincial agencies and ministries like the RTB to align on our policies like the TRPP. Is that a feasible approach? Do we see?
I don't have the amendment in front of me, but from what I recall seeing is it was around working with the province to where feasible align policies and align work, and that is work that the housing policy group and planning does already, as does the renter office staff with the province, and so I would say that type of provincial liaison work is ongoing work of staff at the city.
So now, do we expect that the TRPP is something that the RTB would conceivably support? Because I'm extrapolating this as to be, can we make the TRPP province-wide in that case?
Sorry, I'm going to have to take a look at the amendment.
Councillor, I can maybe address that. Again, this is, the motion as worded talks about engaging and exploring opportunities. So I think those are questions that would be answered through that, those discussions.
Yeah, and I'm because we won't have an opportunity to ask staff before voting on these amendments that are being proposed, I'm hoping to get a sense of what staff's read on it would be. Okay, I'll, unless there was a comment coming from Sandra, but no? No, okay.
Yeah, Councillor, I mean, it's really hard for us to kind of speculate on what the province might say in response to a question.
Okay. I'll come back, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just a couple of questions. One, just referring to the report, appreciate the metrics that were provided, and there's a reference in the report around 40% of the inquiries were specific to or around sort of city-related policy, the TRPP, for example. I'm curious, what were the 60% of other calls or inquiries that we fielded? Were they more provincial in nature? What was the scope and nature of those calls and inquiries?
Thanks for the question. One thing to note about the statistics around the renter inquiry line is that each phone call or email that comes in usually touches on multiple jurisdictions. So we rarely get a phone call that is just about a city policy or is just about an eviction under Residential Tenancy Act provincially. It's often an issue like I don't know if you recall the example I gave yesterday about the low-income senior that actually touches on both municipal and provincial. And so the statistics, they overlap, right? So we get a call and it'll be multiple issues. And the value of having someone at the city answer those calls is that our staff in the renter office can then we have spent the past 4 years building really strong relationships with our colleagues in other departments, specifically development, building, and licensing, where the permits and the applications come in. And so we now have that great liaison with the staff there to be able to quickly get responses for renters on city permits, city policies. We've developed a strong relationship with our colleagues in housing policy and planning to get that information quickly for a renter. At the same time, we've spent a lot of time developing the relationships with the nonprofit organizations. Celine Mobilis, my manager, just spoke about the previous work the city did with organizations like TRAC, but with the renter office has spent a lot of time in the past 4 years building those relationships, not just with TRAC, but with other legal advocacy groups. There's Kettle Friendship Society, Atira, and First United Church all have legal advocacy that we have held multiple meetings with, as well as other groups that provide support services to renters. So it could be a group that helps a renter who's hoarding, de-hoard their home so they don't get the eviction notice, or help a senior actually take their medication so they don't forget to pay their rent and then get an eviction notice. So we can connect renters to those organizations as well. So when it's, the statistics don't explain the whole story. I hope that helps answer. But the other 60% would involve provincial as well as community.
Yeah, that's super. That is helpful, and thank you for elaborating. My other question was just with respect to the grant stream. We've had this for a number of years, and I was just looking for a list and didn't see it. Could you give me some examples of some of the organizations we've funded previously that provide guidance? You named, for example, the Kettle. I know I was the chair there, and they did that. But are there other organizations you could identify for me that are doing some support in that area?
Sure. So for those who aren't aware of the grant program, we've we've given out about $500,000 a year for 3 years. And it's usually to about 13 or 14 organizations. All of the grant dollars go towards funding a full-time or part-time staff position to enhance the renter services at that organization. So for instance, Senior Services Society of BC has a housing navigator position that we fund. And as an example, this year there was a senior couple who were being evicted illegally, and they were able to connect with Senior Services Society. That housing navigator was able to help them get navigate the eviction. They ended up losing their housing, but the housing navigator found them new housing. We fund Rainbow Refugee, which is a smaller organization, a fairly new organization that supports LGBTQ2 plus refugees new to Canada who face a lot of homophobic discrimination. So we also fund a part-time housing navigator position at Rainbow Refugee. There was a couple living in a long-term in a hotel, so they're actually protected under the Residential Tenancy Act, but didn't know it. And they were facing a lot of discrimination in the hotel, and the hotel wanted them to leave. And the housing coordinator was able to help them navigate that and take it to arbitration and help them get better housing.
Okay, that's great examples. Okay. Thank you. I have a follow-up question. I think it might be for Celine, and it's around, Councillor Bly had asked about co-location of other agencies at House Street. You mentioned the rent bank was interested. Is there based on the footprint there, is there opportunity for more than 2 organizations to operate out of that space, just having not seen it?
I might turn that question over to Kristen, who did all of the work on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's about 5,500 square feet. And so when we did the engagement process around the renter service, like looking at renter services at 900 Howe, quite a few agencies said they were interested in having a part-time staff person co-located at the space. So if you think a lot of agencies that are population specific, they might do housing as one piece of wraparound support that they provide. So having a housing navigator position located part-time at 900 Howe would help them connect to renters in terms of housing and then connect them back to the other types of wraparound services.
So sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off just for time.
Okay. No, thank you.
Lots of space.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Joe.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I just got 2 questions here. First, I think you mentioned there are different stakeholders involved in the whole process. The city, the province, the nonprofit organizations. So who is the one taking the lead, coordinating all those different stakeholders to make sure we have a more efficient service?
I think it depends on the issue that you're speaking of. Within the city, we have our own policies and regulations related to tenant relocation, our protection plan. So very specific regulations that we're tasked with ensuring that renters are informed and that we're developers and are adhering to those guidelines. Provincial legislation, I think outlined in the report, there's kind of at the province, obviously the Residential Tenancy Act, which provides the overall framework for the rights and responsibilities of tenants and landlords is a really important piece. I think one of the experiences that we've heard or the importance of the work at the renter office is typically a renter, if they're facing some kind of challenge, many renters don't know where to turn. So I think having the city be a point of entry, being a convener of not only the nonprofit sector, but our provincial partners around issues and things that we're hearing from renters to create policy change, to inform the rest of our city colleagues in the development of policy and impact that some of the permitting process might have on a tenant. So I think we act as a kind of a convener and a facilitator and bringing those different parties together, but each has a distinct role.
Okay, so for instance, there's one request coming to the residential tenancy office, also coming to our office. So how do we make sure we talk to each other, make sure who is doing what?
Yeah, well, definitely, if it has to do with our own tenant protection policies, then it is our regulation, and we are tasked with ensuring that that is adhered to, administered, and potentially enforced. If it has to do with the Residential Tenancy Act, if you've been issued an eviction notice by your landlord, then it's a provincial legislation. Like it's the provincial act that we would then, if someone came to us, we would help them navigate. You need to go to the RT, the Residential Tenancy Branch, because it's a Residential Tenancy Act issue. Or if it has something that has to do with our city permitting, we would then liaise and coordinate that internally.
Okay. I guess the next question is from your perspective. How can we serve more people, serve more renters? Because based on this number, we have only 372 inquiry per year, and 40% related to city. So that's about 150 per year, which is less than 3 per week. So what is the best way we can serve more people?
I would say that the renter inquiry line is one access point,
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
Those are calls coming into that through the grants, through the work of facilitating the sector and bringing people together. There was also a lot of research done with renters through the market sounding for 900 Howe Street. So we have done very extensive engagement with renters to hear their concerns, to figure out how we can better respond to some of the issues that we're hearing through grants and other programs beyond just what you see in the renter inquiry line number.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I am curious, the report speaks specifically to an increased need for these services related to the Broadway plan and the Vancouver plan. Can you speak to the capacity in the sector if we're not there to help support and enforce the TRPP as this increased need starts to come online? What happens to those renters?
I think, as you know, the Broadway plan TRP is the strongest TRP, and in terms of some of the provisions and protections for renters. And so, really, the task of our team is to ensure that the 50,000 renters that are going to be impacted by that policy understand their rights under that TRP. Right. So, getting out to community, having workshops, postcards, having a place where people can direct their questions. Also informing our renter sector that are supporting renters so that they know what the policy is. It's really that work. I think not the information and education, even though it sounds rather simple, it's very important. A renter understanding their rights will help prevent, potentially being evicted for false reasons. So really, building new housing is really important. Keeping people in their housing or ensuring that they have the obligations that are need to be provided for them or fulfilled is another critical piece.
Okay. Can you say a bit more? Just want to keep an eye on my time. About the value added of the city being at the table providing these services as opposed to just throwing some money out in grants to an array of nonprofits.
Yeah, I don't want to diminish the fantastic work of our renter sector, but I think obviously there are it's a pretty small world of organizations that are doing that work. Many are stretched beyond capacity with limited funding. Again, our grant funding, right, kind of cobbling together the buckets of money to keep the doors open and the phone lines going. The value, pardon me, now I've lost my train of thought. The ability for the city or have a point of entry and that we can have kind of a bigger understanding of what some of the gaps are and how we can bring together people to address some of those needs is quite important. Otherwise, it's difficult to navigate. I think the city and the renter office being that point of entry helps support renters in that way.
That's my other question. If it's a sort of piecemeal array of services funded by grants each year, who do we see falling through the cracks of the work required to navigate that type of a system?
I think as Jennifer, equity-seeking groups are more likely, right? If maybe English is a second language or you're on low income, if you have other issues to not understand all of your rights, those are the folks that are going to fall through the cracks.
Okay, and I assume older tenants who have been in their place for longer are more at risk as well?
Definitely, we know that if you've rented a place for 30 years and haven't had to kind of be out in the rental market and all of a sudden your landlord tells you that you need to move out, you might not question that, right? So yeah, definitely older people that maybe not as familiar with their rights.
Yeah. Okay, that's my time. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. Well, all my questions have been asked except one. And that is when we originally established this renter's office, it's because we realized there was a gap that no one else was filling. This amendment looks to expand funding to organizations, but if we're filling the gap now, do they have the expertise to fill it when what we did was fill a space that no one else was doing things that no one else was doing? So if somebody could just maybe explain to me, are there organizations that are duplicating what we're doing?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Carr. From my understanding, I don't think so. I think what the city is doing is quite unique. And we're in this position, it's almost like if you could imagine, we can take a bird's eye view of the renter landscape in Vancouver. We can see what's going on at the city. We have this ability to see what's going on across departments and the different departments at the city that interface with renters and impact renters through policy and programs. We have this relationship we've built with the nonprofit sector that are providing a range of services, and many of them are services that we cannot provide because they're under provincial law, right? So all the services that TRAC provides, we cannot provide. And the services we provide, TRAC can't provide because they don't have that access to the city that we have so quickly. And then as well as the service providing organizations, we don't have the capacity to go in and help a renter clear their hoarding issues or et cetera. I think you understand. And then as well, we have the relationship with the province and can do that advocacy directly with the province around how can we better support renters in Vancouver, particularly those who are struggling, particularly the equity denied groups. And we're doing that through the range of different activities that we outlined in the report. The renter inquiry line is one, the grants is one, and the grants is really to bolster that excellent work that the renter serving sector is already doing. They're the professionals at it. They're the ones who have the experience. And then the 900 house space is this opportunity to potentially grow into a co-located space with a range of renter services in one space that would meet those legal advocacy needs under tenancy law like TRAC, that would provide one-off loans like the rent bank for renters who can't pay their rent and are at risk of eviction right away. It could be services like the Disability Alliance has expressed some interest in being there part-time to serve renters with accessibility needs. Seniors, West End Seniors Network isn't that far away, and they're expanding their neighborhood of who they want to serve in terms of the seniors downtown. They may be there part-time. So we've done a lot of engagement with the renter sector leading up to the development of 900 Howe, and there are a number of groups who've expressed interest, maybe not being there full-time, but at least being there part-time. And that would be a lot of, to sort out, that TRAC would, as the lead operator, would need to sort out with support from the city to develop some kind of center that would operate where there would be a range of services that people could access in person or by phone or online.
Does that answer your question? Yeah? Okay. Councillor Carr. Oh, sorry, that was you. Apologies. Sorry, I got lost track there for a second. Apologies about that. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I was listening to the presentations and some of the questions on my way back from a deputy mayor event, and I heard something with respect to serving cultural communities. How many languages do the current staff speak, and how much service is provided in language upon that immediate contact?
Yeah, thanks. So translation and accessibility, language accessibility is a really important issue that we've also heard about. We currently on our own team have staff who speak Cantonese and Mandarin. On our broader team, we have staff who speak a range of languages, and we have called on them. For example, this summer.
Sorry, quick clarification. When you say broader team, do you mean other city staff? Yeah,
city staff.
When that call comes in, at that moment of contact.
Yeah.
What is the service?
At the moment, when that call comes in, the service is English, Cantonese, and Mandarin, if it's through the renter inquiry line. And we also have access to the 311 that has some translation services through the 311 service. And we've also got our website beginning to be translated into Cantonese and Mandarin. For broader issues where we might need to actually go and speak to renters in person who don't speak English. For instance, this summer, there was an issue at a house that Development, Building and Licensing, their property use inspectors were going to, and they heard that the tenants in the house spoke Spanish, and none of them spoke Spanish. So we were able to find a Spanish-speaking colleague to join to do the translation on site.
Okay. And sort of with respects to some of the source of funding around this. Can you just recap, and if this question's been asked, let me know and I won't repeat it, but can you just recap the expectation about how this funding would be regularized and from which budgets? And what the total annual impact would
Thank you
be
for
in
the
terms of total
question.
cost?
As we look, if the service is supported by council to continue, we would look to regularize that budget. So we would need to look at reallocating within our operating budget in ACCS to support ongoing operations. However, as we noted in the report, for 2023, because we had staggered hiring in creating the service, and it took some time to get the staff on board and hired, we do have sufficient funding to continue the renter office for 2023, and we have the allocation for the grants.
When you say, Sandra, in terms of looking at the longer term, obviously, right, because you want sustainability of a function. And when you say that you would reallocate ACCS, I've heard you say, and I really appreciated kind of you flagging that for council, how pressured that group is. And there is, quote, and I'm paraphrasing some of what you shared, there is no more capacity to take on any additional work. And in fact, we have a lot of key work on the back burner. So where are we reallocating those folks from? Because there's a lot of those strategies that are on hold just because you guys have hit a wall in terms of volume, right?
Yeah, we would try to see if there's other places in our budget where we could find other budget sources. So for example, one of the ideas that we've had that we would have to talk a bit further with finance about is we currently have in the homelessness services budget, a shelter TI budget. Shelter TIs could potentially come from EHT, for example. So we could, for example, look at whether we could fund staff out of that amount. So those are the types of things that we would take a look at. Is there another funding source for current activities that we haven't tapped into yet? We've already looked at, I have to say, like over the past 4 years, as we've looked for efficiencies and budget reductions and everything, like we're pretty low in terms of the well, but we would, this is a community that needs support, and so we would try to,
So
we
we
would come back to
don't
council.
have a plan. What I hear you saying is we don't have a plan yet.
Nope, no plan yet.
To regularize this funding, but what are we looking at in terms of total annual cost on an ongoing basis?
Celine, can you, or Jennifer?
Ballpark.
At this point, there are 3 staff positions in ACCS, and then the grants program of 500,000 is what we would be looking at.
Okay, so separate from the grants, 3 FTEs?
Yeah. It's, I thought we were
Plus provisions?
there's three FTEs.
I thought that in a previous update and report, we had had 7 conveyed to us.
So in ACCS, we have 4 positions. 1 has already been regularized, and 3 are funded from EHT still.
But not funding, I'm talking about total, like in a regularized year when you didn't have EHT funding, because the premise of that, it's supposed to be used for sort of first-time initiatives, not ongoing regularized funding. How many FTEs and what is the total cost separate from grants that we would need to find?
I'm just flagging the time. There's only 5 seconds left.
Are you also referring to the staff in other departments?
I'm talking the total cost of the city of Vancouver running this function on a regularized basis without EHT funding. Do we have a second round, Chair?
Yes, yeah.
We do?
can do
I'll
that.
put myself
All in
back on.
favor of second round? Say yay. Yeah. All opposed?
Okay, I'll come back on. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Fry. Sure. Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead, please.
Yeah, sorry, thanks. Maybe we can pick that one up. Sorry, I had to ask that quickly.
Okay, you want to come?
Are you ready to? Okay, perfect.
Oh, Councillor Kirby-Young, your question is the cost of all the staff.
The total cost for the city of Vancouver to run its own renter services function without any EHT funding when it has to regularize that on it.
So in 2019, we were funded for staff costs across ACCS, 1 in DBL, 1 in planning, 1 in a half-time lawyer, and a part-time communications coordinator. For 3 years of funding, it was just over 1.8 million.
Around 600,000 per year. And would you envision that to be the amount going forward, or would it be higher?
Well, I guess it would depend on regular increases to salaries.
Does that include things like access to 311 and all of the other pieces? Like, is that accounting for all those different kind of points?
I think we'd have to go back and get that detailed information for you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we could be looking at $750,000 to $1 million notionally, depending over time.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
We could notionally, potentially be looking at $750,000 to $1 million over time on an annual basis.
150?
And again, I'm not holding you
Yeah,
to these numbers. I'm just
probably.
looking for an order of,
Yeah,
of magnitude.
approximately, yeah.
Okay. That's very helpful. I will leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fry.
So what's next for the renter's office? What's on the horizon? How are things, what's the outlook for renters in the city of Vancouver? And where do you anticipate the work and the advocacy for this office?
So I don't think the issues for renters are going to change. We are hearing, one thing that the renter inquiry line also shows us is trends start to emerge from the phone calls and the emails that come in. For instance, just in the last 3 weeks, we've had 3 phone calls of international students living in overcrowded situations in the west side of Vancouver. So that is a new trend for us. For a while, it was seniors. So as we see these new trends, it also helps us with advocacy and knowing where to invest dollars in grants and things. So our grant program is really important. That will continue. The renter inquiry line, I think, will continue and expand, particularly with the Broadway plan. The Broadway plan education campaign, we're seeing that as a huge opportunity to do a pilot education campaign in a specific neighborhood in the city that includes education on not only the Broadway plan, tenant relocation plan, but also we can include know your rights under provincial law. We're putting them both onto one postcard that all renters will get so that they're learning not just about cities, their rights under city policy, but also under provincial policy. Once we've completed that campaign, we're seeing that as an opportunity to then take that citywide or to different neighborhoods of the city to educate more renters about their rights. And the renter off the 900 How, what may become this co-located space, will clearly involve a lot of city staff time to work with TRAC and the other organizations to create this co-located space and potentially locating staff on site, working with the province to see if we can have partnerships with them on site as well. So I see a lot of work continuing with this team.
And so are these sort of circumstances and even responsibilities kind of unique to the city of Vancouver? Like if we're talking about RTV or TRAC or something, we have a very specific, unique set of circumstances in our city and responsibilities to our residents who rent.
Yes.
Might be different from elsewhere in Metro.
It might be. I can't speak to the other municipalities. What we do know, though, is that every renter we hear from doesn't seem to know their rights. I'm a renter. I didn't know my rights as much as I do now with the work I've done in the renter office, and my neighbors don't know their rights. So it's not necessarily just very low income people. I think it's renters generally. When you're competing for such scarce units on the rental market, you sometimes take whatever you can get, not necessarily knowing your rights or the responsibilities you or your landlord hold. So in a way, even though that is under provincial law, as a city who's concerned about its citizens and making sure that their citizens are thriving, I think we also have a role in helping them understand and knowing where to go to know what their rights are under provincial law, as well as under city policy, obviously.
There's an interesting context. So even those other service providers that we hear about don't have the capacity necessarily to provide that same level of outreach to educate you even on your rights as a renter.
Potentially, yeah.
Well, no, I think there's a real role here in the city of Vancouver, and I really appreciate the work that you've been doing. I'll jump off now. I see Councillor Carr on the queue.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Carr.
Thanks. I'm really happy to have heard that last conversation. It made me remember the stories that we've heard, and I just want an affirmation of this, if it's still going on, of us providing short-term loans, rents, to enable people who just didn't have the cash at the moment to be able to pay their rents. And I remember certain stories of those people just maybe only needing it for a few months, but coming back and paying it and just being so tearful about saying this, basically stopped me from being evicted. Is that still going on?
Yes, that's referring to the rent bank, which provided loans. The rent bank, I think we helped pilot the rent bank in partnership with Street to Home, and UBC did the research evaluation. We now have a provincial rent bank, so we no longer need to fund the rent bank in the same way, but they are still providing that much needed service.
Right, and we initiated it.
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Now there's a provincial rent bank, which is fantastic.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Seeing no more questions from the chamber, we will move to the speakers list. Council heard from Speaker 2 at the council meeting yesterday, and Speaker 1 has withdrawn. But we do have one registered speaker who is on the line, Lindsay Roy. Lindsay, can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can.
Perfect.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I was just writing a comment because I thought I was getting passed over. I was going to speak on the SRO issue, and I have been on the hold literally for 2 days during the meeting. So,
yeah, Lindsay, I did chat with staff about that, and I'm under the. I've been informed that they followed all of the correct procedures around that in terms of notification and.
Yeah, I don't know. I was on hold. Anyways, it's not an issue now. 5 minutes on the rent. So I am a renter from Vancouver. Been living in the Cambie corridor for the last just over a decade. I have been demo evicted 5 times. I've been demo evicted. This will be my second time in less than a year. This year, and I was qualified for TRP with my last tenancy, and it did not happen. It's too much to get into now, but I have found the gaps, all of them, in the supports for renters, and I would like to speak to that a little bit. And just listening to you talk about, everybody's on their own little islands, and that's what I find is really problematic, is the RTB won't talk about the TRP at all. They're either feigning oblivious or it's not their policy, they won't talk about it. So the TRP aspects of my case when I went to the RTB weren't relevant. Well, it's obviously relevant because there was promises made, there was obligations that the developer landlord had to me that weren't met, that then resulted in the house being unlivable, people not living there anymore, and their rent not being paid. So, and then the city wouldn't talk, or even was aware before I was actually of my eviction without notice, but wouldn't talk to me about that. They wouldn't, because of that was an RTB issue. And the advocacy from TRAC is challenging in that there's not a lot of, you can get advice, which is amazing, to have, especially when there's a lot going on and, landlords knocking at the door and it's scary. It's great that there's somebody on the other end of the phone that you can talk to and they can give you some good advice. However, going further, especially so I have a reading disability, which is a big barrier for me, especially around reading legal documents, writing legal documents, and being an advocate for myself in court is something that I can't successfully do. And having that having somebody actually be able to facilitate, pursuing an appeal or advocating for me in an arbitration hearing or helping prepare for an arbitration hearing, which was basically what I need to have any hope of success. Those are things that I've, been screaming from the rooftops that I really need, and I'm very much facing homelessness again in 5 weeks and have a very strong case for appealing my first eviction, but I can't write the writ and go to court on my own. I'm actually dealing with another issue with the current landlord in this temporary housing I'm in, and that's due to a city bylaw violation that has not been followed up on and is all a cascading result of being very forcibly evicted from my previous place, and having some limitations to what I can carry and move, then getting an untidy premise citation, which I handled to the best of my ability, but the landlord has decided to pursue eviction based on that, even though it's ultimately when we would be leaving for our fixed term lease anyways, because we have a dem eviction, just the house is getting demolished in March. So the issues that people that are low income, people that are disabled, elderly, otherwise marginalized people are such targets. We are so vulnerable, and it's really we need like to be able to call on some forces to protect us and to not only educate us, but to actually educate the people that are attacking us to prevent things going to a point of no return. And the RTB, honestly, if there's any money involved that's owing, the RTB will evict you. And I'm sorry, but poverty exists. Like, I can't come up with the extra money. I don't have the ability to work. I have $1,400 a month. I can't pay $2,200 a month in rent. I just don't have that as an option. So, that's where the gaps are. And I often find people are not understanding of that it's not a choice for me to have so little money. I don't have another option. I have to make it work.
You do have questions, but you are at time for your time to speak. But we do have questions for you, so just hold on the line. Councillor Fry, over to you.
Yeah. Hey, Lindsay, right off the top, thank you for the courage and the patience to wait to speak to us and share your truth. And it sounds incredibly stressful. Are you getting the support you need right now?
No, I'm not.
Have you been in touch with our office directly?
Yep. I left a message, and then it's like a up to 5-day turnaround for getting a call back. I've got a call back that should come this week from Access Pro Bono. I had an intake with them that I waited 2 weeks for. That was last week. So we'll see if they'll help me, advocate for me in the arbitration hearing on February 24th. But either way, this house is done, and there's no other affordable house out there. So having some rent subsidy is what I've been trying to really, and I'm so burnt out. It's been 2 years. It's been a super stressful. I have an autoimmune disease, so I have stress triggered symptoms, and I'm really sick. And I just if I'm on the street in a couple of weeks, I will not last long. And so I'm at a point where I've been trying to just find this mythical outreach team for homelessness prevention and calling around, and I mean, nobody's doing that job. If that is a title, they're too strapped with dealing with their real-time shelter or whatever is happening on, in front of them to be able to do any kind of coordinated outreach for somebody in my position. So
I hear the stress. I hear the stress in your voice, and I also hear you talking about a coordinated outreach, and I appreciate that is kind of lacking in the response that you need to see now. So I guess you're to the items. Do you agree then that we should be putting more investment into renter supports in the city of Vancouver, and maybe this sort of office that has a coordinated approach? Is that something you generally support?
Yes, and I think that there needs to be more renter involvement in general. How many, in the renter's report from the rent center, is there a testimony of a renter that's had that experience of being supported? Or in the TRP, is there, where are all the happy people that are relocated and compensated? Because I'm sorry, I don't see it. Do you know what I mean? I think there needs to be a little bit more, accountability, and actually, I don't know. I might just be getting the worst of the worst, but honestly, the renters, the way that it sounds like the renters center is working is great, but that has not at all been my experience. So, and having it be a physical space, maybe that would be great, but it sounds like it already has been when you read about it in the documents on the city webpage. So I think it just needs to be a little bit more transparent and a little bit more here's our checks and balances. Here's our measure of success in reality, rather than a lot of really pretty words and then a lot of just
Sorry,
the
Lindsay,
same old
I'm
thing
going to
when
have
it
to
comes down
cut
to
you
it.
off again, but you do have another question.
Yeah.
But that's helpful feedback. Thank you. Councillor Kirby Young, over to you.
Yeah, I just have one quick clarification question. Did I hear you say that you did contact the City of Vancouver Renter Office, but you didn't hear from somebody for 2 weeks? I just wanted to be clear.
It's generally about like a 5. It says 5 days on the answer machine. It's like up to 2 weeks. Yeah. They do get back eventually. It's always been, I think, the same person that I've talked to. She's nice. I don't remember her name. I mean, I also had there was a city person assigned to me for the whole TRP process, as well as somebody that called themselves a relocation specialist, but didn't actually try to relocate me.
So your experience is that there isn't somebody answering the phone, like there isn't a live voice at the end of the line. You're getting a voice message, and then you're waiting for callbacks.
Yeah. If you call it now, it's just an answer machine that says to call you back. Yeah.
Okay. So 2 weeks is a pretty decent amount of time, or even 5 days if you are in a time-sensitive situation. I can see that would be stressful.
For sure. Yeah, it's. I mean, that's what's nice about Track is they do guaranteed answer the phone and give you a couple minutes. But it's then what? But the advocacy, it would be, there's very little advocacy for especially renters that get into kind of multi-layered things where I'm dealing with a bylaw violation and RTV and now, homelessness as well. So.
Okay, so you were looking for more of the advocacy. That was your hope. Is that right?
I mean, that's what's after information, right? It's I now have the information, but I need to, for me, especially with the barrier of having a reading disability, if that makes some process of it very challenging.
Sorry to jump in. I have limited time, so I didn't mean to jump in there. Have you contacted, were you referred to any other organizations like TRAC, Tenants Resource Advisory, or did they put you in touch with TRAC, or that do some of the advocacy?
Oh, yeah.
Did you reach out to them, or I'm just wondering what your process was, what that looked like for you? Did you reach out to them, or?
Yeah, sorry, just lost my headset one second. So I call Track a couple times a week, to be honest, to try and get some help. I have been in touch with Track, Claw, Access Pro Bono, Kettle, basically anyone and everyone.
Okay.
And it just hits a wall at a certain point and where I need help translating legal documents, or I need even just to serve my landlord. I have to print more paper than I can afford to print, right? So there's always some sort of stopping point that this service doesn't flex that way. 311 has been helpful, and
that's super helpful.
Yeah.
So I hear you. You needed the specialized help. Thank you for sharing your experience. That's really helpful. And thanks for taking time to call council.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for hearing me out.
Thanks for calling in tonight, Lindsay. Take care.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Okay, that is the end of our speakers list for tonight. Council, is there any discussion?
Sure.
Councillor Joe is on the queue.
On the notes from everyone, I'd like to put forward a amendment. I sent that to the city.
Oh, sorry. Apologies. Okay. Sorry about that.
Okay, I need to go back to on the queue, or it's all good?
I'll just acknowledge that Councillor Fry moved that motion. And now we'll go to the amendment queue. Sorry, Councillor Fry. And Lenny, please go ahead.
Okay, so I think we need to properly support the renters in the city. We just heard a very frustrated renter who contacted the office before. And I was a renter myself. I understand the challenge and the barriers in finding. All good.
What else is going to happen today, technically? Got a lot of technical issues today.
Hello?
Okay, we need to take a short recess while we sort this out.
Turn my off. Yeah.
We're going to start again. Thanks for your patience. And resume with Councillor Joe. Councillor Joe. Apologies. We'll reset your block.
Okay, sure. Yeah, so I think we need to properly support the renters in the city. We all agree on that. And we just heard a very frustrated renter who contacted the office before. And I was a renter myself, so I understand the challenge and difficulties in finding and retaining the rental unit. Everything okay there?
It's fine. Please continue. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, so I understand the challenge without understanding the relevant policy. So I think we should continue our support with the renter service grants program, perhaps even expanding the program. At the same time, I also acknowledge that in order to run a very efficient renter supporting program, we need extensive knowledge and experiences, especially from the legal perspective. Some of this responsibility do not fall under the jurisdiction of the city, and we are not expert in this area. So I think as a municipal government, we should focus on what we are good at and leave others to the provincial government. At the same time, we need to support nonprofit community and rely on their expertise to provide better service and legal advices to renters in Vancouver. So to enhance efficiency and support a better service, I think as a city, we should empower professional people to have enough resources they need to do the professional job. So that's why I put forward this amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Joe. Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Thanks. Are we on an amendment queue now?
Yes, we are. Amendment Q1.
I have many comments on this, but my first is a point of information through you to the mover of the amendment, if you will allow it, Chair, which is to clarify this amendment proposes changes to B and then adds F and G. Is the intention to discontinue the renter's office that's outlined in A?
We'll just turn your mic on. Go ahead, Councillor Joe.
Yeah, through the chair. So I think that's the intention. So we're gonna include amendment B and include F and G into the amendment.
Okay, it's very difficult for me to vote on the amendment when I don't know how it fits in the larger context. So
Forgive me, it's my first time to do that.
No problem.
Thank you.
I'm just hoping for some clarity if this amendment is paired with a striking of what's not included in it, or it's an addition to, if the proposal is that we are both funding, approving the funding of the city's renter's office, as well as directing staff to engage with the province and increasing grants, or instead of. That's the clarification I'm seeking here.
Okay, I guess we need to go back to the main queue for other recommendations, right? This particular amendment is about B, F, and G.
Okay. Okay. I won't just keep asking the same question. So I will just kind of comment in anticipation to say, like, I'm happy to see an increase in the grants, but we heard very clearly this is a piecemeal system that's very difficult for renters to navigate, and in particular difficult for older renters who have been in their place for a long time, or renters whose first or more comfortable language isn't English, to navigate to find those services. This renter's office is clearly providing a need that is complementary to the grants that we provide to many experts in nonprofits around the city. But if we step out of that field, a lot of people are going to fall between the cracks. You know, it is nice to say that we should leave this to the provincial government, but if the provincial government isn't providing this, and we have heard very clearly here, we hear all the time from renters that these services aren't being provided elsewhere. Us stepping away is leaving all of those renters in the cold at a time when there's an increasing need. In addition to that, a huge service that our own renter's office is providing is helping enforce our own policies, our own tenant protection policy. And again, that need is going to increase significantly as we look at the changes coming in under the Broadway plan and under the citywide plan. Those are promises that we made to renters, to residents. And if we're not putting the effort into protecting and enforcing our own policies, then our word is not worth as much as I think it should be, as much as people should be able to depend on of their local government. Again, I can see the argument being set up that this isn't our core service and we should leave it to nonprofits or leave it to the province. But these are our own policies that we have a responsibility to residents to uphold and enforce. And if we step out of that space, then those folks are going to be hit very hard, and the stories we will hear will be heartbreaking, and we will have a responsibility in having left them in the cold in those situations. So I'm happy to support the increase in funding proposed in B. I'm fine with the sort of engagement suggested in G, but I am very concerned about the suggestion that we just leave renters in the cold when they make up more than half of our residents and they are struggling increasingly in this city. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. So, yeah, I appreciate sort of appreciate the intensity of the previous comments, and I think we just need to make sure we bring some balance to this conversation. Of course, there is a need to make sure that renters are connected with services. The sort of desperate and dire need as being something that all renters, 52% of the population, are dealing with is not accurate at all. And that's coming from somebody who has rented in the city and rented as a single mom at 23 and went to the RTB and has experienced that. So not as somebody who's privileged and comfortably housed, but as somebody who has experienced those types of situations where you need to go and navigate a system. And I know it's difficult. The challenge I think that we face here is that we can do a better job backing up the experts that are already providing these services, provide the space, like let's invest in it and get the space, as staff have recommended, up to code and up to standard. It's a city facility, amenity space. Let's make sure that organizations like TRAC and others are equipped. The number one thing that the speaker said is we need the space. So we're saying, yeah, let's do that. Let's make sure that happens. This amendment is suggesting that we add 1.5 times what the recommendation of investment by city staff and renters grants. So we're adding $250,000 to renters grants with this amendment. But what we're saying is we can't necessarily sustainably have a department that will act as more of a buffer between these services. And what I heard in staff's examples, and then a caller who's obviously dealing with something really challenging right now, is that it's system navigation, and I think that that's really important. But we could create a really robust script for 311 and make sure that they have the correct numbers for the RTB and the correct numbers for Rainbow Refugee and the correct numbers for TRAC, and say, here are your options. We can do other things. So I think that recognizing that we do have a responsibility to tenants across the city is actually is not a binary in this amendment. That this amendment is actually saying we not only see that, we actually want to give more money and more opportunity for renters to connect with services in this amendment. That's what this amendment is actually doing, despite the rhetoric and the panic that maybe it's not. So I think we have to, and we have to keep building on this and making sure that we've got open lines of communication with the RTB and organizations like TRAC so that people aren't falling through the cracks. But to be a frontline social service, it's just not something that we can maintain and regularize within the budget limitations that we have specifically around ACCS that we're about to make a decision on in 2 months, at a time when increased property taxes to no end is not something that's sustainable. And we've heard that from city staff. That's not a political position. We've heard that internally, and we know that that's the decision that's coming to us in March. So we have to be responsible here. We have to make sure we're funding who needs to be funded, which we are, and that we're staying in our lane as a city services and what we're best in the world at doing. So I'll leave it there, but I think we have to be very clear on the messaging that's being put out there and balance that with what the reality is in this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, it's great that suggesting more money, but that's about it. That's great in this amendment. And really, and this is really a disturbing pattern that I have to name, that of these last-minute amendments that come through with, you know, oh, that's funny to you? Okay, well, it's not that funny. I think we're talking about some pretty serious issues, but if that's a chuckle, then so be it. You know, I think the idea that we heard that we should stay in our lane and that this is about the sustainability of taxpayers is kind of a laughable notion when we consider that this ABC majority not 2 months ago approved $16 million for more nurses and cops, when nursing is certainly not in our lane. That's not a municipal responsibility. And I also challenge the notion that somehow we don't have our team doesn't have the expertise to do this work, as was suggested. You know, we heard pretty clearly, in fact, that our renter's office is uniquely positioned. In fact, when I first presented a motion to create a renter's office back in 2018, we were faced with a scourge of illegal rent evictions, work that wasn't securing any kind of permitting, if they did the work at all, for, you know, really dubious landlord practices. We have rental units in our city that are converted to short-term rentals. We have unscrupulous landlords doing fixed tenancy agreements and failing to maintain dignified, safe housing. And these are things that RTB and TRAC, they aren't resourced to capture as well. You know, we waive tens of millions of dollars in community amenity contributions and developer cost levies to incentivize the building of new rental housing. And as a response to that, we have an obligation to protect those renters that we are, you know, investing a significant amount of money. So to sort of nickel and dime this and say it's not staying in our lane and that we should really be, you know, transitioning this to the work of other service providers who aren't at the table offering to do this work, this is a real abdication of our responsibility to the people of Vancouver and the people of Vancouver who rent. So I certainly won't support it. And I do find it pretty offensive that this is the ultimate goal of this amendment, is to eliminate this office while sort of adding a little bit of bump with an extra couple of $250,000 for this year in 2023 out of the empty homes tax, which can't be allocated for anything else. And I think this is a real indication of the priorities of this ABC majority, and this is where they choose to call out the staying in our lane argument and abdicating the responsibility for renters in our city. So I won't be supporting this Amendment F.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate the chance to provide some comments on this, and I think just following up on Councillor Boyle's earlier questions when Councillor Gill moved the amendment and was asking for clarification that all of this is incremental to the foundation of the report. So I just want to confirm what this amendment does and what we are doing. What it does do is continue to advance the renters grants. It increases them by 50% from 500,000 to 750,000. It does approve the lease to TRAC, the Tenant Resource and Advisory Center, as a subtenant and nonprofit operator, to set up a home base for them, a secure home base with services for renters. The initial lease is 3 years, but it has 2 options of 5 years to extend. So that gives them a sightline to 13 years of a nominal, almost no rent lease with $1.2 million in tenant improvements for a quality space to operate out of with security of tenure. So they don't have to worry about that location. And that provides a footprint in the city of Vancouver for them to operate, so which is huge for nonprofits in terms of not having that viability to deliver the services. I also listened very carefully I think that that's something that they do not have today. I know they have lease uncertainty coming up. That enables them to focus on service, and it's putting more money into grants. What I heard from the TRAC people is that both the renter's office and TRAC have phone lines. They do some seminars. They talked about the staff and the fact that they are the one group that offers, and I'm paraphrasing from the speaker that we heard, advocacy services and lawyers, but the renter's office does not. And that of the 2.5 FTEs, maybe 3 that they have for their tenant call center, that the real value is in those advocacy services and sort of the legal guidance there to shepherd people through. So I think that having the home base where they don't have to worry about where they're going to be, making the rent, paying a lease cost, because they're essentially getting that space at no cost, they'll be able to put additional effort with potentially increased grants into actually upping the services that matter the most. And I think that caller was quite compelling when she indicated that it took some time to get a call back, but we've also heard from our own staff that they don't do that advocacy and legal work, and that's really what people need, that yes, information is really important, and I think that that can be provided through grants and training of TRAC or staff or other organizations that might also co-locate in that space, so that they're well versed on the TRPP, and I think our staff could do that. But what people really want is not just to know their rights, is they want somebody to champion them through that process. They want somebody that has the legal expertise, right? They need the paralegal. They need somebody to kind of work them through. That's where the rubber hits the road. And that's what I think that we are recognizing. So to characterize this as that this is taking services away, or this is, part of the ABC's majority to sort of take services away from renters, is actually about serving them better, right? And acknowledging the gaps. And I would be feeling pretty buoyant if I was TRAC, that I could actually turn my attention to service delivery. I know that I might be better supported in those efforts. And if they are better supported, then our renters are better supported. And that is the goal here. So I think this actually dials up the impact of this original report and provides a pretty long runway towards getting them up to capacity and training. And again, as I said, 13 years is a pretty long timeline to ensure that security of delivery. So those are my comments, and for that reason, I will support these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. I think all of us around this table recognize that housing is one of the very top issues in the city. People talk to us more about their concern around housing, being able to access decent housing, their feeling of anxiety because they can't get housing that is, either decent or secure or healthy or affordable. I think, I've talked to all of you, some of you for years, and I know that you're equally committed to equity and to ensuring the people that are the most vulnerable in our city are being taken care of. So 54% of the people in Vancouver rent, and some of them are in very precarious situations. We started this renter's office because staff came to us to say that there is a gap in services. No other service provider is dealing with in terms of housing that has to do with very vulnerable tenants. Part of that is due to our own policies, TRPP, and development processes, and people being reno-evicted. Part of it too regarding provincial legislation, and people feeling like when renovations take place, the provincial legislation is not protecting them. But there was a gap. We filled the gap, and we're doing it exceedingly well. And no other service provider, I asked staff that question during the questions, no other service provider is doing what we're doing. So if we were to back out of this, someone else would either have to take the time to learn and get up to speed on it, or there wouldn't be the service. So I think it makes sense to continue the service. I appreciate the increase in funding in general because this is a big issue. I can't support the transition in service now I might be able to do someday in the future if there was a development of the resources and capacity to be able to hand the job off. But I don't see that right now, so I can't support it. F, I got to make sure I've got the right one. Can't support F. Yeah, at this point in time, and I really think it is a risk to people to hand things off.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Just wanted to specifically ask that we sever the vote. Specifically, I'm interested in voting in F separately from B and G.
Sever F, is just to confirm. So we're going to vote on B and G first, and then F. We'll just wait till we get that modified language up on the screen, or is it? I don't need to wait. Oh, it's up. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yeah. So now we're going to call the vote, and just to clarify, we're voting on B and G. So clerk, if you could please take us to the voting panel. Thank you. B and G, just to confirm. Just waiting for Councillor Kirby-Young's vote. We're voting on, we severed F, and we're voting on B and G. Yeah. So all in favor? Unanimous. Okay. Now we will vote on F, which was severed. Do you need a moment, clerk? Yeah, no problem. Okay, so you can see it on the screen there. We're voting on F. And just waiting for one more vote. Perfect. So all the votes are in. The motion carries. In opposition, Councillor Carr, Councillor Boyle, and Councillor Fry. Bear with me for a moment here. Okay, so we're now going to go back to the main queue. Councillor Joe, do you have anything further to add on your motion?
No, I'm good. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm again going to ask for severing of this. I think, again, I just want F severed out for a separate vote.
Okay, yeah. Didn't we vote on F already?
Revote.
Oh, apologies. I see. Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And can we also move to sever A? Thank you.
Thank you. So the plan is to vote on A first, then F, then the remainder. Clerk, are you ready for us to go to the vote on that? Okay, perfect. So we're voting on the motion as or section A, which is highlighted on the screen above me. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting panel. Thank you. And that failed. With Councillor Meisner, myself in opposition, Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Dominato as well in opposition, Councillor Bly in opposition, Councillor Montague in opposition, Councillor Klassen in opposition, Mayor Sim in opposition, and Councillor Joe in opposition. Now we will move to vote on F, which you will see on your screen as well in just a moment. Here we go. So clerk, if you could please take us to the voting panel to vote on F. And that carries. In opposition, Councillor Carr, Councillor Boyle, and Councillor Fry. And now we will vote on the remaining, not sure what they're called, letters, items, clauses, pardon me. Thank you. We'll just take a moment here. Thanks for your patience. So just B and C, is that correct? Oh. Sorry, I just don't have it in front of me. You just confirm. C, D, E, and G. Okay, so just so everyone is on the same page, we're voting on B, C, D, E, and G, those clauses. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting panel. Just waiting for one more vote from Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, that passes unanimously.
Hello, hello? Hello, if any of the speakers for the standing committee are still on the line, we are experiencing some technical difficulties with the teleconferencing application at the moment. If you can hear me, we are going to try and disconnecting the call. We are going to send a follow-up email to all of you once we have addressed this issue, and then at that point you can rejoin the call. But if you are listening, we will be disconnecting this line and sending a reminder email very shortly once we have addressed this issue. Thank you again for your patience and understanding at this time, and we will be hearing from you soon. The council is aware of this situation and will be moving into a short recess before we proceed to item 9, which is the one that you are all signed up to speak on. Thank you again for your understanding and your patience. We will be hearing from you soon.
Hi, Cassia. Can you disconnect the line now and then try recalling in, see if that we solve the issue? Thanks.
Test. Is it gone? You hear the echo? So it was the TELUS line. I guess so. What else could it be? But how did...
You just need to tell us. Hear them fine, but. Hi, Cassia, can you hear us in the chamber?
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference, enter your access code followed by the number sign.
Hi, Cassia, can you hear me in the chamber? Hi, Cassia, can you hear me in the chamber?
Hey, David, we're on the line. Can you hear us? Bonnie's
Yes, I
unmuted too. Can you hear Bonnie?
Yes, I can. How's the sound quality? Can you hear me clearly on in the chamber? Hello, can you hear me?
No, are you talking? We can't hear you.
Alright. I think you're not getting outgoing. Can you hear me now?
You can hear him on the telephone?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can't hear David on telephone. No, I can't hear you. Just keep talking. Oh, wait.
Cassia,
Keep
can
going.
you hear
Keep
me
talking.
now?
No. Nope, that was Bonnie. I can hear Bonnie. I can't hear David.
David's on.
Hi, Bonnie. Can you hear me? Bonnie or Cassia, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Later would be better. Yeah.
Cassia, can you hear me?
Actually, can you vacuum later?
Cassia, can you hear me in the chamber? Testing. 1, 2, 3.
I'm good. Think so? You sure? Thank you.
I did buy
Cassia, can you hear me now in the chamber? Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, sadly, we can't hear anything on TELUS.